1 minute early, but still good anyways. Alright, so task number one. Shared the stream with a bunch of Discord servers so everybody knows that we're live. It's right around the end of the workday, so you're not too sure if people are exactly checking YouTube out, right? If they're busy, so the only way we can get people informed about our little stream is by sending it to random Discord servers when they're going through their phone, basically. Yeah. So we're gonna do that now. Got my linky here. It's nice and copied over. This time it said live right away, so we can just close that Chrome very quickly and stop the CPU usage. Fiero, a 3. So what are they doing? They want me to join a 2v2. But we're casting games. Why would we do that? We can maybe do that a bit later if we have time, but yeah, first is first. We gotta cast these games, right? Yeah, 100%. It's kind of weird because when you're casting games, all these Juanitos are playing more games on the side at the same time, so it's like, it's kind of a weird situation where you kind of want to join in, but you're casting the matches as well that need to get done for the week, so yeah. Got a lot of good selections today too, so definitely don't want to miss out on them at all. If it was only like, I don't know, like what we had on Tuesday with the 5th edition where we only had like 3 or 4 games or 5 games, yeah, that'd totally be cool. But we just got so many recordings for today that it's better to get started with them now. So I might actually be able to finish before whenever. I didn't exactly see how big the files were, so they could be big games, little games, whatever it is, basically. I'll probably, at most, because it's a Thursday, I could probably keep streaming it out as late as probably, I don't know, like 2, 3 in the morning, depending on how much content there is in it. It's probably what I can handle. 3 the latest, probably. Maybe 3:30, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna go that long, but you never know. I've had some pretty long casted streams before, especially back in the good old Liga days. Yeah, back then, you could totally have all the Liga tournament games that could go on and for like 10, 11, almost 12 hours. We never quite reached the 12-hour mark before, because that would basically mean I would have to do like a separate stream right afterwards and do it right after, basically, which would feel kind of weird, but something I could set up very quickly, pretty much. Yeah. So yeah, very interesting indeed. On Discord server number 2, have to move up to server number, I don't know, number 3. I'll do this one this time, change it up a bit. Spice of life. Let's see. Wars of Liberty server. That's probably like the most important meal of the day, basically, for us getting a stream going. Definitely gotta let them know about it. Let them know. Definitely the Wars of Liberty multiplayer server. That's probably like the most important one, because that's actually where all these recordings come from, of course. If you haven't been to one of these streams before, basically there's a secondary Wars of Liberty server for all multiplayer gameplay. Because yes, there is a vibrant multiplayer community for Wars of Liberty still, after how many years of like the 5th edition? Yeah, it's kind of insane actually to even think about that, you know what I mean? Kind of is a little bit bonkers when you think about how many players are still playing playing this game actively still. So it's important for me to do my part to make sure that the rest of the Age of Empires world, not just AoE3, knows about Wars of Liberty and why it's the best mod ever, and why they should maybe even consider getting it. It is on Legacy, which isn't the hottest product right now, so the only chance we get of growing this community further, beyond those that still own the game on Steam, is basically to show them great War Rage, really good team games, all the new civs, and just let them know that, Legacy does it better for this, basically. I don't know. Well, actually, I do know how much money it would take to get Wars Liberty onto DE. It's pretty expensive though. Yeah, it would be like 100K out of my pocketbook or something to make it happen, which I currently don't have. So unfortunately, we'll have to wait a little bit for that. Maybe when I do get that in my pockets one day, depending on how well this channel does, totally we might get Wars Liberty over into the DE space and get it to the larger audience. But I guess here's the thing, and this might just be a theory. You never really just want to port over a mod immediately to the next rendition of the game, because you never know if there's going to be another rendition and another one and another one. You know what I mean? You don't know how these companies work exactly. There could be a Definitive Edition .2 at some point that basically takes everything DE did and DE's the DE, basically, when computer hardware and graphics really improves or something. Maybe the next AoE 3 is going to be a first-person experience like Overreign. Who knows? So you gotta keep up with that stuff, you know what I mean? Big time. Yeah. For right now, though, I'm pretty fine with DE where it is and where Wars Liberty is. We'll be enjoying those new Middle Eastern civs coming out whenever they do. And let me just let these Juanitos know it's in vivo. Juanito in vivo, meaning we're live in Juanito language. Definitely put on the official AoE server. I had to make sure we have lots of games today on there, because normally I just say, oh, I'm going to be casting some games today, but no, we got lots of games today. Yeah, did a really good job of getting me a lot of recordings today. So as long as, they all play, I'm a little bit skeptical of the Koth, because those usually out of sync for whatever reason. I don't know why they do, but I don't know. Maybe we'll save it to the end, or sort of the second to the last of the end, basically. Yeah, pretty strange. And I was trying to read something on some other message board, but that's alright. We'll just keep moving along. Where are we at now? Probably want to go up to the Brazil server. Let the Brazilian Juanito Boleros know that we're live. That's a good idea. Who else do we want to spread to? Definitely the RTS Discord. Yep. Here. Any other ones we're forgetting at all? Whom? I think maybe... Which one? Oh yeah, that one. That one's a pretty good server. This one. Nice. Cool. Alright. Is that everything we need? I think so. I think that's all the servers I got under my belt right now. Usually when I finish a stream, I'll send it also to the ESOC Discord server as well, just in case if anyone in the ESOC community still wants to know about competitive Wars of Liberty still, since the ESOC community has hosted a lot of Wars of Liberty events in the past, In fact, on the ESO platform, there is ELO rankings for Wars of Liberty as a separate category now. So if you want to play Wars of Liberty on the ESO platform online with your friends, you can actually get yourself some ranking on there. I'm on the ranking as well as a bunch of the other WoW players. So if you want some rank recognition for being good at WoW, that's where you want to go. So the whole world will know how good you are at Wars of Liberty. And you might even be as famous as I am. Yeah. Ooh, it's Cap. Hey, I love you, Glingo. Posted in Facebook. Good. So, basically, we have multiple Facebooks for Wars of Liberty. We got the standard international one for where English is the standard language. We got the Juanito one in Spanish. And I think we got a Brazil Portuguese one as well. If we have any other ones that are like Russian or Turkish or perhaps, I'm not too aware of those just yet, because we do have some large communities of players from Russia, Turkey, Egypt, and so forth. We got players from all over the world, basically, to do Wars of Liberty, so it's a very diverse community, pretty much, yeah. So, my second job is to get all these recordings downloaded onto my computer and count them out to you, so you know how many games we're going to be doing today, provided I can get to them all. So, today, we got... How many do we got? We got... I'll start from top and go bottom, just so I make sure I'm not duplicating anything. Where do we start? So what date was last Thursday? Last Thursday was the 26th, right? So from everything from now till then. Alright, so this is going to be a pretty big collection, I think, yeah. This is going to be a pretty big one to do. So let's start from top to bottom here. Alright, so we got one. The King of the Hill one. 2. We got 3. We got 4. Got even more Rommel games than I counted before, so we got even more of them to look at, which is great. We got 5. We got 6. We got 7. We got... Is that 7? Let me see. Let me just make sure I'm in the right place with auto versus auto. Alright, so we are number 7. That would be number 8 now. And what else we got? We got a number 9. Number 9. We got a 10th one. So we're already into double digits right now. So we're going to have a fun packed night tonight. We got 11. We got 12 and 13. And by the way, if I see any ones that have me in them, I generally try to skip over them because I already have the gameplay on my channel and I don't like to just gloat about myself for like 30 minutes. So, you know, I mean, I mostly want to focus on the accomplishments of the other World Juanitos, so you don't see them as much as me in terms of their strategies and build orders and everything, right? So, I think we're on 13, right? And now we are on 14 and 15. And there's even more. There is 16, 17. 17 matches. Almost 20 today. This is going to be huge. If these all work, we're going to have a fun day today. A very long and fun day, which I definitely like, you know. That's what you want from these, you know. You want very long streams of lots of casted game content in general, right? Yeah. Yep, I'll just confirm down here and do a quick head count. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, good collection. Actually, I think it'll tell me on the clipboard too. So when I paste it into the save game folder, we'll know what it is. Alright, so how many did we get exactly? 17 items. Alright, so indeed I got the count right before. Perfect. Any last words before we start casting some stuff? Can you put the links from others, wool groups, servers, etc.? I don't know about any other ones, but the Facebooks that you got, you know, I put the link out to the official Wars of Liberty server, the multiplayer server, the Leon server, the official AoE server, some other random ones that I know about, like the Brazilian AoE 3 community and a couple of other ones, basically. So I got some pretty good spread, you know. But if you know of any groups that I'm not aware about and you want to send the links there every time I go live, or whoever's tracking the stream or whatever, that's a great idea, you know, so we can get the word out even quicker. You know what I mean? Because unfortunately, you can't have unlimited Discord servers in your queue. You can only have so many, and then you actually have to start paying for a premium account on Discord to get more of them. So, yeah, it's not the most budgety option to have like a million servers on there with like 2 or 3 people. Basically, you gotta make sure the ones you pick are impactful, and you know they're gonna be filled with communities. They're gonna be coming to see you, basically. You know, so I try to aim for with most of them, which most of them are. You know what I mean? I either look for ones that have lots of users in them or ones that are involved with the game I'm either trying that's new or a new mod that I'm trying to do, basically. Yeah, so what's the first game called? I will check the bottom and we can save the lost one for last in case it out-syncs, basically. So yeah. So the first one is called Jap USA versus China India. It's going to be a 2 versus 2. And basically all the civs are Asian except for America. So that should be a fun one. Let's pick that one out right now. Jap USA, so that should start with the J, as in jalapeno, Juanito Jalapeno. I think I have to, I don't know, what will it show up on here? Hopefully it does. Kind of hoping it's just going to show up here. If not, then... Oh, wait a minute, no, these are numbers, right? You got, yep. I forget that sometimes, that, you know, the numbers come before the letters, yeah. I've done that so many times in programming classes. I'm like, oh, I don't see the letter, and they're like, oh, yeah, numbers, right? You gotta search to the right of the number ones, or below the number ones to find it. Now we got it, alright. Wait for this one to load up. Things good. No sound is playing in the background, right? It doesn't belong there. Awesome. That's always important. Okay, so before we get started, let's see what map we're on. So it looks like we're on Great Plains today. A map you're probably seen so many times, not only in Wars of Liberty, but also Definitive Edition, you know? It feels like every time I do production for ESOC TV or casting for House of the Trading Post, somebody is doing the Great Plains. It's just such a cool map with a lot of interesting outcomes on it, you know. It's a very wide open map, you know. There's not a lot of barriers there to protect you. I mean, the closest thing you could think of is maybe these little ponds, maybe these native sites, which in Legacy you get Comanche and you get the Cheyenne on, so a lot of really good cavalry natives to use, you know what I mean? Where's one of the Cheyenne ones? I think this would be it. Yep, here's a Cheyenne one. A lot of good anti-cavalry, you know? Comanche horse archer is, of course, a light cav or a maneuver unit. The Cheyenne is a hand cav that just happens to have anti-cav multipliers as well, so it's very versatile. Yeah, so I think this is going to be a pretty good match to get started on, so let's begin now and get ready with the castings. Alright, so on this team we got, who is this? We got P4B10 as India, teamed up with Mehmed Khan as the Chinese. So basically, that Hakka cuisine type game, definitely. So if you don't know what Hakka is, it's basically a cuisine that combines both Chinese and Indian flavors to it. So that's basically, we'll call them Team Hakka pretty much. And on the other side, we got Japan teamed up with, Cap is Japan, and then we got Lucas Fierro as the United States. So in this sense, Cap is the cute anime girl, and Lucas Fierro is the American simp living inside his mother's basement, right? So yeah, that's basically this team here. So it's Team Hakka Chinese Cuisine versus Team Cute Anime Girl and American Simp Team. Alright, so that should be easy to remember for us. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup. I think in general, this team might have a couple of issues depending on how well Cap can defend. You know, USA, very strong late game, probably one of the better late games, but in early game they're a little bit slow, you know what I mean? They don't get any real normal villager shipments per se unless you count the fur trader ones, so they can be a little bit slow at the start. I'll definitely acknowledge that. Yeah, so I think in general, if you're the China and India team, you're going to want to rush this as quick as possible, you know. Get a nice agri-fort out there onto the map, and have the China right behind you throwing in banner armies, both from their War Academy as well as from the Summer Palace. That would be my advice to them. Whether they do that or not, we'll see. One thing to be aware of, Cap is like a monster Japan. Really strong Japan. He knows how to mix in the Shigumas and the Kies just really well. He really knows how to abuse his Gensui or his Daimyo really effectively and ship the artillery right to the front lines with it, whether it's the Moritaru sieging or the Kanahaus, basically, popping down the infantry and artillery alike. He knows Japan in and out, basically. So let's check out this USA deck and see if it's going to be any good here. I mean, it's fine. We do have Fur Trader cards here, which is probably the best villager cards you're going to get out of this Civ. Also, you got Louisiana Purchase. It's a little bit more expensive, costing 200 coin, but it also could be considered a villager card as well, because it does give you 3 of the CBDs, otherwise known as the Courier de Bois. In addition to 3 CBDs, you get a decent food trickle of 1.5. No, I don't think it's as good as Colbertism, right? But, you know, any trickle is a good trickle. Everything else seems to be upgrade cards, you know? Your Refridge, your Royal Mint, your Textile Mill, your Rum Distillery. So yeah, if USA makes it into age 3 or 4, I think that's where USA is going to be the most impactful here. As for Japan, what is Japan running? Japan is running Standard. So basically a really good competitive and perhaps even ranked 2v2 deck for Japan, you know? You got the cherry orchards, you got all the basic Shiguma and Kie shipments you need. These are basically the replacement to the Yumi Archer for those coming from DE. This is the replacement to the Ashigaru. You got Diplomatic Intrigue. Basically all the average Japanese cards you would probably want, you know, has all the important artillery shipments as well here, as well as 2 of the Gensuis, which are the replacement to the Daimyos. In age 2, you get Siago Takamori, and then in age 4, you got Yamagata Oritomo, basically. So yeah, most definitely. And what about the opposing team? Also, what wonders are we getting? I wonder... Oh, Toshugu's Shrine. So playing more greedy here, you know? Normally, an aggressive Japan will go with the Torii Gates, but if Cap can pull off a Toshugu's Shrine greed here with the USA, that would be a pretty big move, I think. And just highlight how skilled he is. China is going for, what are they going for? China's going for Summer Palace. That's the common one to go with. Works very effectively. In terms of deck, going for some very unconventional cards, but ones they probably would have done like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years ago when I was still learning China. I didn't really start to master the true gameplay of China until I started doing Defib Edition a bit. But what he's doing here is basically he started out with Year of the Rat, which basically will allow you to gain additional villagers when you age up, basically. So once you go to age 2, you get like 1 free vill, age 3, 2 vills, and then from there, those other age ups, you get like 3 free villagers. You really need to get a lot of age up for it to really matter, you know? If it just turns into an age 2 fight, it's kind of a useless card, I would say. Sumptuary Laws, kind of a decent trickle card. It's not really impactful in one area. It just gives you sort of a little bit of everything, you know, a little food, a little wood, a little coin, plus some export and XP. As for India, what is India going to do? India is going with the defensive agri-fort. Yep, a little bit strange, but you do need to keep in mind the Cap is really good with cavalry raiding, with the Gunto Riders, which are the replacement to the Naginata Rider in Wars of Liberty. So he does need to make sure he's defending really well from that. You do get 2 free sepoys with going with the agri-fort as well, which helps with the initial push. Starting to queue up sepoys here, which is really smart. This is just about what you do with Indian, probably like 99% of the games, you know. just go for a push of sepoys, and depending on how the wind blows, you can go semi-FF, get like, I don't know, like 10, 12 of the sepoys out, and then just age up from there. Or you can take it further and go for a full attack. I suggest they go for a full attack on USA and just catch them off guard, you know. They'll have the support of Japan, but that'll probably be their best shot of ending this quickly, you know. They really don't want to give USA time to grow, and they definitely don't want to give Cap time to cap on his economy, since he's going so greedy with the Toshugu Shrine. Are they aware of his wonder? Nope, wrong button. Let me see. Nope, they don't know about. They don't know that he's got the Toshugu Shrine, so they're probably thinking, oh, he might have a Torii Gate and might attack us. They're fully unaware that Cap is just capping on his resources right now. Yep, this is what Japan does. Just run around the map, grab all the Huns, get the shrines on them, and just watch your economy just soar, pretty much. Yeah. What is USA doing? I'm kind of curious. And before we do that, let's just check out India real quick. So this is standard India play. This could be a standard Indian 1v1 deck or a 2v2 deck, honestly. This works fairly well, you know what I mean? Really nothing missing here from an India deck that you would want. So that I'm totally fine with. Yep, and I just want to look at China one more time as well, just to make sure we didn't miss anything big in the layer ages. This card I'm a little bit questioning here, Flatland Castle. It's kind of like a beginner card. I think there's a lot of better cards you could go for, like perhaps the Nian Riders, the Tigerman. One of those unit shipments probably should be here in lieu of that, but it's totally fine. This card, I find kind of misplaced if you're not going to go with the White Pagoda and go for that whole Bruce Lee Kung Fu fighting stuff. Yeah. Oh, looks like Sakul is actually going to start attacking with the Marines right now, called the Leathernecks here. So these are actually what we call naval infantry, which are a specialized type of skirmisher, which instead of the normal multipliers deal increased damage to artillery as well as siege units. So things like the Grenadier, battering ram, that sort of thing. Anything with the siege trooper tag. But they can do pretty well in standard combat too. They get like 16 range. And they actually have some crush armor as well, so if you try to shoot them with like a falconet, or maybe you got a fort shooting them, they can survive a bit of abuse from that type of stuff, you know? So, a pretty decent unit of what it specializes in, but note it does have a malice against the cavalry, so you do need to be aware of that pretty much. Like, these Nian Riders will completely cook and roast him if he's not careful there. India also going for some aggression here, but he's going to be caught off guard by the Shigumas, though. Thankfully, he's attacking the monk, but India a little bit slow to respond there. I would have gone out there a lot quicker, I think, because the thing is Japan's going to try to pursue you now. Note how Ashigarus as well as Shigumas by extension are just really fast, you know. Sepoys move at a speed of about 4. These things move at 4.5, you know. This is what makes them such a monster in both Legacy and in Wars of Liberty is. They're just very fast and they can chase down their targets really easily. More Sepoys coming out for India. Probably going to hunker down and try to get a bit of a defense here, which at this point when you're dealing with Cap, you kind of have to do. You know what I mean? If Cap wants to attack you, he's going to come out with armies and armies of those infantry, and you got to be ready to deal with those waves. I bet he would have loved to take out one of these shrines perhaps, but now it's kind of too late at this point because the Shigumas are already there to protect, alongside the support of the now 1 HP emergency units that have been used up, basically. So these might get a few hits in as well. Does Sakul keep up with his Leatherneck production? Oh, he's going to 2 barracks as well as a foundry. I did notice Gurkha's coming out of India as well here. So a bit of a change in unit class to deal with the Shigumas. Very smart call by him. The Gurks will be a little bit more expensive in coins, so yep, you do need to re-macro a bit and put some more onto the coin mine there. Yeah, we'll see what happens though. China not doing a whole lot right now. If I was China right now, I would be trying to get a bit of a mass going. Oh, they're going for the FF. Very, very interesting. So what would this be, a naked FF? Yeah, because they didn't really train much units until they got the transition going, it looks like. So this might be considered like a naked FF almost. Yeah. But yeah, they're already starting to get some of those old Han armies coming out. Chukonu plus the Tigerman. Yeah, Tigerman, these are basically just the Quang Pikemen from the Definitive Edition game, just with the whole new model and everything. Instead of using a spear, they do the same thing with like a sword and shield, basically. And they look a lot cooler too, honestly, you know. If you could compare this thing to the Quang Pikeman, I think this thing looks a lot more neat with his like dragon shield and his tiger skin clothing and everything. His tiger design's really neat. Yep, India's going to try to cap here a little bit on cap and take out some of the shrines. Yep, that's one of the ways you hurt Japan's economy, actually. Burn a shrine down or two. Take out 2, take down 3. You know, force them to react. I just want to say to India, make sure you're paying attention here, because now you've gotten their attention and they're going to want to save these shrines. I mean, if they lose a couple of them, they're just going to be unhappy about, but if they lose all the shrines, that's a big threat, so of course they're going to come to respond to that. And of course India isn't responding to him. You can literally see him in his fog of war now, and he's still sieging away. Alright, I think he might have been trying to greed that, but now he is engaging. Not the best move. You know you're outnumbered by 2 players, that should tell you something. Get out of there. Because now, even if you retreat, Japan's Shigumas can run faster than you and hunt you down. You're going to lose the Gurkhas, which is probably the more important unit here. But it still gets away with about 10 of the sepoys. I wonder what China's going to do to help out here. Like, we'll see though. Let me see. 1k wood. Maybe ships in about 10 Zangus. These would be good. These are the Wars of Liberty version of the Arquebusiers, so just a good, decent skirmisher. You might also want to upgrade into repelling volley and get that multiplier up on all your skirmish units, both your Chukanus and your Zangus. Anything else that looks appealing here? Maybe the Handmores if you're gonna go for a siege. I would get the Zangus or this first. Depending on what you go from there, you can adapt, obviously. If they, for whatever reason, win Cav, which I doubt, then you got the Tigerman there. That's if you need it. I don't think you're going to need it here. I just hope that they pivot their army classes and upgrades appropriately to deal with the attack, because also don't go out alone. Go as a team, go together, because now you're in a kind of a weird position here, because now basically you're kind of caught out on your own, and these guys might actually try to surround you now if you're not careful. Does he know about what's going on? No, he does not, so he's kind of going to be caught off guard here. Let's see if he reacts. He does not react, and he loses a lot of stuff really for free there. That was already a pretty bad position, but he made it a whole lot worse by not responding in time and just walking alone. He really should have grouped up with India, get all their units together at least, because now this is going to put them in a really awkward situation. These are now disciplined or veteran Shigumas, so even more stats. Let's see where Japan's... Yeah, Japan is already ready for Age 4 now, which they're going to get. With what wonder? I wonder what? The Shogunate. Yep, that's usually going to be the 3rd one. That makes your military units cheaper, of course, and it gives you another Gensui or Daimyo to work with, too. So, it actually lets you retrain them as well, so if you lose them on the battlefield, you can retrain them again. Yeah, I think Japan alone could probably take these 2 on at this point because of their amount of units, their economy, their upgrades are just really good. Opting to go for the cherry orchards now. These are just really good food resources for Japan. You gather quite well as you actually get market upgrades that also improve their gather rate, as you know. So, yeah, it makes total sense why Japan would want more of those cherry orchards. It's also very defendable, too. You know, you can put them, like, almost right up against your TC, almost, just to deal with raids. Not that these guys are going to be raiding anytime soon with their little pickle that they're in, but let's say one of them had, like, Zawars or something running around the map trying to take things out, then, yeah, that would be the protection you would want. So now, Japan is probably going to go for guard Shigumas, right? They're in that position now. They're also shipping in 4 of the canal cannons. India sends in about 7 grasshoppers. These are basically British skirmishers, yeah. British H2 skirmishers, which they get in wars with stats somewhat similar to the longbowmen, but unfortunately with the rated fire of skirmisher. So, not as good as longbowmen, you know what I mean? They actually get a bit better on the heavy infantry multipliers technically, so it's not a total loss. Here comes the Gensui here. Magorka Gaishi, he's the one that you get from the Shogunate age up. See how he just shipped the cannons right to him through his shipping point? That's a really powerful mechanic you can use with Japan and use really well. Just land the cannons right on top of you so you can start blasting away. Because now this is going to turn into a total destruction of this team now. Because it was bad enough when the guy... Yep, these are guard now. These are honored. So these are guard musketeers and 4 cannons on the front lines against 2 players who really haven't totally integrated in Age 3 yet, except maybe this China. This China is running the Zangus now and the Boxers, which is the H3 upgrade of the Chokunu and Tagaman, really, if you want to concern that, I guess. But yeah, I don't think that's going to be enough, though, to deal with the Japan problem. Might be enough to deal with the USA, but not the Japan problem. And here comes the Moritaros right now. These are the siege unit. All these Indian buildings are at risk again, blown up now. You know what I mean? I think this Tower of Victory is going to be the Tower of Failure if you don't defend this thing with some miracle weapon here. Zama Barracks, unupgraded, total trash. This will absolutely do nothing here. Notice how they don't even have multipliers against artillery. That's like nothing against his cannon. You're just gonna camp them on here, and the Shigumas are just gonna spray them all down. Like, that's like a total wash right there. Total mess. Yeah, seriously though. Seriously. Team Japanese cute anime girl and American simp is doing really well right now, and it looks like the Hakka Chinese cuisine team is not cooking their meal properly here and just falling flat behind. Arumi's coming out. This is like your only hope of really doing anything, but no supports. Even that's not going to help you out too much. He did get some kills, which, you know, you gotta give him credit for getting like 1 or 2 kills, but yeah. If you group them with like a bunch of Gurks and other things, Arumi are probably like one of the most legendary units you can make. You know, you saw that in that match I uploaded last night, actually, that 2v2. You saw how I was able to mix Arumi with Mahouts, and it's like a death trap of like splash attacks. But what you saw right there is kind of the wrong way to use Arumi, really. Look at this bad micro going right into the center of the formation. This is a really bad formation to do in any like actual war, not just AoE 3, but like military tactics wise. You don't send a whole army into a larger infantry front where they can claw around you. That's gonna lead to a loss in most cases, you know what I mean? So just be aware of your surroundings and make sure you're microing and paying attention and all that. But I know at this point, it didn't look too good after a while there. We can certainly look at the post game and see how far it goes. Like you take the weakest player on the Hakka cuisine team, and you take the highest player on the Japanese anime girl and American simp team here. Like double the score up here. This just shows you how well Japan basically was running this game from the start. Absolutely insane how they're running this game from the start. You cannot even fathom how insane that was. Monas chinas in Spanish. Hello, Mr. Gringo. Oh, I like being called Senor Gringo. Senor Gringo really fits me well. I like it. Good title. So now we're going to look over here at the graphs and see sort of some big things you can normally look at in like a post game is like villager numbers. Japan was way ahead there. China was really low there, and sort of like USA and India were sort of neck and neck, I guess. India was technically a little bit better. The way India basically gets really ahead in Wars of Liberty is the fact that the cards actually deliver a number of villages proportional to the age that they are in. So a card in age 4 will actually give you free 4 villages instead of just 1. It's one of the things that makes India more strong in Wars of Liberty than they are in DE even. And they're a pretty strong civ there too, mind you, so I mean, quite well. Resources, Japan was... This is just the exponential growth of the villagers and the shrines being built. Boosted by the Toshugu Shrine, of course. Let's look at military unit population as well. This one was all over the place, you know, I mean, it looks like going up and down, up and down. In general, you see a trend, though, of where USA was just swarming lots of Marines out there, or Leathernex. In Japan, you know, they started steady with more stronger units, and eventually they just overtook it at the end and just massed up really big. So yeah, that's going to be the first match we're going to do, and now we can go on to game number 2. And let me turn that off. That was used from our PvZ Heroes recording that I did yesterday. I keep that banner in the background so it just doesn't look like a bunch of empty space when I'm doing the recording. Pretty smart tactic. It's cool that you got to see that if you haven't seen it yet, you know. If you like PvZ Heroes, I play that too and record new decks with that all the time that I come up with, you know. I don't have all the legendaries. I'm technically a budget player in that sense because I didn't put any money into the gems or anything. So if you like seeing me come up with deck ideas with what I got, always be on the lookout for that as well. What is our game number 2 going to be? So our game number 2, our record game, is going to be called... And where is that? It's right here. It's called India, Germany versus Japan, USA. So we know how well Team Cute Anime Girl and American Simp works. And they're going to team up once again against now India and Germany. Alright. So I'll find that one. It starts with an I. I for India. And let me see where that is. So here's the match. I think from what we saw last game, we sort of know who's got an edge coming into this one, perhaps. But we'll see. Depends on who the combatants are. Alright, so it looks like the Japan might have... So who's on this team? So we got Germany here, teamed up with India. So it's actually Cap in the team Germany here. Germany is actually Cap's main civ, so he's going to be really good with this. We see P4B's India again. And who will they be facing? They'll be facing off against Mehmed Khan. Now, he is the cute anime girl, and Sakul Fiero is still the poor little American simp boy who's in love with the Japanese anime girl who is his Oshi right now. So that... Player names have changed a bit on the teams, but similar team concept here. We'll see if it works in the end. And by the way, this map is called Kamchatka, represents the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. It's a pretty interesting map in team games because you get these rivers that runs through the whole map pretty much. And you get these little crossings basically that, you know, you can cross to get over. Here, you rarely ever see boats being used, but I suppose you could use them with a dock or something. There's no fish, though, so don't do it for, like, eco reasons. Yeah. And then you get this nice trade route. It starts up here, goes right through the center of this middle island, if you could call it that. Well, it's not really an island, because it's literally dry land, so it couldn't be an island. It's just this big bulge that sticks out, and the trade route sort of comes in the back of here, so... Yeah, let's begin this one and see if the concept of cute anime girl and American simp works again? Or will the German-Indian combo will do anything this time? Yeah. So, Germany. Why is Cap's Germany probably going to be the strongest thing here? Well, this is not the Germany that your grandma and grandpa, me at age 25 or 26, grew up with, right? This is actually more closer to the British Civ that you know in Definitive Edition, you know what I mean? As you can see here, you got a house, right? And when you build the house, a magic trick happens, right? Free villager spawns from every house that you build. They're called Mites Cairns. They might look like a normal house, but they give you a free villager and they cost about 135 wood, so they're more expensive for that reason, basically. It's off to the races to get as many of these manor houses as possible. That's kind of the way you want to do this. Yeah. We see Cap going on to wood right now, which makes me think two things. Or actually three possible things. A, going for a trading post. B, going for hunting dogs in the market. Or C, going for more of those houses. Okay, so this was a pretty interesting strategy here. So he knew he had some floating wood that he wasn't going to use, so he actually did some chopping just so he could get enough wood to get a second free villager from his second Mites Cairn house there. Smart move on his part of making the most of his resources. Yeah. We don't need to know too much about any of this game. Probably he's going to use the same deck he did last time, and I would totally do the same thing because his deck looked fairly good, you know what I mean? He had the right idea, he had the right deck, so I mean, he wasn't exactly able to deal with Cap's Japan because it's like on a different level, but if it was against another Juanito, I think his deck would have been perfect, so I hope he sticks to that concept. And what about Mebecon? What does he... So he's already sending a different card here. Cherry Blossom Festival. Villagers gather faster from berry bushes and cherry orchards. So because there's no berry bushes on this map, basically you start out with 3 cherry orchard rickshaws, which he already has built out here. Kind of a different strategy. And how's the deck look in general? So... he really likes this Flatland Castle card. I just really don't like this card too much. He does have the Sumptuary Laws as well, which I think all the Asian civs get. Has Team Chonindo. This is basically like economic theory, but as a team card, you know. It goes down to improving your gather rate by only like 8% instead of 10%, but it's there for the whole family, basically, you know. You got the mother, the father, and the little kid, you know. The whole team benefits from it. And also villager cards, too. Other than that, though, I think the deck looks fine. You know what I mean? It looks almost reflective of what Cap was doing, honestly. So, I mean, I'm not going to poke too many holes at this deck, other than the Flatland Castle, honestly. And Lucas Fierro... running the exact same stuff he did last time. Why not? Worked last time, so why not do it again? Basically. Yeah, so this will be interesting. And what is Cap doing, by the way? Because Cap actually has a pretty big variety of Germany builds that he runs. So this one is called Boom 1v1. So right away that tells you one thing. He's going to be booming for lots of additional houses to get free vills from. And you see right here a card called the Hobreich Plan. It makes the Mites Cairns cheaper. If you know anything about the British Civ and DE, they get a card called Virginia Company. It does exactly the same thing, and it has the same cost effect. In Wars of Liberty, it will make the houses only cost about 88 wood, which is actually cheaper than the normal house that doesn't give you free villagers. So think about that. Think of all the free villagers he's going to get now, especially as he's trying to chop wood in the transition, you know. And because he has enough food, he can already start to queue up from the TC at the same time as well and get a really good boom going here. Yeah, and it kind of becomes a situation if the enemy team doesn't put any pressure on you. You just go right ahead and get all 20 free villagers, since, as you know, houses come with a build limit of about 20, right? 20 villagers ahead. that's usually going to just win you a game if you can do that without a contest, you know what I mean? Unless their Civ has their own sort of mechanic, like Portuguese, to match up to that, which, you know, I don't think USA is going to do. And unless Japan is playing as good as Cap was, they're probably not going to be able to match that either, honestly, you know. Japan versus Germany is definitely a very interesting matchup, you know, because they're sort of the same in many ways. They both get musketeers strong in their own sort of way, and they get really good boom strategies. So I'm going to be a bit interested to see who is able to do what here with their Civ. Aged up with the Statesman, which is the same as the Governor General, gives you some coin, as well as a redoubt wagon, which is just an outpost. Yep, so just a tower. India's going with their Agra Fort still. And deck looks the same, right? Yep, exact same deck. Totally fine with that deck. Totally respect it. Japan is doing what they're supposed to, going out onto the map and looking for hunts to put the shrines down on. Really good idea. Does USA do the same thing that they did last game and try to get some Marines out onto the field early and start attacking? We'll find out, honestly. Oh, they're starting out with Spontooner, which is Spearmen. Yeah, these are basically just pikemen, but they're more American looking, you know. Yeah, basically they got like the little American tricorn hat on. So yeah, they basically pikemen, but they look like American Revolution pikemen, basically. Yeah. They got a bit of different stats. You know, they do less damage than the standard pikemen, but they have stronger multipliers of 6 instead of 5 against all cav units. So a little bit more specialized in the anti-cav role, but the siege isn't too bad. You know, 28 siege, not too bad at all, considering the Ville only does like 5 siege, right? So that's definitely a lot better than that. And I think it's still better than what you get out of the Marine or the Leathernecks as well. Yeah, again, these are basically good against things with the Siege Trooper tag, like Grenadiers, as well as artillery units. They ended up getting those stats from the Marine unit from Definitive Edition. You know how you could upgrade your Minutemen into Marines, basically? They basically got stats very similar to this, and that's what the devs decided to turn them into. Because all the previous concepts of the Marine were just really bonkers and broken. First having multipliers against infantry, and then getting crush damage instead of pierce damage. So they sort of settled on something like this that clearly works with the balance of DE very well. Just to make it a fair unit, but a unit that still distinguishes itself from your everyday skirmisher or musketeer. And they do have the skirmisher tag, by the way, if you look here, so they will not take any multipliers from enemy skirms, which is good to know, you know what I mean, for planning your strategies, basically. But that does mean they will take multiplier damage from things like the Salwar, the Gunto Rider, the Nagi, things like that just happen to have skirmisher multipliers built in, or even anti-skirms. You know, the Counter Jaeger from DE, they got some of those in Wars of Liberty. I think they actually have had that for a very long time before DE even came out with the Flanker and stuff. When the Flanker was an anti-skirm, yeah. Now it's sort of like it's really wacky thing. Good defensive ag replacement here by India to support its ally. Because all you really need to do is team India and Germany. Just make sure that nobody from the opposing team attacks you at all. You know what I mean? You don't even need to push this, because Germany is just going to cap on their economy as long as you hold your position. Yeah. And if you're on this team there, you kind of have to hope that your Japan pulls through and gets a really good eco here if you're going to stay back. Otherwise, you have to do some sort of pressure on India, probably. You know what I mean? Yeah, we see USA still continue to push out Leathernecks here, and actually is engaging in a fight that is severely disfavored. The only thing that these Leathernecks are going to do good here is their 16 range versus their only 12 range, but you're going to need some unit numbers to pull that off, basically. 1 second, let me check that phone real quick. Coming in a few minutes, so I'm going to have to go and grab that when it comes. But we should be good to keep continuing for a few more seconds. Just keep doing that. Yeah, so what we got here, USA aging up with Samuel Colt. This is a really good politician in general for the Anglophone of USA because he has a really good... oh, wait a second. He actually decides to cancel out the age up. Probably out of concern. You know, out of concern. One thing to note about USA, they get extra technologies. So they can actually get a milder upgrade for their units in Age 2 called the private upgrade. Yeah, because it basically emulates the US military structure. You know, you start out as like a regular unit, then you become a private, then you become a specialist, then a corporal, then a sergeant, then a lieutenant, basically, right? The general is its own unit, so you can't become that. You're not going to have General Leatherneck. Hey, General Leatherneck, how's the weather today, you know? The general's just a general, pretty much. Yeah. Yep, and let me just make sure everything's... Is there anything big here we need to notice very quickly? So, basically... USA's doing that. Getting the second mining upgrade too here, fascinating. It's basically Anglophone's version of amalgamation. Germany is actually going up with an Age 3 with the city planner. This is the same as the bishop in DE basically, so it gives you a covered wagon that you can turn into a town center. So it's really good booming. And it really reflects the cap deck's name pretty much really well. Going for Musketeer Hussar. So we see line infantry, aka musketeers, teamed up with hussars here. Also again, amalgamation himself. This is just going to be a really nasty economy to deal with. And it's going to be able to afford large swaths of the musketeer hussar combo really good here, I think. You know, this is like classic definitive edition or, you know, ESOC TV British play in general. You know what I mean? Hussar and musket. Yeah, most definitely. Before we see any, like, big fights, though, I'm probably just going to pause super quickly so I can wait that delivery, which should be here pretty soon. Don't want to miss it. Do a few more seconds, I guess, and see what India's doing. So India is just massing up a bunch of sepoys. Looks like, again, it's, what would that be? It's 600 wood out. Also allied with the British, as you see here, because they got, again, the grasshoppers, which are the British Age 2 skirmishers. And Japan's going Age 3 now with the Tory Gates. This is kind of a strange setup, honestly. You normally don't see Japan start out with the Shogunate and then go with the Tory Gates. You usually see the Tory Gates, then the Golden Pavilion, and then the Shogunate, you know, so the order's a little bit lopsided there. At least Japan's putting up some walls to try to stall the enemy a bit. It's a pretty good move. Yeah, definitely. went with the Dutch consulate, which is definitely a good option because you can get a bank, you can get a church and a capital as well. I believe it comes with a bunch of the European texts there and an arsenal. So, yeah, it's great. Well, I think in Tad it was a church, but here it's a capital because, a lot of those church texts moved to the capital in Moore's Liberty pretty much. Because the capital as well. The capital, it's the capital, right? The capital of your civilization, so better have a bunch of texts. Yeah. I'm going to check the door one more time for that delivery, and then we should be good to go once it arrives. Alright, I received my delivery and we should be good to continue now. Alright, so where are we at with Japan? They're picking up the Shiguma Musketeer upgrade, is that right? Alright, so that's a good point for us to start here. We just sort of see both sides just grouping up their armies at this point. Germany going Age 3 with the city planner, focusing mostly on boom, but they got the army there to back it up. They've also gotten the veteran upgrades on both said line infantry / musket and hussar. So good anti-cavalry, good anti-skirmisher artillery here. So really good, well-rounded army overall. Not a lot you can do to really overcome this mass here. Putting barracks on the front lines, not only as an aggressive tool, but also protection for the forward town center Teutonia. Teutonia, that's such a funny name of a TC. Like the Teutons, the Germans, in AoE2, the Teutons, call it Teutonia. The land of the Teutonic Knights, yeah. Such an original name. Japan doing some samurai. That might come in handy against the hussar threat, I think. So as long as he doesn't throw those into a bunch of random like infantry on India's side, maybe we see the samurai do something. I don't like how he's just going into enemy territory and like throwing them in there like that. What does he think he's gonna do with this thing, like raid or something? I mean, look, it even has a malice against villagers of about half. So it's only doing like 14 damage, and as you know, villagers have hand armor, so it'd be more like 11 damage, 10 damage, which is not good. Absolutely not good. We got a combo with like spears and leathernecks here. Japan's got their Shigumas right on the side here. I like this team, how they're keeping their armies together here to work together. You know, so if Germany pushes in, they're going to be the ones at a disadvantage. Also, you've got the choke point here between the water, so they're not going to be able to spread out and do all sorts of wacky micro stuff if you keep the fight in this quadrant here. Just don't push too ahead and give them that open space to cause problems for you, really. And where did these skirms come from? Were these shipped? Were these trained? Looks like those were trained skirmishers. Alright, so Germany did make a few skirmishers here as a potential counter to Japanese infantry. Is picking up advanced arsenal technologies, as he did ship the Spandau arsenal, which basically is an Age 3 variant of advanced arsenal. Since you get the arsenal already in Age 3, you can't just give it a bonus of getting an early arsenal, so what it does is it cuts the cost of all the techs in half. To the point that counter-infantry rifling actually costs what it does in Definitive Edition, which is kind of weird, but for all the other ones like paper cartridge, breastplate, all those, those are just going to be much cheaper to get. India doing some howdahs this game. I'm presuming those were shipped howdahs. Looks like got 2 howdahs here. Also could ship in 2 mahouts, which would be a really good assault unit. But my bets are on this front here being where the main fighting is going to take place, but we do need to keep this front in mind as well, especially as the walls come down with one more headbutt of the elephant at that point. But I will say this India army looks nothing like we see on the Germany side at this point. So we're going to have to see how well Germany can push this out. I think in general, though, Germany has set themselves up pretty well here. They actually got enough resources to start getting the Royal Guard upgrade, the Koth line infantry, which would give them really good 40% stats, which they are doing actually. So he heard me there, Cap heard me, and he's getting that Koth upgrade. Is also going to start getting this Stuttgart manufacturing. This is the same thing as Robber Barons, but you get a free heavy cannon with it too. So that's like a really significant value card to get. Pushing in as the flintlock and the socket bayonets are coming in. So these muskets will be fully upgraded for Age 4, both in terms of barracks upgrades and even from the arsenal. Running the hussars right into the spontooners is never a good idea, so he's going to have to pull them back. Lost a few of them. Looks like he lost about 2 of them. But now spontooners have to pull back as Maycoffers pull in. I'm assuming he's running the needle gun card that basically gives him a better rate of fire so they shoot faster. That's what makes the German line infantry particularly ferocious to deal with. Good advantage of being at this spot is again, both players are able to work together. Spontooners are able to thrust into the hussars. Leathernecks are able to maintain a line here separate from that of the Japanese infantry, and they can work to cut through these hussars and then try to single out the German infantry. The Mahouts, being the cav units, try to make their way over here to act as like a big tank and maybe tank some more bullets for the German infantry, but it looks like they'll be able to defend on this front for now. Yep, they certainly have a bunch of stuff to work with here. And India's army's coming too little too late, and they might actually be totally surrounded here because we see them being pursued by more of the Shagumas from Mehmed Khan on this side, and then the main fighting force is still down here where they are pursuing right now. So this could be a disaster of a strategic positioning for this Germany and India team there. Yep, as you can see there, Sepoy's a bit late to notice that they're being attacked. They're going to already be taking some numbers there. And now we're going to see them try to shoot their way through their lines right now. More Shagumas coming in to provide some reinforcement there, and now they're basically going to be able to group up as a team and go for a push at this point. We see the steel gun, which is basically what Wars of Liberty calls heavy cannons, from that Stuttgart manufacturing card, sort of strawing along there alongside the remaining line infantry there. Regrouping will be necessary for this team to actually make any sort of defense. And certainly if they want to defend Germany's town center there too, in their positioning. I think at this point, you kind of have to be aware that Germany can catch up very quickly. They seem to have a very solid economy right now, who will actually begin refrigeration, which is a really good gather rate card, as you know, for the food, for the mills. Also picking up artificial fertilizer, which, as you know, is the second upgrade for the mills. So this is a fully boosted up food economy. One thing that Germany is missing, I will say, Krupp factories. You should have about both Krupp factories at this point. Any wood cards? Nope, no wood cards. But I would say, if you can't get your Krupp factories, try to get needle gun as soon as possible, just so you can make these line infantry really good. Did I mention that Germany can get free artillery? There's a billing that gives you free artillery in Germany, and no, it's not the factory. Well, you got the factory, but they also get Krupp factories. These 500 wood buildings that do cost a bit of pop, since they are considered a villager job and do involve work that's at the rate of like villager seconds in terms of maths, but they do give you free artillery that you can choose, either mortars, culverins, or falcons, called foot artillery. Or you can get some splicer options too, which we don't see here, but you can actually configure Krupp factories to get steel guns or the Farpanzers pretty much. Yep, and now we see the Arumis coming alongside some villagers here. These Indian villagers are pretty bold and are actually going to try to take this mine here. You should be aware that if Japan wanted to, they could run a bunch of infantry up here and try to stop this. Though the Arumi are kind of a good deterrent, I think. You know, they can do a lot of damage, as you know. Arumis are probably one of the most OP units in like the Legacy game. Probably even in DE as well. So you gotta definitely consider that before you engage with them ever. Picking up standing army on the German side. That's basically going to allow the infantry to train even faster now. USA is getting Blackleys, probably in anticipation of free German artillery from the Krupp factories, which looks like isn't going to come right now, but it can be useful for taking out that lonely steel gun. Also, these kind of How cannons will also be very good for taking down that one steel gun too. I do like the mass that they're doing here on the Japan and USA side to try to prepare for Germany coming in. And India, where are they at? India's still making sepoys. They're going to be pushing their own front, it looks like. And Cap is getting second upgrade on the plantations there, homesteading. I think in general, though, It really comes down to how well they beat Germany's army here and if they can push forward with whatever India's doing. Yeah. I think Germany's in like a really good economic place, so they'd have to lose pretty badly here for them to have any real shot at like pushing them out at this point. That's kind of what I see here at this juncture here. Canal cannons correctly targeting the enemy artillery. Blackley's moving into position, and I think that'll be the nail in the coffin for it. Yep, it totally is. And now it's just a bunch of German line infantry massed up together. But watch out, he's getting needle gun right over here. These things are going to shoot even faster now. These things will probably be able to hold their own at this point. 40 range damage with a faster rate of fire than your average musketeer. That is a pretty good thing to push in with, all the while deterring Cav with their bayonets. Getting the third upgrade on the plantations at this point, that's going to be a really good boost to the eco as well, probably to well-round it. At this point, though, you're going to need more food. As you know, muskets only cost about like 25 coin, which line infantry happen to be muskets, so coin is pretty cheap, so the coin's not as important, but you still need it. Food is the most important cost. And what is Japan preparing for? So they're probably looking to go age 4 at this point, I think, to keep up with stuff. And so they can get these Shigumas up to honored upgrade and perhaps get even more shipments of artillery to support. Considering what they're seeing right now, I think that would probably be an appropriate choice. I just don't know what Germany's got cooking right now. And you still got this large Indian army still massing up here on your northern side. You got to take all these decisions very carefully before you go in. What's up with the single Sawar, though? So, like, let me check that. Like, what is he running for, like, camel cav here? Okay, so did he ship in Sawars at all? Or looks like he might have just queued up a bunch of them here, because I see about 4 of them. Why did he make 4 Sawars and 4 Zams for? Why did he do that exactly? I don't know. Like, he was clearly doing Howdah there. Why did he mix in the camels? I just don't know, because I know the Japanese infantry are pretty good at taking down camels of India, so I'm not too sure what that planning, what went into that planning basically, so I'm a little bit unsure of that, honestly, at this point. Oh, going for the sneaky wing. Cap is going to cap on the element of surprise and catch the American simp of the cute anime girl off guard over here. Yeah. Cute anime girl's going to be busy trying to protect her Oshi status up here, and her poor little Super Chad paying simp down here is going to be defending his side here. So, yeah, we're going to see if this works out. If Japan defends it, maybe they truly are the waifu of your dreams. If they don't, maybe not. Maybe they're just a Japanese dude with a cat ear costume on or something. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see, though. Yeah, look at this mass of just, like, make off the line here. The Black Waves are absolutely useless in this matchup since there's no more artillery. Good move by Cap and basically making the Culverin units basically worthless at this point. And just overrunning them with pure stats and numbers. You know it's good when you both have the numbers and the stats. Actually outnumbering, I think, both armies here. Giving India free time to go after Japan. Just really good stuff overall, I would say here. This is just like a really good setup. Shipping in the Mahouts. Probably don't even need them at this point, but good to put some icing and the cherry on top of the sundae at this point, and whipped cream, so why not? Yeah, just a really good setup overall, I would say, here in this one. Absolutely in that matchup. Ooh, it's Kevin RK. Greetings to the person who is calling you on the telephone. 28. Yeah, it happens. It happens to the best of us and the worst of us. Sometimes we just get those phone call and delivery calls and stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. This was an interesting one. I mean, I feel like it was a little bit more of a balanced team, I feel like. I mean, I think Luke when you put Lucas and Cap on the same team against players like Mehmed and PB4, it can get a little bit daunting sometimes. So it's good to see a little bit more of a fair setup here, I think. Yeah, Cap is still the Cap, the captain, the Cap captain, the Mexi-Cap captain with best score here. Way over that of the other contestants here. Just really good. He kind of proved that going Japanese anime girl and American simp boy team doesn't always work, you know. Germany, India can definitely take the cake. Yeah, 100%. Military, needle gun makes the difference. It pushes you over the needle, basically. Pushes you over the needle to get needle gun, because that rate of fire improvement on your musketeers just obliterates units of all types, you know, cav, infantry, sometimes even artillery, depending on what the numbers are. Yeah. This is the wild factor though, is Mexi-Cap basically having indefinite cap advantage on villager numbers just because he picked Germany. You know, every time you build one of those manor houses or mites cairns, free villager, free villager, free villager, free villager, free villager, free villager. Every one of these climbs on the staircase up until this point was basically just free villagers from houses. And then after that, having multiple town centers from the city planner just moved the needle even further in that direction, really. In terms of military population, yep, Germany again not only had the upgrades, they had the numbers. They had the largest army in the game at this point. To put that into perspective. Even here they had a big army of like hussars and line infantry. It was really good stuff, you know. I mean, USA and Japan really did well to try to... They did great here, and then they just weren't able to keep up in the second wave, though. And India was, you know, India was doing India things, you know. I mean, they contributed, but they weren't like the one that was like pushing all the buttons, basically. Yeah. And of course, if you have lots of villagers, your economy is naturally going to soar above that of the opponents. Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case there. So if you want to get ahead of your opponents, you definitely need to make sure that you have a much steeper villager number than them usually, because those villager seconds do count in every facet, really, when you're planning out your eco. Germany just makes it really easy for you to do overall. So now we're going to be moving on to game number 3. I need to see what that recording is called right now on the Discord server, and we will be able to load that baby up right away. You know, so let's see what it is. And what is that recording called? It is called, let's see, Rec Games. It is called India versus Germany on an ESOC map. Ooh, an ESOC map. What is an ESOC map? Oh yeah, one that's made by the ESOC developers, right? Oh yeah, so I'm curious which one it's going to be. So it's India versus Germany is the recording game. So again, looking for I there. Aye, Captain. So let's see where it is. Let me see. So India versus Germany. I'm wondering if this is going to be the PB4 India against Cap, who will be going Germany again at this point. So let's see how this one turns. It's actually going to be Mehmed Khan's Germany. So it's a bit of a different opponent here. I don't know if Mehmed Khan's India deck's gonna be as good as PB4's, but we'll see here. So it looks like the map is Klondike, basically. So, yep. The thing you gotta know about Klondike is you get sort of 2 sections of this map. You got the trade route down here, and you got the sort of snowy section up here, basically, with a bit of different geographic tones to it. So up here, pretty much, you got the elevated side that has some cliffs. This is like a very narrow path that you can choke point and defend really well if you want to go this route. You got the center path here where you got the native, a lot of the natives here of the Nukas, pretty much, which, depending on your civ, you can utilize these pretty well. But this is the most open area. And then you got sort of the openish area down here where the trade route is. And this is the area where you're going to be spending a lot of time if you're the Ottomans or another civ that likes to eat up the trade route pretty much. So let's get started with this 1v1 and see who comes out on top. Alright, so Germany with Tony Cruz. We've already seen in game number 2 what Caps Germany can pull off here. So this is going to be a really good setup for Germany. I think they probably had the advantage here. Just telling from the score of last game and the macro and the build order and everything. So we'll see how that one turns out. And we'll see how well Mehmed Khan's India can actually do here. I think in general, though, if you were going to go up against a civ like Germany, I guess India would probably be one of your more favorite choices, just because India can do a lot of cool stuff, you know. They certainly got a lot of nice unit options. They got the Gurkha, they got the Mahout, the Sepoy. Like, if I was going to go up against the evil monster final boss civ, which is Wars of Liberty's Germany, I would probably want to do it with India if it had to be a legacy civ, just because I feel not only comfortable with them in DE, but because their Gurkhas are fairly good, you know, for combating against the line infantry onslaught, pretty much. I kind of don't like how Germany's line infantry are just so good that they kind of will make your Mahouts feel a bit useless there, but just be rest assured you can ship in the Arumis if you need to help you out once it gets to that stage of the game. So we'll see how this one turns out. So where's he going for exactly? So it looks like he's going to be going for a fast age up, it looks like, completely ignoring villager queues here. As you know, India's villagers cost wood instead of food, so sometimes what you'll see with the player is they'll just skip around doing economy and just go for a super fast age up by going right onto the hunts, pretty much, you know. And it can have its advantages and disadvantages, you know. Going for the 7 to 10 villager age up is something you see a lot with a Karnamata setup. We'll see if that's what India does here. If they go for an Agrifort, I'll be a little bit concerned, because normally with Agrifort you just want to play it more balanced and get like maybe a 13 or 14 whatever villager age up, or a 15 villager age up, but we'll see what he does. You know, if he goes with the Karmata, that's great. If he doesn't, just be a little bit concerned about that, and we'll just pray for him at that point. He'll survive the end of the night. So this man loves the sumptuary laws. He has India's variant of it, which is a team card. Does not have the Flatland Castle card, so he finally had the heart-to-heart with me, you know. And I said, man, you got to get rid of that Flatland Castle. It's not doing you any good, man. You know, so he just took it out and he put a bunch of good cards in. So what's he got? He's got crates here. He's got food, which we don't always see. This card is good Dravidian martial arts. This basically improves the melee attack of all your units, which is really phenomenal. Sawars, Sepoys, a lot of the camel cards as well. Diplomatic Intrigue, this is a really great card that I personally love because I love consulate units and love using them. These wood trickle cards are the bread and butter of the India Civ, or the butter chicken, if you will. So yeah, the bread and butter chicken of India. So yeah, basically these trickle cards are going to be much of the wood eco you're going to be using with India for the most part, and allow you to actually take some of those vills off of the wood and move them to hunts and mines, which you're going to need for most of your units, unless you're going with Rajput and Mahout or something weird like that. You know what I mean? I like this card too, because it even tells you in Wars of Liberty what it delivers depending on the ally that you're with, right? So if he goes with British, he'll get green jackets. If he goes with French, he'll get Chaussure Cheval. That's like a mounted skirmisher. What else would he get? Portuguese will give you dragoons, and then Ottomans will give you 4 Humbarasi, which, if you play DE, you don't need to know what that is. That's basically just a grenadier, but if you play just the Asian dynasties, you might not know that the Humbarasi is Ottoman grenadier, pretty much. So yeah, bit of an intro to that. Going with the Agrifort in a very interesting rushing position here. So I told you I was a little bit concerned about the Agrifort place, going with the Agrifort in general. And I don't exactly know if this is going to be the best placement for India. Why I'm saying that is because you really want to get control of this center piece of the Klondike map. This is where most of the mines and the food is going to be. This would only maybe be a good placement if you were either trying to be sneaky or if you were trying to basically cause trouble for a civ like the Ottomans or Belgians trying to eat up the trade route, basically. Since I'm assuming this Germany build isn't doing the one around the landward TP card. Could be wrong, but if he's not doing that, I just don't see that really being the best placement, personally. So what is he going for? So the deck is boom 1v1. So yeah, basically just playing the same way he did in the 2v2. Starting out with Harbrecht plan, aka Virginia Company, to get the cheaper manor houses going and lots of free villagers, which we're seeing in before our very eyes. Freeville, 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 and Freeville. Freeville, Freeville, Freeville. A way to winning a game without even a challenge. Yeah, I'm kidding. You can counter Germany, you know. I've done Germany in Liga games before, and if a player's really good with their macro and micro and picking and choosing their fights, they can actually beat Germany. So I don't want to call Germany an OP civ, and I kind of told a bunch of Juanitos before that Germany, believe it or not, is really not an OP civ. Honestly, I mean, the only thing that Wars of Liberty Germany gets over the Definitive Edition British is the Manor House cost reflective of the Legacy game and not of the DE public updates, as well as the Krupp factories. That's about it, though. And of course, a different standard set of cards, too, that they run off of in the whole Landwehr militia system, you know what I mean? But the thing is, going with the Landwehr militia system really isn't a huge deal unless you're doing a deck around it, because there's a lot of essential cards that they need, so that's kind of a non-factor to me. So I really just want to focus on mainly the Krupp factory and the slightly cheaper manor houses when talking balance of Wars of Liberty Germany versus Definitive Edition British, really. That's really the one that makes a huge difference. India doing Sepoys, which, you know, every good India player should be doing out of their Agrifort. Even if you're going for that semi-FF, try to put out a few Sepoys and do something, whether it's defending or doing a bit of pressure. It's generally the way you want to do it. I saw Raj put Q up there and they just canceled it, so that was probably a typo on his part. We'll see what he can do here, basically. Yep, we got the villagers doing. What's up with the berries, man? These are what's up with the berries? Go eat some meat, man. Go eat some meat. You need fat. You don't need diabetes. Stay away from the sugary fruit. Eat the meat. Do you even know if these berries are even safe for human consumption? What even are these berries exactly? They're red. They look. What are these berries? Do we know if they look like raspberries or strawberries or cranberries, or what kind of berry are they even? Are they even safe to eat? For all you know, these Indian villagers could be going Kulukam Daliwala to their deaths eating a poisonous berry, and they wouldn't know. They should really read it in a book or something, or a libro about, is this berry safe to eat? You should never eat. That's a good lesson for really anyone going camping or going to, like, you know, like a camp or something. Just don't eat the berries and the plants you see in the woods unless you know what they are, because they can make you violently ill if you consume them, you know. People in my family growing up used to have books on all the different berries you could find in the woods and which ones were safe and not, so I was educated in that thing, but you might not be, and you might think, oh, it's very nice and colorful and looks really appetizing, and it's really not. It might be really bitter, and then the bitterness is the bitterness is the least of your problems at that point after you do it. So just be careful with toxic berries if you can afford to. Oh, it looks like Cap's doing some comments here. Yeah, finally someone intelligent. Germans, it's a bit complex in terms of macro. Protecting vills, map control because you need natural res. It's not like Japan, you can turtle and it's okay. Pretty good comments, John. Your knowledge about the game is fine. I'm tired of reading Germany is OP. It plays by its own. Just build houses and you win. Yeah, that's the thing, you know. It's something I learned in, like, doing ranked games on Definitive Edition is you can actually shoot yourself in the foot. You know, you can actually ruin your entire setup if you build too many manor houses, you know what I mean? It's just a really bad thing if you do that, because what happens is essentially you'll have too much wood invested into the manor houses, and you won't have enough wood to put up production buildings or make some of your more wood costing units, and you can actually really mess yourself up doing that. And also remember, if you're putting villager seconds into wood chopping to get more of the manor houses, that's less villager seconds going into food and coin, which you could be doing to make musketeers, hussars. So it's all about picking and choosing not only what units you go with, but what your villagers are actually doing, right? Because those villager seconds are really important, right? And how you use or don't use the villager seconds can make you win or lose, basically. Yeah. We see a bit of a different strategy here by Germany. Instead of going for the musketeer hussar build, they go more pike and shot. They make some of these Freischüler pikemen, basically, as well as the volunteers, pretty much. Yeah. Basically, these are crossbowmen, but they're modernized to be more 19th, 20th century with their rifles. These Freischülers are just German pikemen, basically. They don't actually use a pike, they actually use a war scythe. You know, pretty cool weapon. And you'll notice that they don't have a lot of damage, but they are pretty good in their rate of attack as well as their hit points, so a little bit different. I think Cap even has their upgrade card in this deck, I believe. It's called the Akademische Flöschler. And basically it gives them more damage, and they get a charge attack as well, which will do a lot more damage, basically. Yeah. So if you really like this War Scythe unit and its anti-cap potential with Germany, you might want to consider adding that card into your decks. Especially since it synergizes so well with the volunteers, which have similar resource costs, you know what I mean? This unit here, now that I look at it, it actually is quite expensive in food, but it is a little bit cheaper on the wood side, you know? Which is kind of good, because you kind of want more of that wood to be going into these Mites-Cairn houses for the free bills, you know? But it does look like Cap is going to transition into more of the line infantry, I think, just to be safe here, because going pike and shot's really cool, but line infantry is really where you want to be going with Germany into the late game. Here's that covered wagon from the city planner again. Where will it be going? I would assume... Oh, right here. Not a bad spot, actually, because it's protecting the native site here if you want to go for Nuka. It gives you easy access to this mine, and pretty close to this mine as well. So it's a good way to branch out into that direction, since you know India's mostly near the trade route at that point. You kind of want to stay more up here where all the natural resources are. And that's sort of going to give Germany the defining edge here. India's situated trying to protect a bunch of stuff that Germany doesn't even want down there. And Germany's like, I got all these mines and food up here, you're not even really threatening anymore. Because the Indian army is all the way down here, and Germany just gets all these resources uncontested for free, as long as they keep doing that. This is why map control, army placement, strategy, also scouting really matters. Because if you're just assuming where your opponent's going to be doing their stuff, basically, you're going to get totally ruined, because you're going to have your army in the wrong place where they're really getting all the res in the other place, you know? You're going to probably be behind because you're making this big expensive army and you're not upgrading your stuff properly, you know? And I think now, because Germany had all that time to keep their economy super safe and do what they wanted with it, they're going to get all the veteran upgrades they want on the volunteers, probably on the line infantry. They're also even going to start training the cuirassiers. Yeah, the cuirassiers. You remember these guys from the Asian Diocese in Definitive Edition, right? In Wars of Liberty, they're considered a common unit that a lot of civs like Germany, Spain, the Danish, the Italians can actually make, which is really neat, you know. And they're what we consider the assault class. There's two classes of like hand cavalry in like Wars of Liberty. There's the scout class, which is like the lighter one, like hussars. And then you get the heavier one like the cuirassiers, as well as some other related ones like Spanish Lancers and stuff that get put into the category of the assault class, pretty much. And the big difference is assault cavalry have to deal with the range multipliers of dragoons, which really hurts them, but dragoons won't deal range multipliers usually against the scout class, but they will be able to counter them in melee, though. Mostly scout units are better against skirmishers, whereas things like the cuirassiers are better against heavy infantry. As you can see here, they even have like hand armor, so they're really good at fighting against things in melee. They're like actual knights. You know how knights were in the Middle Ages, fighting other knights on horseback with all their plate armor? That's how these assault units work, like the cuirassiers. Whereas the scout units, you know, the hussars, they're good at just tanking a bunch of bullets from like skirms and just cutting through them, as well as cannons and raiding and stuff. They're a lot faster, you know. They're a lot faster usually. But these are pretty fast too. I mean, they got like 6.25 speed, which is certainly enough to run down any dismounted unit. Definitely. Going up to age 4 with the Socialite. This is basically like the Tycoon, but I think a bit more nerfed. You know, I believe it gives you like 800 coin, is that right? So not quite as powerful as the Tycoon in Definitive Edition, I think, but certainly pretty close to it. It's a great way for boosting ahead and getting 1 or 2 upgrades right when you get to age 4, you know. I especially like how he's synergizing it with Log Flume to get the better wood chopping rate, so as soon as he gets up to that age 4, we're going to be looking at probably Royal Guard, Makoff, and Line Infantry right then and there, basically. Or maybe even Guard Skirmisher, you know, because we are starting to see a shift to training skirms at this point, probably to deal with the Sepoy thing. At this point, the Sepoy threat. Are these Gurks? No, these aren't even veteran yet, so the man is spamming Gurkhas without even the disciplined veteran upgrade on him yet. Which is making me think Cuirassiers might actually even be able to deal with that, you know? Perhaps, because I think the Cuirassiers with their splash attack are going to be really good at just blasting the way through them, really. Yeah, and can he get through here? I don't know if he can actually. Oh, he made it through. I didn't know if he was gonna make it through that little crevice there. He did, and he puts him into defensive formation. The reason why you put units into defensive formation is it groups the units up closer, so when they go into attack, they're more likely to hit the same target at the same time instead of going into weird pathing and hitting them different times. That way, you're really doing like 150 damage versus a villain instead of just like 30. Because what happens is when you don't have them in that closely knit grouping, all the other hand cav units will sort of bump into the one in the front and they might not reach the target in time before a garrison. So that's why you might want to put your stuff into defensive mode when you're either raiding villagers or you're sniping high value targets like artillery that need to go down. At all costs, basically. That's kind of what you want to do with that. Picking up the veteran upgrades now of Disciplined Gurkha, followed by Sepoy. I think in this situation, he's not going to have enough anti-cav to deal with those Cuirassiers here. The Cuirassiers are basically going to clean house here. I mean, doesn't matter what the skirms and the volunteers and all the other infantry do. I think the 5 Cuirassiers are just enough to do the work on their own. They're going to be coming around, ring around the rosy here, onto the other side, around the Agrafort, and they're going to pin them right here, and they can't go much further because this is where the enemy infantry is. So this is a good surround effect that he's using against them. Look at how good these Cuirassiers work with their splash. One splash hits multiple opponents here. Slice and dice and slice and dice. Just really simple stuff there. And at this point, hey, it doesn't matter that you got veteran Sepoys and Gurkha's kid because now you don't even have any units anymore. So does it really matter? Not really. At least he's moved the training over to here, right? So his last stronghold, I would say, at this point on the map, his main base. And I think at this point, Germany can hang back, get all their upgrades going. They already got Koth line infantry. Next step would probably be to go guard skirmisher. Well, they're going circular saw for the wood eco, and they're starting to get the factories now. So factory 1 and they already got Stuttgart, so they already got that free steel gun going, that free heavy cannon already on the field. And that's probably enough just to win it outright in this position. Your opponent is severely outnumbered. They're an age behind. They don't have really the upgrades or units that they need. I mean, how would you beat this as India? Only way I would see India being this in age 3 is a large mass of like Mahouts. A large mass of Mahouts would probably be able to clean this up, but that's a huge resource investment that India probably can't afford right now if we look. He probably could afford Mahouts if he got started now, but will he do that is the question. Actually, no, he's missing a bit of the wood, but he is getting the 1k wood at least. But unfortunately, time is not on his side, so he's going to have to think fast here, which, you know, is kind of the least optimal situation in any of these fights you want. You really don't want to be cornered like that and feel like you have to do something now, and you really just want to have time to mellow out and plan out your build at that point, which I don't think he's going to get at this point, because it looks like he's getting severely pushed on here, seems like. Let's see. Kira says they're going to look for any straggler villagers over here, which just say explorer here. La Munaja. That's an interesting Indian name. All I know is Pajit and Pradesh. Pradesh and Pajit. Just like your average software engineer, really. Disconnect, so I might have to go down and change out the phone real quick, if you don't mind. I mean, well, we can watch the Final Fight when I get back, so just hang tight. Probably take like 2 or 3 minutes, won't be too long. Maybe a little bit longer, but you know what I mean, yeah. fight, and then we can get on to game 4 actually. Yeah. So it looks like the advantage is probably going to go to Germany. I like what they're doing here. They actually got the Krupp factories. These are the Krupp factories. These really beautiful arsenal-looking factory buildings that produce artillery for free. Right now, they are producing falconets right now. Wars of Liberty calls the falconets foot artillery. But they're the same cannon, they look the same, they fight the same, they do everything the same. Yeah, so just think of them as like falconets, I guess. Yeah. Getting the Spandau arsenal now to get all those nice line infantry upgrades before the fight, hopefully. Skirms is still a veteran upgrade. What's Mehmed Khan doing? So he's getting more grasshoppers. Got some siege elephants. That is a good choice, I would say, because at least you're going to have some defense against the artillery mess that's coming your way. Going with the 1k whoop coin, which at this point, considering the shipment options, actually I probably would have gone like a Rumi or Gurks, actually. Yeah, probably some Gurks or Rumi probably would have been a little bit better here, but who knows at this point. Yeah, that steel gun is basically just going to be plowing ahead and targeting stuff at this point. Siege Elephants correctly targeting the strongest cannon in the group. Taken out. It hasn't even taken it out yet because of how much HP that thing has. Now it's going to take it out. Will we be able to target those Valks though, which have gone up to the guard upgrade, noted by its more bronze-like appearance now. The field gun upgrade. Looks like, no. No. The last Cuirassier is leading the charge into the base alongside these war sites, and that is a clean sweep, I think. What do you think? Is that a clean sweep? I think it's a clean sweep. Absolutely at this point. Yeah. That is a good clean sweep, I think. Oh, villagers being destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. Nope. Looks like that base is gonna get shelled out 100%. Okay, so looking at the post game here. What an advantage we see here for Germany. I mean, this is, I wouldn't say it's double the score, but pretty close to it. Getting on the kills. Big difference here. Like, that's almost triple the kills. Triple. Yeah, triple, but sound like a Juanito, so it's triple. Yeah. And, yep, this is the same story we saw in Game 2. Having houses that give you free villagers. Of course, this number is going to be high. And that's always going to be a positive correlation with this, which we see. And then if we look at, like, military unit population, looks like Germany was always ahead here. Like, there's a bit of a matchup here, I guess. But, that didn't last very long. As you know, they not only were able to keep numbers up, but also get a good variety of units as well, which I think was just a really good strategy overall, I think. Yeah. Now we will be booting up into game number 4 now. See what that one's all about. We got 17 games to cast tonight, by the way, so definitely stay tuned for all those. We got a pretty good collection of stuff to go with today, which I think should be definitely very fine indeed. Yeah, so let's go on to the next one now. Let's see what it's called. The recording will be called Cool 2v2. It's cool. Oh, it's so cool. It's a 2v2. I love it. It's a 2v2. Alright, it's probably like every other 2v2, but Cap had to call it cool. So it must be really cool to watch. I'll trust him on that. I'll trust him with all my heart on that, but hopefully it is. So it's going to be USA, India versus Australia and Spain on the High Plains. A really good map. I like the High Plains, you know. I like the Great Plains, but I love the High Plains even more, just because of how good the trade route is, I think, and how accessible it is. But we'll see in just a second once I find what the recording is called here. It's called Cool, so C. C is for cool. And also for chorizo, as we see from these old Liga games I haven't deleted from my computer yet. Let's go right here. It's a cool 2v2. It's a 2v2, but it's also cool. Who would know that 2v2s can also be cool? Yeah. Well, all game modes are cool in a Wars of Liberty, I think. Would you agree? I think everything's cool in Wars of Liberty. Not just 2v2s, but 1v1s, 3v3s, 4v4s, 7v1s, all of those. Yeah. So, what did the team? So, we got Cap teamed up with P4B again. Cap is playing the India this time. And P4B is playing as Los Gringos. Los Gringos, yeah. And who's on the enemy side? We got Neo Piscis as Australia, a very interesting civ, and Mehmed Khan as España, the Ole Santiago Toledo civilization. Yeah, so really good setup tonight. Map is High Plains. The thing I like about the High Plains over the Great Plains is the fact that the trade route feels a lot more accessible. It's dab center in the map, you know. It's like the dividing line between Team 1 and Team 2. Like, if this was like a border, like a nation's border, basically, this would be the land of the kangaroos and the Toledo Ole Santiago cows, and this would be like the land of the Gandhi cows and the Americans, basically. So yeah, it's basically like a big divide on the map, and if you can get all these TPs, it really behooves you really well. So let's get started right away and see how this turns out. So first off, we got Spain over here. A really strong legacy civ, you know. I've been watching lots and lots of Spain gameplays from both House of the Trading Post and from ESOC TV lately. And boy, have they been really powerful lately, you know. Spain has won for a lot of players I've seen, you know, Julian K and Ungers and Azamp. Whoever uses Spain tends to have a pretty good time, really. They can do a lot of cool stuff. But this Spain in Wars of Liberty has a lot of different units to work with. The mechanics are the same, right? Like the quick access of shipments, that's still the same. The whole War Dog thing is the same. Like this one named Pinata. It's Panada, not Pinata, right? You have to have the little squiggly line above the end for it to be a Pinata. But this is Panada because it doesn't have the little squiggly line there. That makes a huge difference in the language of the Juanito. Maybe they should make it Pinata, you know? It's literally a walking Pinata. Full of lots of wonderful candies, basically, that I would definitely like. So, yeah. Maybe that'd be a good name change, perhaps, in the script, in the string table file. The big difference you need to note about the Spain over here is basically their missionaries start out with the unction upgrade already activated. So if you go build a church, right, and you start making some of those missionaries at the start of the game, they'll already be able to start to boost the attack stats of your units right from the get-go. You don't need a separate card to do that, which I think is a really powerful bonus. They also have, as we mentioned in game number 3, they have cuirasses too, in lieu of the lancers that they used to have. But they do get an ultimate unit in Age 4 called the Batador, which has sort of similar stats to the Spanish Lancer. But what it does also is it boosts the speed of nearby cavalry units. Yeah, so it gives them Sanic speed, really, and they can run around the map and do lots of damage. You know, you could take a bunch of cuirasses, hussars, dragoons, any sort of things like you have on this map, High Plains and the Cheyenne and Comanche, and team them up with the Batadors, and they'll just be able to run around the map at super duper speeds and just come in and out and go zoom, zoom, zoom everywhere and destroy lots of stuff. Yeah. So what deck is Spain running anyways? So the deck looks pretty good for the most part. I mean, you got the 3 vills, you got the capitalism. Since you usually get 2 age 1 shipments, capitalism would be shipment number 2. Frontier defenses is always a nice card to have, especially if you think you're going to need to defend it all. It's a card we see also in DE that basically gives you 2 wagons to make towers with, right? Really good if you need to defend. In terms of the age 3 and 4, though, I'm kind of a little bit concerned by the skimping on the unit and crate shipments. The man has 1k food, but not 1k coin. He's got, like, the Falx, which is probably the most valuable one, but then he opts for 9 line infantry, but not 3 cuirasses, which I'm a little bit surprised by, actually. Yeah. And just so you're fully aware in terms of, like, the infantry combat cards, they work a bit differently in Wars of Liberty. So, instead of just affecting, like, hand infantry, those cards will basically affect all infantry's hand attack and hit points. In particular, it's great for your pikemen and your line infantry, but it can also boost the HP of your skirmishers as well, and their hand attack, should you ever want to do that for whatever reason. Yeah. Going up with the clergyman, this politician will grant you food crates as well as a church wagon. This is particularly a really good politician for Spain, because with that church they actually will start to be able to train some of those missionaries to boost their army's stats pretty much. So this is a really good age-up choice by Mehmed Khan. As for Neopiscus, he is aging up with William Dampier, so he's going with the colonial faction. For those that don't know how Anglophonies work, you got 2 factions that you can age up with. You get one on the left side of the UI, and you get one at the right side of the UI. For Australia, you can either go with the colonial faction or the aboriginal faction. The colonial units tend to be a little bit more powerful, but they normally cost more population, and they tend to be a bit more expensive on the food and coin. The aboriginal native units, though, tend to be cheaper, quite massable, and have some pretty interesting roles, you know, sort of the untraditional, I would say, you know. With colonial Australia, it's pretty cut and dry, a skirmisher, a like strong musketeer, a cannon, and a dragoon. For the aboriginals, they have boomerang throwers, fire sticks, some sort of like spy and mercenary unit that has really good anti-mercenary multipliers, and then some really tanky Lancer Cav in Age 5. So, you know, if you like the unconventional, go with the aboriginals. If you like, you know, sort of that good old European feel, maybe the colonials like Neopiscus went with is probably what you're going to be looking for. So we already see in this deck here some pretty interesting stuff here. It looks like from the looks of the deck that he is going to be mixing both colonial and aboriginal politicians, because we see he's gone with William Dampier for Bush Rangers, which is a skirmisher. But then we see aboriginal cards in Age 3, which makes me think he might be actually going for the fire sticks from the aboriginals in Age 3 to mix with the Age 2 Bush Rangers. So that could be an interesting mix-up. I will say that it's really a lot of anti-infantry, and if they run into a lot of cav, that could actually be really bad. But we'll see, though. We'll see if they end up skewing it that bad, though. And what's USA running? This is our first PB4 USA. So we got a lot of unit shipments. We got the minor cards. Like one... why does this card even exist? Somebody remind me, why does this card exist? 1 villager from a card for just you and nobody else. Huh, I don't know. I don't like this card. Makes me kind of nauseous looking at it. 1 minor, nothing else. This is definitely certainly an interesting card. It's called Bleeding Kansas, and basically allows your mills and plantations to train your standard Anglophony units, basically. Like, not the unique units, because that would be a coding nightmare for the devs to figure out how to make situational units show up in buildings that they're normally not in. But, yeah, it's kind of weird, basically. But it's good if you, like, want to, like, have extra places to make light cav or riflemen or spontooners with. It can definitely help out. What was his main faction? So he went with the, Leathernecks, it looks like. 6 Marines or 6 Leathernecks. That's pretty cool. That'll be a decent naval infantry he can use. I don't know if naval infantry is probably what you're looking for here. Maybe he should have just went with the Louisiana Tiger, which is actually a foot assault unit that uses a range attack instead of a melee attack. So he could have done that instead. But we'll see. India is taking no time to basically start pushing at this point. This is really what you want to do with India. Start queuing up those sepoys right from the get-go in Age 2, because you either go for that semi-FF and start doing a little bit of damage, or you can do a lot of damage in Age 2 and just go all the way, man. Really depends on what you're looking for. In particular, he also goes for, very powerful. Goes for diplomatic intrigue to train out a batch of Abyss gunners from the consulate. And yes, I said that, Abyss gunners. Oh no, he's actually going greedy with the villager battalion from the consulate. Yeah, I thought he was going to do Abyss with the sepoys from the get-go, but guess he's going to be doing greedy villagers first. 4 settlers instead. Yeah, that in Wars of Liberty, consulates will grant you as the Ottomans Abyss gunners instead of the hand cavalry. So really tough skirmisher, even more powerful than your Gurkhas, right from Age 2. And think of like how the Ottomans work with like Janissary Abyss gun, and you can sort of emulate the same sort of thing with India here, just by going with the Ottoman consulate, because you'll be able to send out batches of like Abyss from the consulate and just have the sepoys be like your main pushing force. You'll certainly probably have less Abyss flexibility as Ottomans if you lose them, but you know, it's a great support thing nonetheless to use, really. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, I see Cap made a comment there about overbooming where British can make you susceptible, and I agree with that. That's why I mentioned that. Pablo is the player's name, but stylized as... Ooh, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So P4B10 is actually Pablo, but with the variety of different characters to make it sort of like a ciphered version of it, because the 4 looks like an A, the 1 looks like an L, and the 0 looks like an O. So yeah, that's pretty cool. So it's not P4B, it's Pablo. Mexicapno and Pablo. Almost rhymes, right? Mexicapno, Pablo. That's a really good rhyme there. Look at this man and this very small army there. Can't even compete with that. Like, 3 line infantry. Yeah, he's not going to be able to defend much against that with such a huge mass of sepoys right here. Not even comparable at that point. Not even comparable, really. Definitely not. So basically, Cap is going to cap on his advantage, take out that whole forward base of Spain, and send them reeling back to the start line, basically. Because as soon as that forward base goes down, they can start going after the trade route too. You know, I see Pablo's got like a TP over here, but they can certainly go after this TP that Mehmed Khan has. Where's the other TP? So that's up here, basically owned by Neopiscus, and he's probably going for this TP as well. I think they were planning on just getting a free grab of this trade route, but now with this huge army on the field, I don't think they can really claim this trade route for much longer, and they might have to fall back. Where's Mehmed Khan's resources? Oh, he was going for Age 3, it looks like, and he's going to probably pull out the Falcons now with the foot artillery. No, man, he's going infantry hit points, and this is just so bad, because he really needs to get the cannons on the field to go after the sepoy problem. And he needs to get some line infantry right away to deal with. Okay, so instead of the traditional route, he's going to just go skirmisher with the infantry hit points card, boosting him a bit. Alright, that does work, and I mean, they will be veteran upgrade too, so you might enjoy a bit of an advantage there for a while, I guess. But you gotta get it going quickly, though. Muy rápido, Juanito. You better do it quickly. And he went with the heroine politician, which basically grants you 1 free foot artillery upon reaching age 3. So he already has a cannon. He could ship 2 more though and have like 3 cannons. But see, this is the thing though. Then he's totally susceptible to like cav. He doesn't have like enough anti-cav there. And then your allies doing bushranger, veteran bushranger. That's not good against cav. That's a skirmisher. So where is the anti-cav today? Where is it? Where is the anti-cav? I want to know where it is. And what did he get for... I don't know what he got for like his age 3 faction. Did he go for fire sticks or did he go for the rum corpsman? Because if he didn't get rum corpsman, I think this is going to be way too skewed towards anti-infantry and not enough towards like anti-hand cav at all. You definitely don't want to go too heavy into the skirmisher, because then what Cap does is just make a bunch of Mahout elephants in age 3 and just stomp them into the Great Plains, basically, or the High Plains. They'll either go flying high when the elephant tusks them, or they'll be getting ground pounded into the ground. Just a total path of utter destruction, pretty much. You speaking Espanol is the best part of Las Limas. Oh, very nice. So I guess Cap really does like my palabras de las bonitos, pretty much. Yeah. Very good indeed. So yeah, what do we do here though? If we're this team, I say get the Rum Corps. If you went for that, if you didn't go for that, it might be time to start thinking about riflemen. Is Mehmet gonna make some more line infantry or something? No, he's still making. He did get some line infantry. Those might have been leftovers from before, but he does have some, which is not too bad. That's super duper bad. Still want to round it off a bit though, so it's not as skewed against you if they go hand cav. India is now in age 3. Do they have like... They don't have the Mahout shipment, thankfully for you, on this team. If they had like 3 Mahout, 2 Mahout, this would already be a loss right here, because they could just stomp-a-domp you out of existence with those things. Yeah, Las Elefantes can be really, really dangerous to deal with when you're going all skirm and artillery like this. He went for the hippy-dippy wonder, the Taj Mahal, so he can call a treaty whenever he wants for like a number of seconds, you know, because treaties happen in seconds, not days or months, just seconds. He's going to be switching probably to British now, I would assume. This is what we normally see in the 5th edition. Somebody will go greedy and grab villagers out of the Ottoman console, and then they'll quickly go over to the British for the hit point boost. They'll always be active as long as you're allied to the British at the consulate. India also building a town center with their villagers to protect this mine as well as these hunts. And Sepoy army is moving down. They do have the veteran disciplined upgrade active. For the moment, it seems like this pushing force here has the advantage because they're running mostly skirmisher and artillery, so they'll probably be able to down this town center. If you stop the cans and actually shoot the thing, yeah, please do it. Oh, but here's the Mahouts, because I guess India did go up with the Charminar Gate as their like age. Ceasefire. One thing everybody asked for on the Gaza Strip, I guess, but here it only happened in a matter of seconds. Unbelievable. Yeah, I guess so. Let's see what happens here. Oh, nice. See, this is the elephant in the room. The actual elephant is the elephant in the room. What do you do with this big bazonga right here? Doing splash damage and multipliers. You're aware with like this anti-skirmisher multiplier too, it's dealing 66 damage per hit against these units here, which is absolutely bonkers. Totally changed up the situation there. Australia put some veteran legionary light cavalry in front, but a batch of Salwars is immediately shipped out with the veteran upgrade, completely demolishing here. Yeah, those elephants did their job really well. I thought Cap might have needed those Mahou shipments, but the ones he got from the Wonder were just enough to do the job, which I think is pretty good, you know? Quite good, actually. And now he's gone to Industrial Age with the Arumi shipment, Arumi Swordman Regiment. This is quite good because it not only gives you some guard upgraded Arumis, but also a Mansabdar for them, which will actually boost their stats even further. Granted, he's still alive, right? So this is looking pretty beastly here. You got this army of like veteran Indian units, and then you pull out the Arumis. The Arumis, they could be quite dangerous because they are good against a lot of different things. Because if you look right here, they actually have the where are they? Where are these Arumis? They're right here. So they have the scout tag and not the skirmisher tag anymore. So basically that means that they would count as like hussars, but they don't have the shock tag. They have the infantry tag, which you rarely ever see because normally a scout unit is associated with shock units or cavalry, but here it's associated with infantry. So the only real way you can really go up against these guys is either attacking them with like musketeers with their bayonets or whatever, but as you know, that's a bad idea because they do pierce damage and splash and anti-heavy infantry multipliers. Or, well, you can actually... Well, that's the thing. They do multipliers against maneuver units, light cab too, so you can't go after melee with the dragoons without taking some losses either. So it's like, what do you do? I think in particular the answer might be Dragon Rojos at range, because they have the multipliers against the scout tag, so maybe that's what you would want to do. Or maybe hit them with cannons since they have that infantry tag still. So who knows? Who knows how you would want to deal with that, really. Yeah, we just see USA massing a bunch of stuff over there. They got like mounted riflemen, they got cannons, they got like riflemen, spotters. So USA is just massing up a bunch of stuff over there. Okay, so where do they push in from here? We'll see. They go right here. Took that out, it looks like. And the rice paddy upgrades as well. That's about the time you probably want to do that at this point, since you have pretty good control of the situation on the front lines. It looks like Spain will be... What will they be doing? So they've upgraded the line infantry. Good idea at this point after what they just dealt with the huge smelly camel and elephant poop situation. And they're probably going to want to reposition. So it looks like Australia did go for the Rumkorpsmen, which... This is going to make a huge difference here, because actually, these Rumkorpsmen should actually be down here shooting at the Arumis, because they get an anti-scout multiplier range. Yeah, get these Rumkorps down there. This is when you want these things to be active right now. No, shoot. Yep, micro these. You can shoot the sepoys, but you need to get the Arumis and you need to spread out and try to deny the splash attack. Just watch and learn. Look at how well these will shoot the Arumis because they're multipliers. These are one of the few situational units that are heavy infantry that are actually going to be fairly okay against these things. even then they're causing, because he's not splitting up the units. That's the problem. He's given the Arumi plenty of ample time to gang up on him, which is costing him the whole army. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, honestly, I would just try to shoot these things if it was me. I guess he's retreating back to the line infantry, I guess, which, I don't know. Yeah, I would just shoot these Arumis now. Thankfully, though, they deal, like, pierce damage, so it's not like they're doing a whole lot of damage to your cannons. Pretty minuscule, normally, compared to most melee weapons. Now it's going to try to take some shots off of the Sepoys. More Sepoys coming from the side there to chase the few remaining Rum Corps there. Spain finally getting the missionaries out to boost some of that range attack, as you can see. Up to like 30 damage right now. Now, as you can see here, you know that these line infantry are blessed by the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost, because look at this big shining light coming down from heaven from the Lord to basically bask him in his extra attack points. Yeah, that's what it's for. Yeah, basically it's unction, but it starts out at the start of the game, because as you know, in both TAD as well as DE, you normally have to ship a card named Unction to get that effect, but in Wars of Liberty, it's available right from the start of the game, so it's one less card you really have to worry about putting in your deck. I guess they kept Unction around, but now it just boosts the hit points of the missionaries so they don't die as much, which, you know, not a bad idea, but normally I feel like I don't even need that. Like, as long as I'm like paying attention to where they're at, you probably don't need to go down that road with them usually. At least in my opinion anyways. And sometimes it can get mixed up here because the mounted riflemen actually do look exactly like the hand cavalry. It's kind of crazy actually. The only thing that makes them different is the weapon that they're holding. Yeah. And the riflemen kind of look like the light cavalry as well. I think that was a big complaint for a lot of the people on the Wars of Liberty team, was basically the Anglophonies all look like Americans. You know, these are like American uniforms. You know, these guys look like American Revolution people. These look like Civil War U.S. soldiers. Same with the Cavs. Yeah, it's basically like everybody's American in this, even if you're Australian or Canadian pretty much. This guy looks like an American. Everybody looks American, basically, in the Anglophone culture, and I think eventually they're going to rework that so they have more of like a standardish unit model, basically, that reflects most of the Anglophone colonies, sort of. Because eventually there's going to be a bunch of Anglophone civs in Wars of Liberty. There's going to be South Africa, there's going to be possibly the Crucial States in the Persian Gulf, so like Qatar, Kuwait, and all those in Bahrain. There's going to be India. India's going to be made into an Anglophone civ instead of an Asian civ. There's going to be Malaysia. There's going to be Ireland. So they got to make sure they have a variety of different uniforms to fit all those different nations well in Jamaica. Yeah, the total takedown. You see Spain just resigned there. Couldn't handle the heat, so they got out of the Cochina and took their tortilla to go. And looks like basically Australia should be resigning anytime soon, and then we can go on to game number 5. We're not even scratching the surface of this stream, folks. We've got a lot more games to do, you know. We got about 17 recordings to do, so we're just getting started, you know. We're going to have a really impactful night tonight. Should cover a lot of material. Where are we at on time? So we're at about 7:24, so yeah, we're already looking for a really good sized stream tonight. Really good. Very good, actually. Royal Mint for India. Kind of interested what the post game is going to look like here when Australia resigns. We'll see though. Yep, there it comes. Any second now. Total takedown there. That's the thing. The Rump Corps can be OP sometimes, and sometimes they're just not great. For some reason, Rump Corp actually countered the landing blue maneuver units of Uruguay, which I was pretty surprised by since they're like a Dragoon and not a Scout unit. But for some reason, the Rump Corp seemed to beat them because of their high HP and decent range damage. Yeah. They're actually a 2-pop unit, believe it or not, from what you see here. So, kind of a wacky unit, really. Let's look at the post-game. So, we got a theme of the night, and it's Cap gets a really high resource score in, like, every game. No matter what civ he is, whether it's Germany or India or Japan, whatever Cap is playing, he's always got like a really good score. Just across the board. Also a big kill count too. I mean, I think this came down to basically them not making enough units at the right time and not microing them properly. Because I feel like if the Rump Corps were managed earlier there better against the Arumi, they probably could have defended that. And then, that being said, if there was a few more line infantry upgraded in that fight against the elephants, maybe they could have pulled something there and really pressured that town center. They just weren't able to keep up with the momentum, and it really cost them like a whole lot, I think, in that point, you know. Yep, the snowball of the Indian home city, basically, getting lots of H3 and 4 cards, which of course are going to come with 3 and 4 free villagers respectively, so there's the death ball of that one. In terms of like military unit population, here's where you see a bit of variety. You see USA just gradually going up and just staying off the sidelines, Pablo, and just getting a big army. India was constantly battling, so it was a fluctuation. And then Spain, you know, they could have potentially stayed around here, but then they just lost a lot of numbers, and they lost that momentum, really. And of course, Cap's going to have like the best resource guy. Of course he is. But surprisingly, Australia was not too far behind, at least compared to the other ones. This is kind of strange because Australia tends to be a pretty meager economy, really. Oh yeah, I mean really not that great, honestly. And he actually made it to age 4 as well, which I see here with Edward Gibbon Wakefield, which is another another colonial faction. So he would give you the pom-pom cannon, which is a machine gun that doesn't look like a Gatling gun, basically. When you look at it, you wouldn't think that it's like a machine gun, but I guess it's got some barrels inside of that thing. It makes it like a machine gun, pretty much, which is kind of weird. Oh yeah, most definitely. So now we're going to go on to game number 5 now and see how that one looks. Let's get into it right now. Here we go. So here we go into record games, and what will this one be called exactly? I'm going to have to look at the Discord server, look at Rec Games, and see what it's called. It will be called, it's not the egg roll one. That's the one I uploaded yesterday from my channel, so I'm not going to do that one. Missionary Position? Oh my, what is this, like Sex Ed class or something? Sex Ed class. Yeah, that's basically Sex Ed class. They're talking about the missionary position. Oh, jeez. Oh, Cap, are you playing... Oh, he must be playing Spain on that one. Oh, jeez. Cap, good one. Good title. That's a much more yabe title than I think a lot of spicy title than everyone was expecting there. So, yeah. The missionary position. Yeah. I don't know if they... I think they taught us about that when I was in school. What that was. Obviously, they didn't show you what it was. Otherwise, things would have been really weird. But they taught us about what it was. So it's going to be Spain and China versus Danish and Indians. That one should be kind of interesting. I wonder how that one's going to look, basically. And then we got a King of the Hill FFA, which I'm hoping is going to work. Hoping it's going to work with a big hope. Hoping it's going to work. So it's M for missionary position. Here we go. Well, they're going to have the opponents go into the missionary position for you? Is that how this build works? Seems like every build Cap does basically has them in that position, really. Without a doubt. So it's going to be Cap and Mehmed Khan together. Indeed, Cap is playing Spain, España, and Ceuta. And his ally will be what's that? Chinese Jinan, a pork dumpling basically, and going up against Pablo with Indians and Kazan with the Danish. Kazan has been doing a lot of Danish lately, so this should be pretty interesting actually. Looks like the map is Adirondack. In the 5th edition, I believe it's called Korea. You get this. It looks like it looks like a penguin's head coming out of the. Yeah, it looks like a penguin's head the way this land is shaped. But basically, you get water off here into the exterior that you can basically fish from, pretty much. And then down here, basically, you get this sort of like a triangular-ish trade route. Basically, it starts down here, and then it climbs its way up here and then goes down there again, basically. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. And it's quite wide open too. You got like a lot of areas to explore here. And by the way, did I mention you got Wendat natives here as well? So some really good mantlet spam too. Oh yeah, big time, yeah. Wendats are basically just a Huron, but renamed to fit the 19th, 20th century narrative pretty much, just so you're aware. Now, this is something you probably didn't expect. So Danish actually starts out with experience crates so they can get a quick early shipment, basically. So yeah, if he grabs all these crates, stacks of kava full of XP, he will actually get a really early first shipment. Like, what? Doop, 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 doop. First shipment. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. And then he's going to get the Colbertism. Yeah. They do get villager cards, but I guess he didn't want to do that. I think they get like an infinite 2 villager shipment, and then they get a team 2 villager shipment. Danish get a lot of team cards, you know. They're almost up there with probably the Canadians in terms of the number of team cards they can send out, I think. You know, some pretty crazy ones, too. They can actually grant your team early falconets, so that you can actually train falconets in like age 2 and build the foundry if you couldn't already, which is pretty whack actually. It is. Getting falconets in like age 2. It's not as OP as you might think it is either, because if somebody like really macros it like really badly, they end up just losing the game without having an army. But if they plan it perfectly in the right niche, where nobody goes to H3, having those falconets like wins you the game basically, because you don't have to put in like the investment to go into H3 to get them. You just stick it out like H2 with enough mines around your base just to pop out like 3-4 of those foot artillery falcons. In terms of the deck, this is actually a mercenary deck. Yeah, you got Eco Theory with the Silversmith card here. And the Royal Men. So basically what Kazan's going to try to do is he's kind of going to try to go naked FF into mercenaries. Danish are also known for mercenary decks because the Danish get a lot of good mercenary options. They get the Schutzen here, the Hessian Schutzen, which is basically the same stats as the Jaeger in the 5th edition. These are like the Hackables pretty much. These are just a bunch of strong mercenary halberdiers, pretty much. The Perros de Pleza from the Dominican Republic. And you got the Bosniak Lancers. These are basically Stradiots. The Fenrics. These are basically like a mercenary foot dragoon, pretty much. And then the houses here, the Lagos houses, they're not the House of Civ from DE3. They're just a musketeer with a lot of line of sight that can detect spies pretty much. So very strong indeed. And then you got some mercenary options here too for 3. The Nordic mercenary army that comes with Femnix. Luffy Kinglins, which are, I think, a sailor, like a really powerful musket unit that has like crush damage, and then the Swarming Karti, which is a skirmisher that has really high multipliers, and even has the Herfy Kinglin infinite shipment too to boot. So if you run out of cards, you can still do that at least. Generally, you try to win it out in age 2, usually, if you're going for the Danish mercenary build. We'll be going up with the inland governor. Yeah, it's still called the governor here, because the Wars of Liberty devs didn't want to create a whole set of new politicians just yet, just to have them have the Danish bonus. The difference between a normal politician and a enlightened politician is the fact that aging up with them will give you something called a golden age. And during that golden age, you get larger than normal XP bounties on stuff. So in general, training units, building buildings, as well as general XP trickles from like your workers doing stuff, you're basically going to have a really good XP trickle in, which in particular for a mercenary deck is quite powerful. And that's why the Danish mercenary deck is one of the strongest mercenary decks you can probably do outside of probably, I would probably say the Austro-Hungarians, which are like the new Germany, I would say, for Wars of Liberty, and some other ones, classic ones, like, I don't know. It's actually a good question, because the Dutch are no longer the Dutch, right? So they don't have banks, so they're really not a good mercenary civ anymore, but they do have some okay mercenary options in their deck still, apparently, so that you can still do that. Very interesting, though. I want to see, though, like, what's going on Cap's side with Spain. Like, what deck is he going for? So it looks like he did go with the clergyman as well here, like Mehmed Khan did in the last game. You see the food crates here, as well as the construction of the temple as well. So he will probably be able to mass out a bunch of the line infantry boosted by the missionaries and their shining golden lights from the heavens to increase their range attack here. In terms of a deck, it's called Equipo Inf, so a lot of infantry. Interestingly enough, does not include the 2 Falk shipment. Has about 9 line infantry, followed by 3 culisses instead. Kind of the shipment I wanted to see in Mehmed Khan's deck in the last game. So apparently, instead of just having 2 cannons and 3 culisses, just has the culisses then, which is kind of messed up actually, because in particular the 2 cannon shipment is the strongest shipment you can get, and probably the culisse would be the second best one. And you can also get a 2 culisse shipment as well to boost it up, so you can have like a full batch of them, which can be quite powerful. Getting the barracks up right now, I think Cap is indeed paying attention to his opponent's decks, and he knows better get this show on the road really quickly so he can start like rushing that right away. I don't know what Mehmed Khan's going to do, because he's normally a bit on the back pedal in terms of his setup there, but he's going to have to also set up some sort of a support for his ally as well. But wait a second. So I'm looking at his deck right now. I did not see this when he went China earlier. He went with the Dowager Empress here. When this shipment arrives, all of your export is exchanged for a greater amount of coin. I find that pretty strange, actually, because normally when you have the consulate with the export, you really should be putting that export into getting battalions out. You really shouldn't be using these sort of trade-off cards, because look, you got like 700 coin here. You could put 1k coin into H3 if you wanted to go for a naked FI. Why would you go Dowager Empress at this point? Because essentially what I see here is he's decided, hey, I'm going to fill up my entire H3 deck hand here with all cards and just use Dowager Empress to be my 1k coin, basically, at this point. Yeah, I was talking to someone, but basically, I just don't understand why he doesn't just put 1k coin into his deck at this point. Kind of strange, pretty much, yeah. Fritz Rink? What is Fritz Rink? That's kind of a weird name. like it though. It's Fritzrink. Fritzrink. Sound. What's a? Is there anything I know it sounds like that? Fritzrink. Fritzrink. Yeah. Sounds better when you say it fast, honestly. Say it like Fritz Rink. Doesn't sound that good, but Fritz Rink. That's good. Okay, so it looks like Kazan does 2 foot artilleries as shipment number 1. And what is he going to do is shipment number 2. He's going to do a fort. So he's playing this a bit cautiously here, which, you know, I think is probably the way you want to do it. Because he doesn't know exactly what's cooking. Because you could have a China that's fully going to be jumping on your back like a monkey on your back at this point. So I don't understand really why at this point exactly China's not pushing in a bit more harder here. Because what has he got right now in terms of military? And what is he queuing up as well, which makes a big difference here. So we see the badge from the Summer Palace, the 3 Nien Riders, and the Chukonu coming out. So he's just going for like a naked-ish FF here into the Confucian Academy. I mean, I can't say that's a bad move. That's like one of the more standard builds we would see in Definitive Edition. So I think as long as he gets some more Vils onto this, I mean, I wouldn't even worry about getting multiple war academies now. I would just have Vil number 1 and Vil number 2 working here on the Confucian Academy and getting right into your shipments, because he has the shipment available, and you really want to get up to age 3 because you'll get free Zangu skirmishers, and then you'll be able to ship in the 16 boxers right away pretty much. So yeah, that's why I think you should do in that situation. Going for the 700. What? Why would you do that? 700 food? That's not what you do when you go for a naked FF. You need to at least make sure you have a shipment available to get a unit shipment out there. You don't go 700 food unless he's going... Okay, I think I know what he's doing. I think he might be going naked FI at this point because he's getting the food... No, wait a minute. No, he's training stuff. So what is he doing? He's just massing up a bunch of units? Is that it? I don't understand, though. Like, what's the point of that? Like, does he at least have... He has repelling volley, thankfully. So he's at least got that working for him at this point. So it looks like Kazan has shipped in some of the Fenrics. As you can tell, they got some really good stats. Like, this is 50 times 3 against assault units. So they're really good at, like, fighting heavy cavalry. In particular, they'll be great snipers against the cuirassiers, like, really good snipers against that. But since they're like a dismounted dragoon, they don't have any multipliers against, like, the artillery for some reason. But yeah, they'll still be good against, like, these Nien Riders because of their lack of stats. As you know, Nien Riders and Chinese cav in general, Mage 2 are 1-pop cavs, so they're not that strong, actually. Not that beastly, I would say. Cannons over here, you're going to have to micro these Fenrics, like, really well to protect the Falcons at this point. A couple of set poison there, too, to help out. Make sure you're shooting away those Chukunus, because those things deal some harsh but you can watch out for the doggos. Watch out for the doggos. These things can be like cavalry sometimes. Yep. Get the doggo. Get the doggo. He dog bit your cannon and gave it rabies or something. Or whatever the dog's got in his mouth. Ugh. These dogs are the bane of some of my games. Yeah, these dogs can really ruin you sometimes if you're not ready for them. Definitely. And we see India try to support him a bit with some Sawars. I don't think you're going to really help out here. It's all going to come down to... See how what Kazan's trying to do here? He's trying to micro with the Fenrics. And kite here. But the problem is they have the same range as the line infantry do. So... You literally can't kite them, which is crazy. You know, I mean, you can kite cavalry that he makes. You can kite like that, because you're never going to really see like a ranged infantry that has like 10 range or something, which is pretty insane. You know what I mean? Imagine range infantry with like 10 range. That's quite bad actually, because that would mean like standard musketeers can kite you at that point. So yeah, that would actually be quite bad, really. We'll see though, we'll see. Goes for the Pelo de Plazas next from the Dominican Republic. These are basically just mercenary halberdiers. Big part is in the siege, I think. Like, almost 100 siege. And how many does he get? How many does he get at this point? He gets about... ocho pelos de plazas. Very nice. So that would basically be a pretty good stack of like almost 800 siege per volley of their torches. Yeah, I mean, that would be enough to maybe maim this town center in like, what would that be, like 6, 7, 8 hits? Not bad. So, I mean, if you can keep these alive and get them into one of these buildings, in terms of sieging them, I think that's probably the route you're going to want to go with that. And then gets the Hessian Schutzen next. I think that is indeed the right move. Also is scouting around with the Fenrics, trying to do some raiding potentially. Because note that these Fenrics will do like 25 range damage to these villagers, so it's basically like a fast-moving H2 musketeer in terms of the damage output, which is still reasonable, honestly. Takes out about 2 villagers, but now has to retreat because this town center will enact some anti-shock unit multipliers on them, so they do have to retreat a little bit. Make sure that your Schutzen are in position. Let's see what Pablo can also do to basically help his ally out here, because, you know, Kazan is providing the unit stats, but he's going to have to provide some substantial numbers here to basically give him a bit of support there, honestly, at this point. Yeah. Pretty much. A very strong fort push by Spain. This is like dead center on the center trading post there, socket. So that's going to be a really big, aggressive, bold move there. And now we sort of see the Salwars getting totally wasted. Schutzen maybe lagging a bit. They sort of just ran into that skirmish there. Probably could have been avoided a bit. Is going to put the Pelo de Plazas into the front there. Trying to cut their way through. Will they be able to? Yeah, there's a lot of units there working. So, how many Schutzen does Danish have at this point? Just for perspective, they have about 4 of them left, so they basically drained through that whole shipment a lot quicker than I thought was going to happen. But then again, these skirmishes are boosted by unction at this point from those missionaries, so they have like, right now they're dealing like 21 range attack instead of the normal one at this stage. And could get even more because you can have up to 4 missionaries on the map at the same time. So these skirmishes could potentially go up to like... You have to also make sure that they're within range. They can go up to like 25 attack. Which is like the same as like a H2 musketeer. Yep, totally clean this one out. And then we see the houses here. These guys are quite powerful. They have really good like range attack stats of like 63, which is kind of unheard of. And then they got like really good hand armor as well, of like 40%. So they're really good at just like tank and hand damage. So from the looks of it, they kind of removed the properties of the picket from it, but I guess now they might actually be like a mercenary Swart Hollander because of their extra. Whoa, 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 whoa. The man fell for the trick. He put his shipment arrival point right in front of the Agra fort. So now his Villy might actually get sniped up there trying to grab the crates now. That is why, man, in Definitive Edition, they set up 2 different shipment arrival points in economic and the military. Because people were doing that all the time. You know, you'd have a daimyo trying to rush onto the map, basically. And then he'd just drop, like, food crates into the middle of the map that your enemy could actually grab. So yeah, basically that's why they set it up. But in Wars of Liberty Land, because we don't get that sort of luxury, then yeah, you can actually accidentally put your coin crates right on the front lines of your Agra fort from your Taj Mahal, which, you know, you don't want to do, basically. Definitely not. It's probably the worst thing you don't ever want to do, really. So, looks like they might be doing a bit of repositioning here, but who knows at this point. Getting a fort out as well on the Danish side. We thought at first the Danish was going to get the fort a lot earlier, right? But it looks like they've held it off for now. I think Denmark finds itself in a really precarious situation now because really they're going to want to go to like age 4, I think. And that's why they're setting up the fort to kind of stall that out. And they're kind of forced too to start making some standard units here, the Grenadiers at this point, just to hold them off a bit, I think. Yeah. These Grenadiers are certainly a much different unit than you remember them in the Legacy game. So instead of like the old school Grenadiers, these ones are actually like a 1 population unit that has a similar cost profile as like the Musketeer, basically. And what it does is it has a charged grenade throw, right? And once it throws the grenade, there's a 60-second cooldown where it's has to be firing its musket for, and then when the cooldown ends, then it can throw the grenade again. So it's kind of like an actual Grenadier from history, you know, that used both the grenade throws and the actual firearms, you know. You didn't always have these Grenadiers who just sat there and just threw bombs the whole day. They had their own muskets and could, you know, fight as a very strong elite musketeer corps as well. So at least here they get a little bit more justice for their original role, I guess. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, their bayonets, for whatever reason, don't counter cav, but the line infantry's ones does. But, yeah, you know how it is. Interesting mechanics, I guess. Yeah, I think that's kind of important, because if they did give them, like, actual bayonets, then basically they would make, like, the normal line infantry look kind of like poop at that point. Because basically they would just have, like, a normal range attack where you got these fancy schmancy Grenadiers with their nice tall hats that can throw bombs at you. As we can see, they're throwing their bombs right now. Not working that great though, because you're dealing with far more upgraded skirmishers and larger numbers. So, though they were able to throw a couple of units off their feet, not a whole lot at this point, no. And I think they're just going to get overrun here. Kazan does have some houses left over though, so it's not a total wash at this point in terms of defense. Doesn't have any food to get to like age 4, which he needs to get these Ispengolers out, as well as one of these more powerful mercenary shipments. So I think he's kind of going to need a lot of help from Gandhi up here. Gandhi's going to have to send a lot of reinforcements here. Pablo. So he's got Mahouts and he's got Sepoys with veteran upgrade. Are these skirms of like guard? Yep. Nah, they are not, but the line infantry are. Should expect those skirms to go to guard level pretty soon, though, to match. We'll see, though. And, yep, looks like it's going to be a bad defense on Kazan's side, because he just doesn't have any of those mercenaries left, really, except for those 4 houses, really. But now some of these Zangus are going to start shooting at them. Look at this swarm. I mean, they got so many units to surround the fort with that, yeah, they got enough units to be shooting back at you as well. Now, all but one of the mercenaries are dead at this point. Yep, he's gone. All the mercenaries are gone. And India is not sending any help. No. The man sitting up here eating his curry or whatever, and smelling the curry, but not coming to help out his ally. A big queue of 4 Falks from Danish there. That's a pretty powerful move. But at that point, because he wasn't going to immerse shipments, he just couldn't do it, honestly. And then we'll move on to game number 6, which hopefully will be a King of the Hill FFA, but if it outsinks, then it'll probably be something else then. Wait, what is this? That's not what a good amigo does. You don't just send 8 stinky camels to help your ally out. You send the big smelly elephants in first, because they have the splash damage in the Arumis. What are you doing? Wait, too little too late. Imagine if that was there a lot earlier. Probably could have actually... Imagine if this Indian army was there, like, at the start of the fight. Then those cannons would have actually been protected and did the cannon things they're supposed to do, which are totaling a cannon, which is defending against all that infantry and stuff, you know? Oh yeah, big time. I don't understand about that. Like, why did it just, you know? Yeah, it's pretty strange, isn't it? it's pretty bad when you get down to 8 pikemen as your shipment. 8 pikemen against guard skirmishers. Yeah, 8 pikemen without veteran upgrades. That's absolutely what I want to do. Yeah. Well, that was a good match nonetheless, though, so I mean, can't complain at all about that one. I respect Kazan for the build because we don't have enough Danish mercenary build players. So the fact that Kazan is still willing to use that thing shows you how high skill he is at this mod. Big time. Yeah, like, again, cap with the super capitalism-based economy here. Look at how big this is. And then in terms of the limbs, Danish did get a... This is the thing you notice with Danish mercenary builds. You either win games or you get very large kill counts and still lose. Like, he got a really great kill count, even more than Cap did. And when does anybody get any more kill count than Cap does? Like, never, right? But he sure did it with 137 instead of 115. So yeah, I love mercenary builds because if you have really... It really depends on how good your teammates are. If your teammates can carry a lot of the pushing potential, then going with mercenary deck can be really powerful. But if it's all on you to do the pushing, then you probably shouldn't go mercenary deck because, yeah, you're going to get a lot of kills, but you're not going to beat their base. So you need somebody who's willing to go in there with like 1,000,000 pikes or musketeers to do the push for you, and then run the mercenaries in the background, just spraying down all the units on the sides, stopping them from flanking, stopping them from advancing. That's where mercenary builds really hit big, basically. Yeah, and this is sort of where the graph can look a bit confusing. So this is why we usually use military unit population. But if we look at military unit count, it makes Kazan look like a total noob and a clown, right? But if we go to military unit population, now Kazan looks a lot more spicy here, doesn't he? So make sure that when you're doing like castings and game analysis like I'm doing right now, make sure you're using military unit population. That's something that I heard Julian K recommending to casters during one of the ESOC streams I was producing. He said, military unit population accounts for the value of cannons, of hussars, of mercenaries a lot better than military unit count does. The only exception to that rule is when somebody's running a native warrior build, because as you know, native warriors don't cost any population, so they wouldn't even count into that graph at all, and it'd be like just like a straight line like this, which would totally not reflect and do justice for the build that the player was doing, right? Yeah, I mean, Cap was the only one playing economy here, it looks like. Obviously mercenary deck is like a really poor economic decision, so of course that was going to be the weakest one. And then the other two players were just sort of down here in the willows at that point, not doing a whole lot in terms of performance in that area. Yeah, definitely not. So now we're going to move on to game number 6. Let me just close this out, and we're going to restart into game number 6 now. So let's go into that. See if we're going to be not a risk, but King of the Hill FFA, or it's going to be another team game if it auto syncs. So what's the name of that King of the Hill FFA that we're going to be running? So it's going to be called, let me see, let's go to Rec Games. It is called a Hodano sandwich. What's a Hodano sandwich? So, because he's got the Swedish meatball people on one side, and then he's got the Chinese pork dumpling people on the other side. Okay, so he's going to get sandwiched between two players, it looks like. Alright, let's try it. Let's see if it doesn't out of sync. Because these things have a habit of out of syncing for whatever reason. It's probably something with the developers in the Legacy game, but it could be a Wars of Liberty thing as well. Hopefully not. Let's try it though. If this out of syncs again when somebody captures the fort, I will never, ever cast a King of the Hill ever again, because it just won't work then. So let's see if it works, basically. Yeah, so you got the, did the fort even spawn in? Okay, so the fort's down here. Okay, so short story short, basically how you play King of the Hill is you try to capture this fort down here, which is currently has the French flag on it, which is of course the white flag of surrender and truce, the pride and joy of the French nation. So you gotta capture it from the French here with their truce flag up, and you gotta hold on to it for another number of minutes basically. But do note that the clock does not reset when you capture this fort. So if you captured it for like 2 minutes and you need to hold on to the fort for 8 minutes to win, when you go back to capture the fort again, you'll start at 6 minutes and not 8 minutes. So capturing the fort for even like 20, 30 seconds does really matter, and could be the deciding factor between winning and losing. And though you can technically kill your opponents the normal way in this mode, it's usually not done, and it's kind of looked down upon because it kind of ruins the experience for everybody, because they'll be trying to compete for the fort and you'll be killing them while they're doing that, and it kind of just ruins the experience, Unless they're attacking your base directly, it's normally not recommended for you to play like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, just figured I'd give you that bit of King of the Hill etiquette as well. So, looks like Cappy is running Hods, which is a really strong, hard-in, aggressive setup, of course. Running Town Destroyer as well. The Destroyer of Towns gives your war chief like 200 and something siege. In like normal play, that is a brutal thing, but it can even be good here, because a lot of the time when you're playing King of the Hill, people will put their towers within a certain proximity of the fort. Now, you can't put buildings within the mortars area of the fort, I think. That's sort of the rule. And by the way, you can't siege the fort either. That's the other thing. The only time I've seen the fort actually be destroyed is by Gaia stuff. Like, back in the old days when you could cast Incendios with the Cadillo and stuff, people would light fires near it, and it actually could burn the fort down, but yeah. And if that happens, it just turns into like a normal game, and you can just destroy each other, basically. So yeah. But yeah, basically, within like this sort of radius of the fort, you can put like towers there, you can put war huts down, so that's why Town Destroyer for the Hods is just going to be helpful in like those bit of a pickle of situations where people are forward basing into the fort. But the opponents will be China with Mehmed Khan, and Kazan is running the Swedes. Now, the Swedes were also a very strong pick for King of the Hill, because they have a really good time massing up large numbers of units very quickly. And how that works is they get this concept called allotments, where they build a barracks, then they build this building called an annex of the barracks, which would be the torp. And from the torp, you can get this big button called an allotment that can send out large numbers of the Swedish musketeers, pretty much, and just rush them in large masses of like groups of like 10. I think it's like masses of like 8 or 9 if you don't send like the advance card. If you send the advance card, then they come in like batches of like 11 or 12 units, which is pretty whack, actually. So yeah, that's basically how that works. Goes up with the statesman, which, again, is the same as the governor general. So you get a tower, you get some coin from it. Pretty good. Tower will probably go somewhere over here, I can imagine. Yeah. So I don't understand why Cappy said he was getting sandwiched, because it looks like basically China would be coming in as the sandwich in between. He would be like the little yellow egg roll stuck between the Swedish meatballs and the Hods. What do Hods eat exactly? Deer balls or something? I don't know. Deer balls. Yeah, they eat deer balls. Swedish meatballs, and the Hods eat deer balls, which are literally just balls of deer, or deer balls themselves. Who knows? Whatever they are, basically. Pretty much in that situation. So we're going to see here basically this start up really soon. And I think what's going to happen is if it does that, I think it's going to happen as soon as somebody touches this fort and captures it. If it doesn't happen as soon as the timer starts, then we're golden. Sweden will go with the Norwin logging. This gives them a +1 build limit on their sawmills, which is a really cool building that acts like a wooden bank. Like a bank that trickles wood instead of coin, basically, because it's literally just a sawmill full of logs of wood and endless wood, which is pretty great. Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, normally you can only have one sawmill, but with the build limit improvement of the Norwin logging, you can have up to 2 of those, basically, which gives you a pretty good edge going into that, pretty much. Yeah, because basically if you have 2 sawmills, you really don't even need villagers on the wood anymore, because not only do the sawmills trickle wood, but they also leave behind little crates of 100 wood that will spawn around it over time as well, basically. Looks like Kazan is scouting around with his frontier wagon here. Yep. Does he capture the fort? That's a good question. Can you capture a fort with like a wagon? Yep. So it is a bug. It is a bug that outsyncs the game as soon as somebody captures the fort. Alright, so golden rule number 1, people. Do not ever submit recordings of King of the Hill games like ever again unless they fix that thing. Or if we find out why that's happening, because yeah, that's like the 3rd time that's happened, and it's like one of those cakes that you get for your birthday, but then it's like it blows up in your face and you get frosting all over your eyelids and stuff. Yeah, it's like a nasty surprise, basically. So I think there was another Koth FFA in here, and we're not going to do that one because we know that it's definitely going to outsync on us now. 100%. 100% on that. Alright, so now we got a Battle of the Little Bighorn. USA Custer's Army versus Crazy Horse's Sioux Cavalry. Classic history in the making. So I want to see how this one turns out. I want to see if Cap is going to be on the side of the Americans or on the side of the Native Americans in this, and if he's going to be able to exact the might of the Sioux, as Crazy Horse would say. Let's see, though. Let's see if he can actually do it here. Sid happens. So sad. Oh yeah, Goat Morelia, I know. But yeah, basically from this moment forward, just let people know not to submit King of the Hill games, because I'm not going to do them again. Unless one of the devs gets involved and figures out why that happens with the record game, basically. Because I don't want to put in a bunch of like false surprises for people where they're like, oh yeah, I'm watching Koth FFA. Oh my god, it outsynced in 5 minutes. This is such a scam, man. What are you wasting my time for? You know, you want games that go to their full length, whether they're 10 minute, 20 minute, whatever. So is it B for Battle of the Little Bighorn, or what? Yep, here it is. Found it. Battle of Little Bighorn. Alright, so basically Cap is playing the Lakota, which is scaring me a lot for this Neo-Piscus USA here, because you don't want to give Cap a civ like the Lakota, because this is going to be a ferocious situation, I think. And of all places, the map is High Plains, so the big old map with a big giant trade route in the center, and natives that the Lakota would love to ally with, like the Comanche and the Cheyenne. So, yeah, aren't the Cheyenne part of the Sioux Nation, actually? So yeah, quite the batch here. So let's get started with this one, see how this one turns out. Caballo Loco, Crazy Horse. Oh yeah, that's Crazy Horse in Espanol. Caballo Loco. Loco is crazy and caballo is horse. So Crazy Horse. And the way you say stuff in Juanito lingua is basically the opposite. Like you put the adjective to the right and you put the noun to the left. It'd be like saying horse crazy in English, which, that's one of the weird things they teach you in Juanito class when you learn to speak like a Juanito Bonito is you got to flip it around. You'd think it would be Loco Caballo, but it's actually Caballo Loco, pretty much. Yeah. And by the way, you'd think I would be saying Cabello, basically, but it's Caballo. When you put two L's together, that's like a Y sound. Like Caballo, like that, in Juanito language. Yeah, I've known that Juanito language for, how many years now? Probably at least like 5, 6 years or something, so good amount of time. Yeah. I'm kind of interested in how this is going to turn out. I think normally Lakota can do really well here in this matchup because Lakota is just really fast. And USA is just a really slow civ to get going really easily. And if you give Lakota too much time, they kind of death ball out of control really quick with their cavalry mass. And then to boot, once they move on to that fire pit, then they can get a really OP siege and start turning their base into cinders in a matter of seconds, basically. The one thing the Wool devs did do in the last patch, though, is they removed the old bonus that some of the devs added that gave their units higher siege values, because it was like, man, you already got like a fire pit dance that gives you more siege. Why do you need more siege than you already get? It's like triple the siege that you would be dealing with in like Definitive Edition, which meant that basically a group of like axe riders were like taking down the town center in like 20 seconds or something with no resistance. And it got people so angry that they decided, you know what? We're gonna ban it from the Liga. Yeah, they actually banned the Lakota from the Liga because of the game I did against Chapo. Chapo couldn't believe what I did to his town center, and he told the Chorizo muy largo about it, and he said, no, this should be banned, it's too OP. It's muy rapido to use. You know what I mean? Something like that. Exactly like that. USA shipping in about 2 fur traders, and what does their deck look like in general here? So, fur traders, then you get the better minor shipments in age 2 here. Got some unit shipments. You got both Alaska and Louisiana purchase here. Basic upgrades. So, I mean, this is a pretty well-rounded USA deck, I would think. Not much. 1,000 food. Oh, yeah, that's right. USA doesn't get 1k coin or wood for some reason. So, yeah. That's the reason why he's doing that, man. It's not because he's a noob or anything. It's because, the Civ won't even give you 1k wood or coins, so the poor man's stuck eating 1,000 hot dogs and hamburgers basically for 4th of July. And I'm assuming Lakota's already. Yeah, I'm imagining, is he gonna go for the chief or is he gonna go for the messenger? That'll tell us right away how this match is gonna go, like immediately. So he will be going with, which politician? So he will be going with the chief. So this isn't the fast politician. This is the one that will grant him about 400 wood, which, you know, exactly what the core master does pretty much. As you know, with Lakota, you start out with 200 pop, so it doesn't mean you're going to need that wood for any houses, but you will be able to actually, get down war huts, get down some corrals and so forth to deal with that thing, basically. Yeah, essentially in that case. I think in this situation, probably what you want to do with Lakota is, if he goes with Leathernecks, maybe just go out with a bunch of Axe Riders, perhaps. Or the Seatan Bows. Well, actually, I think probably going Corral and Legacy is probably better because you don't have all the same perks for the War Hut units that you do in Definitive Edition here, so you probably want to go more of the either Axe Rider route or the Bow Rider route. If he goes Confederacy and gets Louisiana Tigers, since that's a assault unit, you want to go Bow Rider because those will deal multipliers against him. If he goes Leathernecks, which is a skirmisher, then you want to go Axe Rider because that's you know what Axe Riders do, the skirmishers, right? It's total oblivion to them. So yeah, he has to just pay attention sort of to maybe even his deck, because the deck will usually tell you who you're going with. And he is going for George Washington, so he will be going with the Leathernecks, which would mean that Axe Rider and or Dog Soldier is probably the one you want to go for, really, in that situation. Most likely, yeah. So basically at this point, again in the minors, I would be getting Spontooners myself. I would like to have at least a little defense here against Axe Riders, but I guess take it at your own risk, maybe. We'll see though, we'll see how that turns out. Thankfully your Lakota here isn't, now is starting to gather the wood, so we probably will get a corral somewhere, I would assume. Start pushing in. I would say he's probably going to go for a corral and maybe a trading post, you know. He's got a TP here. Could go for this TP as well and just line them up. Or maybe stick them in the, maybe go for this TP so USA is less likely to find it and go after it. Using the fur traders to go after the treasures is a little bit strange, and I don't know if that's really your best use of them. These fur traders can hunt animals, which means you basically down yourself 3 villager seconds a second, basically, by not using them for the hunting and doing all this treasure stuff. As well as the fact that just 2 sheep is just a horrible treasure to be going after like that, because it's like, and now is he going to go after the cows next? What is he playing? He's playing Old MacDonald Had a Farm, E-I-E-I-O. What is this going after the farm animals? He's got sheep, now he's going to get cows. Wish they had pigs here, because then he'd be getting pigs and chickens and stuff. It's like, stop playing old man McDonald at this point and play Age of Empires 3, man. He's sieging the trading post with the fur traders with a whopping 15 siege. That'll be done in like 6 by 1 or 2 minutes. Yeah. Like the grizzly bear just hiding off to the side here and outside the general store at that point, waiting for somebody to come out and eat them. Very ferocious. So it looks like Cap is kind of well, here's the thing. Cap is somewhat making a mistake here because you probably wanted to go for Axe Rider, but I can see why he's going Bow Rider. He's going Bow Rider mainly to have a range unit that he can kite with here, for the most part. Yeah, and indeed, you can actually do quite a bit of damage by just spamming out a bunch of Bow Riders, usually, against, like, bills and stuff. So I sort of get where he's going with that. USA would literally just have to spam a bunch of militia from their barracks to even counter the Bow Rider spam. So, I mean, maybe that's the way to go here, honestly. One thing to keep in mind, though, is since Bow Riders are a cavalry archer unit and not a gunpowder dragoon, they have hand armor instead of pierce armor, so anything you're shooting at them with like an arrow or bullet is going to deal like full damage to them. 100%. The man is not paying attention to his villain, he's going to lose the second one, so this is already starting to look a little bit like the Battle of the Little Bighorn already. All those big Sioux warriors on their horses, basically pelting on the US cavalry with arrows. Looking exactly like that right now. Only they're not cavalry, they're villagers with pickaxes trying to get money. Here comes the Bow Rider strike once again. He's not even flinching the villagers, he's just letting them get a nice clean trickle of arrows into him, which is pretty alarming. You know, you'd think he'd care about his civilians a little bit more than that and want to save them. But who knows? Who knows? Quite strange indeed why he doesn't go in there and try to fight them with like militia or something. Does he even have a barracks, this USA guy? Oh no, he went for an FF. He went for an FF. Where's he gonna get out of the FF? Is he gonna go Samuel Colt? What? I don't know. I don't know about that. I probably would have went with the Texas Rangers here. Honestly, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I would have went with the Texas Rangers if I was in this predicament myself, if you were going for like age 3 play. I don't think Mounted Rifleman is really going to be the best weapon you can use, honestly. Could have gotten a little bit better than that. It's my opinion anyways. Yeah, I think so. It's at least getting some market upgrades. Getting some HP on his villagers with the fur lining, which is basically the same as the Great Coat for the Anglophone civs. What is Cap going to do, though? So Cap is capping on the trade route with Stagecoach. This is one of the civs that you really want to have on the trade route, the Lakota. You know, they can really take good advantage of a trade route if you let them. So yeah, Cap is probably going to work his way into age 3 and go more on the road of like, oh, no. I was going to say like Rifle Rider, but that would actually be the worst thing to go for, because if this man is going with Mounted Rifleman, they're going to have like 6x multipliers against... Oh, wait a minute. No. Wait a second. No, yeah, that's right. Rifle Riders in Wars of Liberty had their heavy cavalry tag removed in favor of the skirmishers tag. So that's right. So you can actually spam Rifle Riders without dying to Mounted Rifleman. That is true. So you could go Rifle Rider potentially and use up their really good rate of attack, rate of fire. We'll see though. We'll see if he ends up doing that here. So here comes some bow riders again, going up with the messenger now to get that nice Exiled Prince level age up time. Then can get these up to elite bow riders, which will have even more damage and HP. Bow riders should be aiming at the Villy here, man. Yep, there you go. Probably can take it out before it's done. Yep. Yep. Is he gonna engage? Is he gonna retreat? He's gonna get that one. Oh, they even missed that one. Okay. Good for USA at that point. You already lost enough vills to those bow riders. Don't need to lose any more of them. Yeah. Going for Alaska Purchase now. This will grant him a Wood Trickle, as well as the Inuit Quamatuk. What is a Quamatuk? Do you know what a Quamatuk is? It's actually a dog sled. Yeah, it's basically an Inuit that fires a bow and arrow from atop a sled that's led by dogs. And I'm not kidding, because look, it's literally going to come out in a matter of seconds here. Here we go. Here comes the Quamatuk. Look at those doggos pull that guy on the sled. It's basically an Inuit chariot, pretty much. You could almost think of it like a chariot, almost. Yeah. And notice how he just sits there on the sled until he has to get up and shoot. They're really tanky. They have like really... Well, I mean, they're really good against their counters of assault and scout. Wait a second. They actually have multipliers against scout at range. That's actually not too bad, you know. I don't think that's pretty decent, actually. You know, because it's pretty rare to find like ranged cavalry that's good against like hussars. This Quamatuk is actually looking pretty good, I think, if that's what you're going for there. Yeah. And in general, you don't want to go up against these guys in melee if you're a hussar, because they have like 30% hand armor on top of all that HP. So yeah, pretty good at that stuff. Right now, it's just being used to scout the map out. Which is not a bad use, since it can take a lot of abuse there. Instead, he's just going to plop it down here and start shooting arrows at these villagers. Doing 10 range damage is not too bad, actually. So it's going to force his bow riders to go into a bit of a chase. But note how these dog sleds actually move faster than the bow riders do. Too bad he's not paying attention to the thing, though, because he could have maybe saved it for then he retreats way too slowly there. Dogs are gone. The man fell on top of his sled. Total Christmas vacation disaster for that poor Inuit. This is kind of an interesting situation here because it looks like USA is doing riflemen. They probably should be trying to pine for some sort of skirmisher here. Yeah, because the only assault unit Lakota gets anymore is the dog soldier. And it doesn't look like he's going to be getting that in like age 3. Because you have to get that from the age 4 fire pit dance pretty much. So we do indeed have some rifle riders. What? Wait a second. Why does this thing have anti-multipliers against ships at range? What's up with that? Is that like a typo or something? Why does it have multipliers against ships? Did rifle riders always have multipliers against boats? What is this? This feels like an Age of Empires 2 moment where the fire arrows used to have multipliers against the camels because they had the boat tag, you know? What's up with rifle riders being able to snipe enemy vessels on the water? Makes them feel like they're shooting torpedoes or something. It's just really strange to contemplate. You know, I would not expect a rifle rider who's good on the Great Plains coming along the shore of the Pacific and shooting down an ironclad with his rifle. This doesn't make any sense to me unless he's firing, again, torpedoes out of his rifle or something. Well, here's some dog soldiers, so maybe these riflemen will see some good use. And they are up to the specialist upgrade, so they will be doing about 75 damage per hit. Which is not bad at all. Cap does actually run them in here. Riflemen are going to do quite good here. Why? Whoa, shoot. Do your job. Hit them. Because right now they're all occupied. This is when you want to go after them. Get them all down while you still have the riflemen active, you know. You can at least get the dog soldiers down. That's going to be pretty good. But no, it's not going to be good because now he's got a bunch of like maneuver units, so it's not good. Very, very bad. Very, very bad. This is how the Battle of the Little Bighorn really looked. Now, Custer wasn't riding a horse, he was on foot, and he just got totally swarmed by a bunch of yelling Sioux warriors with their rifles and their bows coming after him. Big time, I mean. And the miners are just going to toss their dynamite at him. Being forced back into the TC at that point. Oh, Wakina rifles. There are also skirmishers there. Totally getting outnumbered, it looks like. Getting totally curb stomped. Big time on that one. I don't even think we're even at game 10 yet, so we're gonna have a lot more games to do. I think we have at least like 10 or 11 more games to do here tonight. So definitely stay tuned for that. So we'll just keep going and going and going. You know what I mean? Chugging. Yep, Cap again with the resource advantage. Kills, double the kills. Just was able to amass a lot of maneuver units. This is what Cap was able to do here. He knew that USA does not get really good skirmishers until age 4. With the sharpshooters on the Confederacy side. So what he did was he just made nothing but maneuver units. And USA wasn't really reacting to that and making like militia or anything. So it's kind of just, you know, it was like a shoo-in, really. I mean, yeah, it really was. This is a huge graph advantage here. And then when we look at resources, You always see these things with Cap's like games where he just like soars up into the heavens with his line quite easily there, you know? Almost seems like in a way, yeah. So now we're gonna close out this game and we're gonna go into, I believe it's game number 8 or number, I think it's game number 9 now. Is that right? Game number 9? And we're gonna have to go into Discord and see what that recording is actually called. Very shortly, very briefly. See what it's called over here. So what is this record called exactly? It will be called, go to Rec Games, and it will be Mehmed's China is a hidden power. What do you mean it's a hidden power? What is going to happen here exactly? Mehmed's China is a hidden power. So let's see. Does Mehmed actually manage to take out Cap? That'd be like really a big upset, I think. So I definitely want to check this one out and see where he goes with that. Mehmed's China is a hidden power. So Cap is playing Koreans, is that right? And Mehmed will be playing China here. Very interesting. Longxing Fu. Alright, and the map is Arizona. The way you know it's Arizona is it has this very small replica of the Great Canyon, I guess. Grand Canyon, I guess, yeah. This is the real size of the Grand Canyon, folks. A little teeny weeny place here that you just walk right through. Yeah. But basically this map, you got Apache natives and Navajo natives on it, so like Dragoons and Skirms. It's a pretty wide open map except for that one little canyon in the center of it, so yeah, you kind of have to go around this thing, but the rest of it's pretty wide open overall. So let's get started right now and see how this turns out. Alright, so from what Cap put in the recording name, Mehmed is going to do something to impress us, like really good. Might even have Cap go into the missionary position, just like the last recording we saw for that 2v2. So we'll see. We'll see if Cap does go into missionary position today for Mehmed. Makes him very happy indeed. We'll find out. Should be pretty interesting. Right now, though, I think it's just going to be queuing up fills on both sides. Korea is actually a very strong Asian civ. It's the only Asian civ in Wars of Liberty that's new. So far, it's the only new Asian civ that we have. And the way Korea works is their military units can garrison inside of buildings. So they can go inside of town centers, they can go inside of barracks, stables, I believe castles, forts. Yeah, you can do some crazy tricks, micro tricks with your archers and stuff, where you can pop them into the building and mess up your enemy units' AI so they don't target them, and then when they're trying to torch the building, pull them out and shoot arrows at them, you know? And if somebody isn't paying attention, you can actually destroy their whole army within seconds. But if they are paying attention, you still make it so obnoxious for them to have to micromanage their units, and then on the side you can be raiding them with something perhaps. So it could get pretty tricky for them to deal with if they're not careful. Yeah. I think against Korea it becomes a really interesting, against China it becomes a really interesting situation because China is best known for like spamming out a bunch of units, whereas Korea really has a large emphasis on its ranged army. So they got like decently ranged longbowmen. They got called the Myeongyungs. They got fire lancers that shoot rockets. They got the Byongyung, which is like a more dragoon-ish hybrid of like a musketeer, I guess. But it does not have multipliers against like hussars, is it? Just multipliers against assaulted range, which is kind of interesting. And then they get like cav archers too. And I think eventually they might even give them war wagons as well, or something. That's what Hoop wanted to do, because Hoop did some research, and he found out the Koreans did indeed have actual war wagons and stuff, so maybe those should be like their ultimate unit or something when they end up doing that stuff for the Asian civs. I would love to see a Korea with war wagons in AoE 3, because they do actually already have the turtle ships in this mod, believe it or not, so that's pretty neat. With the actual armored shell and spikes coming out of the shell and stuff, so it's pretty nice to look at. These Korean monks are trying to take down these wolves at this point, or coyotes actually. Sun and Ji-sun Park. What does this mean? Is that like a reference to something, perhaps? Who knows? Who knows? So what's Cap doing for his deck? So he's got 3 Vills, 4 Vills, 5 Vills, but he's also running Hermit Kingdom. So what Hermit Kingdom does basically, it gives you, it's basically a stronger version of economic theory, but it prevents you from gathering export, except through like the sumptuary laws trickle basically. So if you don't mind not having any export and using the consulate, this is a great way to get a really good economy basically, because it'll basically give your villagers a 15% boost. Almost as if they were like scepter wagons almost, in terms of the degree that this tech works pretty much. Yeah. And for the rest of the deck, looks pretty standard Korean, with an emphasis on the archer upgrades. Does use Flaming Barrage here to make his Hwatches stronger. Tin armor to make the iron flails better. Because yes, iron flails were moved from the Chinese civ to the Korean civ in Wars of Liberty. The Chinese, instead of iron flails, actually have a matchlock musket cavalryman called the Banner Cavalry, which is basically a Chinese late game dragoon pretty much. So, bit of a change in roster there pretty much. Because you know how basically the Chengdao was like the later version of the Kwang, and the Arquebusier was the later version of the Chukonu? Well, basically the Bear Cav is the later version of the Manchu or the Kejik pretty much, in that sense. The Banner Cav used to be pretty bonkers and used to have all sorts of wacky multipliers against infantry and stuff too, and then they sort of pulled back on all that stuff eventually. Yeah, it was pretty strange that they decided to nerf it down a lot, but you know how it is. Yeah. So what is Mehmet Khan going to do exactly to cause an uproar here? So he goes for Year of the Rat, followed by Sumptuary Laws. By the way, don't send Year of the Rat unless you're going for really late game like age 3, 4, 5. So you can actually cap on the number of free villagers you get out of it. And I should mention as well with this China, you also get free villagers from your town centers and villages when you age up too. So think of it like the British, but you get the benefit while aging up, basically. So if you can get all your villages up very quickly, you can actually get lots of free villagers between age 2 and like age 5, pretty much. Can give you like a huge jump, especially when you send like that healing wonder that the Chinese get with the transcendence power that gives you more free villagers. So yeah, China can get its own little mini boom going if you pay attention really well with them. Does change his banner army to the old Han army. This is something you'll see in like a Definitive Edition game, because the old Han army actually comes out, I believe, slightly quicker than the standard army. Pretty much, so if you're looking for getting units out quickly, go with the old Han army. But if you really want to have that free hand cavalry, then I guess you can leave it on standard army then. For the Summer Palace, that is. Getting the War Academy now. And I'm wondering what he's going to get. Is he going to go standard army? Is he going to go old Han army? I really wouldn't recommend going with the yellow army at all, because Korea does not get any hand cav until age 3 with the iron flail. So you could really just go like anti-skirmisher and anti-musketeer in like age 2 pretty much against the Koreans, and anti-dragoon, since they, instead of a hand cav, they basically get the gungo cavalry, which is a cav archer in age 2. So it's kind of an opposite thing, you know. Most civs will get hussars in age 2 and dragoons in age 3. For Korea, they get dragoons in age 2, and they're sort of hussar in age 3, pretty much. Even though it's not really a hussar, it's more of the assault class because of its splash attack and its interesting multipliers, pretty much. So just keep that in mind as well when you're looking at. Still see these Korean monks looking to get more treasures, which is always nice to see. I'll go in with Myung and Dangpa Spearman. This is kind of the classic spam, I would say. Because basically these Korean spearmen can be pretty dangerous, you know. In particular, they have a card that you don't see here in H2 that actually gives them splash attack. So like 1 splash on top of their normal damage, which can make them pretty fierce to deal with, honestly. So yeah, definitely something you want to... Little egg roll civs. Extra egg roll civ. I like that name. Because you could tell them Cap if you want to about the little egg rolls, what that's all about. So basically in a 2v2 game where I was playing as China, and I said, oh, we're playing all Asian civs, because we had one playing as India, one playing as Korea, one is Japan, and one is China. Basically what Cap said was they all have little sausages, basically, if you know what I mean, right? So I said, oh yeah, they have tiny egg rolls. He's like, tiny yellow egg rolls. That was it. Yeah, so yeah. Well, technically in Japan it would be sushi rolls, right? Not egg rolls. They have little tuna rolls, basically. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, funny memes about Asians, yeah. Going with a FF into the Confucian Academy, it looks like. Again, also, yeah, try to get these villages up before you age up, because every one of these villages you have when you age up, you're going to get a free villager outside of the thing, pretty much. But if you don't get it up in time, you don't get the free villager. It doesn't, like, have it as, like, a side muster or anything. It just doesn't happen, basically. Yeah, because that would be super broken if it worked like the British mechanic, where you just get it automatically for building the village later. Oh, yeah. Very broken indeed. Looks like Cap is just trying to plan his positioning for an attack at this point. Has about 10 of the archers, about 10 of the spearmen, so it has a pretty good mix of stuff there. My Khan should be in age 3 pretty shortly, but does not have a shipment prepared. He's just massing up a bunch of old Han armies at this point. See though, we'll see what he can pull off here. Up here's the 8 Zangus from the age 3 age up. Gets the Long Dragon will be coming out of the Confucian Academy. Some weird thing happened to my tongue when I was doing the L, like long run, Long Dragon, yeah, like that. Because as you know, in like Definitive Edition, they would be getting Flying Crows, but in Wars of Liberty, instead of D, they will get these Long Dragons, which are basically, I think they have the same stats as the Flying Crow, I believe. But yeah, it's a pretty good spammable artillery alongside your normal army. Just make sure you have enough pop for them, because you don't get the little safety, cushy padding and training wheels with the queues in this for this building. So basically, if you don't have enough pop for it, and basically you don't have enough pop and it reaches the end of the queue, it starts all over again. You know, it doesn't just wait for you to get enough pop and then give you one. No, it just restarts the queue all over again. You don't get the unit, basically, which is really unfortunate. You know, it's like a waste. So just make sure you have enough pop before this queue finishes at the Confucian Academy. Looks like Cap has also gone up to age 3 with the Huasong Fortress. This is no ordinary fortress. It actually trains artillery units and also gets upgraded by castle upgrades. Instead of having its own set of techs like the Agra Fort does for India, you basically upgrade it using castle upgrades, pretty much. And instead of training like infantry and cav, it only trains artillery units, which is pretty interesting, you know. Kind of gives it an advantage of a wonder, because you can, if you have like a bunch of war academies and stables already, this fort will basically be the only foundry you'll ever need to put the siege out. As you can see, it's starting to queue up some Huachas right now. They work just like the way Huachas normally work, right? They just fire barrages of fiery arrows out of them, just like they do in Total War games, if you might remember them from that, basically. Also shipping in some Byungyungs, those anti-assault units, pretty much. Yep, as you can see, good against assault units. The one weakness they have, though, is they're not good against scouts, so if you chase these guys down with like a bunch of hussars, they're actually absolutely useless. That's why they're so cheap, like only 38 resources, like uber cheap, basically. Well, they're actually normally 40 resources, but he has the Japanese consulate active right now. And what the Japanese allies does at the consulate for Korea is it makes your unit slightly cheaper, basically. So 40 unit will cost 38 pretty much, and even these Huachas will be slightly cheaper at about 95 wood and 380 coin instead of the normal Falconet-like cost it would normally have. Did they add anything to these Byungyungs? Nope, still no multipliers against maneuver or scouts, so only good against really China's meteor hammers, really. No application beyond that, really. Because honestly, you're better off just spamming a bunch of archers or fire lancers as Korea most of the time. Unless you're specifically going up against like heavy cavalry. And if you do need to take out like hussars, your only real way of dealing with that appropriately is really the spearmen. Unless you want to take your like cav archers in the melee, which is a little weird. Hand mortars doing really good targeting here. Wow, look at this great targeting by Mehmet here. Ooh, good micro. I do like his micro here. And he's basically tanking a lot of the bullets there using the hand units, and the Zangus are shredding their way through the Byungyungs. It is, wow, look at this. And then hand mortars wield. You need to target the Huachas now. Get the Huachas. Get the Huachas. Get the Huachas. Yes. Use the long dragon maybe to take out the... Alright, there. Wow, this is very rare indeed. We normally don't see Mehmet Khan on the winning streak here. It looks like Cap has really thrown this really badly at this point. I think Cap thought that the Byungyungs would have been good against Cav or something, like Cav, like Hussars, but I think he just wasted so much resources going for him. If he had like another batch of like archers, perhaps, and maybe another shipment of like... Did he ship his... If he, like, shipped these Huachas and got more archers, I think, instead of this, I think he probably would have won that fight. But because he was running a bunch of useless heavy infantry against the skirmishers of China, kind of just threw that one out the window, basically. is going for archer combat, though, to boost up his young longbowman, basically. So these archers will actually get some stats perks here. Go up to 20 range attack. Should make him a bit better, basically. I was gonna train some samurai from the consulate at this point. Yeah, you can get a samurai as the Japanese consulate as well, which is pretty neat. You get like 4 of them per battalion, I believe. Is that right? Yep, you get about 4 of them. For some reason, they don't have splash attack though as the consulate do, which totally doesn't seem right. Because they should have like 1 splash. Or at least have their pop reduced to like 1 pop. If they're not getting splashed, they shouldn't be like a 2 pop unit, really. Yeah, we see the hand mortars. They took down the fortress, which is a huge push for Mehmed Khan here. And I think Cap is going to have to come up with some sort of army solution here. He's trying to beef up his longbows, which is a great idea. Oh, and now he's going iron flail. So these are assault units. Okay, so do we see any sort of like maneuver stuff on Mehmed's side? No, he's going to double down on territorial uprising to get Zangoos and the Boxer stats up by like 15%, it looks like. Or is that 20? I didn't see that quite, but they should be a little bit stronger now. Running forward with the Boxers. Really does need to watch these iron flails though and pay attention. Well, he's kind of... Whoa. He's running into them. What is that? Don't run into them. Don't run into those things. Yeah, you shouldn't have run into them because now they're tightly grouped up together now, and it makes the splash attack of the iron foils that much more harmful, really. And actually, they did make these iron flails, I think, statistically a bit stronger than the Chinese Civ because they're supposed to be like a unit you train on its own now. So, yeah, they are actually slightly stronger than the ones in the 5th edition's China. Making some more Boxers and Zangoos from the Territorial Army, it looks like. Unfortunately, villages will be lost to these raiding samurai here. Ships and Tigermen, absolutely useless unit in this. I'd honestly take my risk with the flamethrowers at this point if I was Mehmed Khan. But it looks like he ended up succumbing to that at this point, so that's kind of unfortunate. So in terms of resource, huge edge there. How about the kill rate though? Cap still gets the higher kill rate though in that second engagement. Yeah, I think if Mehmed had some Manchus perhaps from the Yellow Banner Army, or had some some of the Green Army Banner Cavalry might have been able to overcome that, perhaps, mayhaps. And this is why Mehmed should have had a lot more villages, because he probably would have been closer to sort of up here on the graph. It might have been able to keep up a bit better. Yeah, this was a kind of an upset, though, that he was able to down cap so well there. Big time. Really good, really good push up for here for cap in terms of resources. Again, if Mehmet had a few more villages, he probably would have been sort of, I don't know, maybe around here perhaps instead of down here. Just for perspective. So now we'd be going on to the next game now. And let me load that up, and then I'll read that chat that I just saw there in 1 second, as soon as that shows up there. So what's the recording called exactly? Let me see on the Discord here. It is called Welcome to Alaska, where Sarah Palin can see Russia from her house. Yeah. Ottomans versus Americans. Very interesting. Should be very interesting indeed. Was that Estadounidenses? Is that the Americans and Canadians? I forget. Forget what you call Canadians in Spanish. So we'll have to see on that one. So Welcome to Alaska is the name of the recording. So we'll boot that up right now. Basically. What's up with all these pings to play games in the Wars of Liberty Discord? That's cool though. It's definitely good to see people playing games, because that means next week we're going to have just as many castings as this week, if not more. Yep, you get to see even more of my casting games, so that's cool. Alright, so let's go load that one up right now after reading this chat. He was so close. Yes. Yes, Go Morelli. He was very close to winning that. He got the first step down, but he couldn't keep it up with the second one, and he just wasn't able to do that one. It really was unfortunate, you know. But it's a good sign that Shakam Khan or Mehmed Khan or whatever you know him as is learning pretty well, you know what I mean? He's moving along pretty well there. So yeah, definitely. So let's look for Welcome to Sarah Palin right now. So www. TUV. Wait a minute, I didn't add that one to the... I must have skipped that one. Alright, so let me download that right now. Whoopsie daisy, let me download that. So that's another game I forgot to download. Okay. So here we go. Welcome to Alaska. Yeah, it looks like I didn't even download that one because I don't see any parentheses with a number. Hopefully I didn't forget to download any other ones though. We'll see though. We'll see. Get that one right over here. Alright. So that should be right over here. Welcome to Alaska. Let's see if we can see Russia from Sarah Palin's house now. Let's look at that map and see if we see it. So I do not see Russia anywhere. I just see Alaska, that big giant nose and big wacky forehead thing sticking out of Alaska at this point. Unless it's a big giant mouth or something, I don't know. I always figured this to be like a nose and this to be like a big thick fat forehead or something sticking out of Alaska, but I guess that's alright. This is a pretty fun map though, honestly. You get a lot of fishing on this map if you like fishing, and it's also a really good native rush map, particularly in Definitivson where you get I think you get more of the Nucus elements in DE compared to this, I believe, but I might be wrong about that, but yeah. You got the Nuka natives here, which can be pretty good. Generally speaking, on the land side, it's pretty wide open, but you do have some little hideaways here of these like snow areas that has some gold mines around them. So if you want to get some really good coin, you could risk it and try to go out here to get some for a very long lasting resource, pretty much. Yeah, so let's get started. So we have, so basically it's Neo-Piscus playing USA again, and this time Cap will be playing Ottomans. Ottomans are a pretty tough civ to deal with in 1v1, because Ottomans have some really good builds both in Age 2 as well as going on later into the game, pretty much, as you know. They can go Janissary Abbas, they can go Handcav, they can go Delhi Abbas, they can go Janissary Delhi, number of things like that. And yes, in Wars of Liberty, the Handcav is indeed the Delhi and not the Hussar. Same thing with the Grenadier. The Grenadiers in Wars of Liberty are Humbaraces and not Grenadiers. So there's a lot of overlap between Definitive Edition Ottomans and Wars of Liberty Ottomans in that sense. And yes, they even have the Nizam Fusiliers as well. Except they're not that good, you know. They're basically just a very... What's good about the Nizam Fusiliers in Wars of Liberty? I know in Definitive Edition they're pretty beastly because they can change up formations and get different multipliers and stuff. But here I don't even know what to call them, really. Kind of wish they were a little bit better, because it even says in the title they have good range and hit points, but they really don't have good range and hit points compared to a Janissary. So it's like, what are you trying to sell these kids, man? What exactly? I don't know. Definitely don't know on that one. The one thing I will say about Ottomans in Wars of Liberty, though, they just have a really weird situation where they really slump in terms of military performance around Age 3 and 4. Because Ottomans have this weird way of upgrading where they don't get veteran or guard upgrades, but their Imperial upgrade improves the unit by like 85 to 90% or something. Something crazy like that. So if you want to make really upgraded units, you kind of have to go fast Imperial and hope you don't die, basically. That's really all you can do. Pretty much, yeah. And in terms of deck, what are we looking at here? It's 1v1. Safahi, Tufalk, Mamluk, Abbas, Janissary, Delhi. So this is standard 1v1 deck in both Wars of Liberty and Definitive Edition. The Bombards here are called the Donales guns here, as well as the Safahis here. So this is like your everyday Ottoman deck, basically. Nothing really missing there at all. And what's Neo-Piscus doing? He's running the same deck he did a couple of games ago, so that's not too different. But wait a second, this one has like the one miner in it. One miner. One villager. Let's hope he doesn't ship this thing, because I will cringe if he ships this. That shouldn't even be there. You should have like another Age 3 shipping, man, or something. Or at least exotic hardwoods or something, which I think is at least going to be better than that in terms of eco potential. Does he go Leathernecks again? Oh, he's going James Madison with the Confederacy. Okay. Now we're getting spicy. Alright. Yeah, he's going to have to keep up with the numbers, though. Because, yes, indeed, the Louisiana Tiger for the Confederacy is good against infantry, but you got to do it the right way. Because since it's an assault unit, it gets only hand armor and not the pierce armor. It also does, I believe, the multiplier is only like 1.5, so you kind of have to stack them pretty well. The good news is it's like a one-pop assault unit, so you can mass them pretty well, conceivably. The one thing he's going to want to watch out for is if Cap goes for stable, because Ottomans in Wars of Liberty get access to their Cav Archers in Age 2, since they're supposed to be a stronger Age 2 civ. So yeah, if Cap wanted to go full stable Cav Archers against the Louisiana Tigers, that would actually be a GG-able moment there for him. You know, and he would lose any conception of like base defense. At that point, and armaments would just run around until he basically couldn't run around it, couldn't defend anymore. Basically, yeah. Another sort of side bonus I should mention about armaments too is for units that go into their siege attacks, so like infantry and cav, they will actually generate coin while they're sieging, as it's considered a bonus called pillaging. So yeah, whenever these cav archers can sneak along near a house, they might actually be caught trying to siege a house or a market or something just to get a little extra coin on the side to help with their pillaging efforts, basically. And since he went Confederacy as well, basically what happens if you go with the Confederate politician, I think in one of the earlier ages, is basically instead of having 60 or having like a full set of like villagers, you will half your villager build limit will be normal villagers, and then the other half will be slaves, basically. So yeah, so like a slave-based economy at that point. And these slaves are kind of the same way as they are in the Brazil Civ, because they do have that insane hand attack where they can start doing their ninja kicks and stuff. But do they get an improved mining rate and plantation gather rate like they do for the Dutch Civ? I don't know, actually, but they do get the similar coin costs of like 70 coin instead of 100 coin like they used to cost for the USA Civ. I think when they were 100 coin, they actually made the Confederacy look a lot weaker in terms of the viability. Okay, so on to this point, looks like Cap is actually going to do a Nuka native rush. This is pretty rare to see out of the Ottomans, you know. We rarely see Ottomans go for a Nuka rush, but I guess he's going to try to make it work out here, I guess. Fortunately for USA, they're running Louisiana Tigers, so they might be able to kite their way out of this pretty easily, but we'll see, honestly. We'll have to see how well this can be done here. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Kite, kite, kite. Kite, kite, fight, fight, fight. Let's see how well we can kite this off. He's way too slow. Wow, he's way too lento here, man. Way too slow. Gotta be more rápido, Juanito. More rápido, Juanito Gringo. A little bit more faster than that. Vamos, vamos, Juanito. Necesitas correr más rápido, Juanito. Yeah, very interesting. I mean, I wasn't expecting a Nuka rush from, like, Ottomans at all. I mean, I knew the Ottomans had, like, trading posts, but I didn't know they'd go for, like, a Nuka build like that. This is what we see in, like, every other Alaska game when we're looking at, like, a tournament in Defib Edition, actually. Everybody goes Nuka spam. Literally everybody, whether it's House of the Trading Post or ESOC TV. Whatever the tournament is, they will be spamming Nukas, and it looks like not even Wars of Liberty is safe from the Alaska Nuka rush at all. Really isn't. So now this barracks is going to get completely shredded now by these Nukas. I can't believe this is actually working here. Cap is actually making it work with the Ottomans. Totally unreal. Is he going to snare him with the Explorer too? That's just so nasty. So now they can't even get away now. I feel like if this USA kited a lot better here and just stopped, he made sure he had enough range before he fired, he might have actually been able to deal with this, I guess. Yeah. And then Cap gets to like age 3. So what does he do now? He's just going to send 2 Falcons, probably 2 of the cannons. Could go with the Mamluks too. Like, oh, he's going to go for 1k wood, actually. He's going to get Nuka Warrior Societies to get these up to veteran levels, so these Nukas are going to have even more siege now. Let's see if we can get these barracks down before they even get any more units here. Is shipping them from the home city as well. We'll try to get them up to private so they have 10% additional stats. Town Center Fire is active as well here. That queue won't even finish. Won't even finish at that point, but at least the shipping will come in. And there'll be a little bit more upgrade now. To match the veteran upgrade on those nukas now. Let's see if Cap pays attention. Well, here comes the Minutemen as well. So you're going to have Minutemen, the Town Center, and the Tigers aiming at them at this point. See if they can hold off against that. Alright, so it looks like they're going to try to chase off any nukas there. Okay. Yeah, looks like was able to defend that one, and he might be safe now. I do like how he's got like a good food and coin income coming in with this macro. At least he's doing that part sort of right there. And he might actually want to take these Minutemen out too and try to fight a little bit more, just so he can get some more pop for some more Tigers at this point. Yeah, the thing that makes these Louisiana Tigers in such a predicament is basically because since they're assault, they also have the shock tag. So they have a cavalry tag, just like, say, an Eagle Runner Knight would for the Aztecs. So whenever you go after these with, like, pikemen, they actually do take multiplier damage from that, even though they're dismounted. Granted, they do have hand armor being an assault unit, but that only goes so far when you have so many Nuka warriors coming at the same time, basically. Yeah, it makes it really hard to deal with there. So what happens now? Does he go up for another age up, or does he ship in Mamelukes? If he gets Mamelukes with these Nukas, I think that might tip the scales in his favor heavily. Yeah, I think Mamelukes, if he ship it like that, would really just make these Nukas unbearable at this point. So we'll see if that's what he ends up doing here. You can see him sort of just skin around here, trying to see if he can do a little bit more damage, cause a little bit more of an annoyance potentially. He is starting to construct Nuka site number 2 now, so he can basically double out the build limit of these Nukas and really get them into a nice spam. The Moeska Scout up here in cold Alaska. That's a sight you rarely see. If you didn't know, the Moeska are from Colombia, down Latin America, so why would he be up here in Alaska is beyond me. Probably be super cold at this point. Used to being in that like warm jungle-like environment. Imagine him up there in that very cold Alaskan environment at that point. Quite strange indeed. Oh, now we got double Q Nuka here, so this might actually be a lot more. And then backs him up with the cannons, with the foot artillery. So yeah, this is going to be a pretty big attack here for Cap to be able to do. The one thing that I guess is going in USA's favor is the fact that these Louisiana Tigers he's making, otherwise known as WEVs, basically. These are shock units, so that means these cannons won't deal any multiplier damage against them, which is really fortunate for him. You know, it makes it like a huge difference for him, you know. And if he had like the other, like the Patriot Combat card, I think it gives him more HP and stuff. I think he might have actually been able to survive like 2 hits with these Tigers, which would make a huge difference, I think. Because here's the thing, if I recall, there's no malice. Is there a malice for these foot artilleries against, like, the Cav? If there isn't, then yeah, these cans could still potentially do some real damage to them. But we'll have to see in a matter of seconds when they go into bombard mode. So basically at this point, we're going to have to see if he can make enough tigers to defend this. Now he goes up to like age 3. What does he do from there? He gets like the 2 cannons, I guess. He could get these up to specialists, army specialists, which would make them a little bit stronger, right? Now, army specialist for your unit is the same as like a normal veteran upgrade for your other civs. So private is only like 10%. It's actually the army specialist in age 3, which is like the real veteran upgrade. And then corporal is like a real guard upgrade. And then sergeant is like an actual imperial age upgrade. And then lieutenant would be like a slightly stronger version of private. So it'd be like 15% additional stats instead of like a full imperial upgrade at that point. Yeah, just so you're fully aware of that, pretty much. Yeah. So here comes all the Nuka coming in for the attack at this point. Here we go. Ooh, yeah, I don't like the fact that he wasn't paying attention at all there. I think that might actually be a huge problem for him right now. Because now he's going into the melee with all these things, and he doesn't want to be going into the melee with them. He wants to be going into like range combat with them. But here comes the Texas Rangers, though. Texas Rangers could potentially be a really good option here, I think, if they come out of the stable in time. Yeah. Does he have like a Texas Ranger ship in here? Nah, he really should have had that. Because Texas Rangers is actually probably the right call here, I think. But will they get out in time is the question. Because as you'll see, if we can see them, these Texas Rangers will have really good range attack against these like Nukas. The one thing they don't get is like a Dragoon is like anti-artillery. Look at this, like 62 range attack. That's excellent. That's exactly what you want here. I guess the Texas Rangers still get anti-artillery multipliers in the melee, though, so they are able to kind of take apart those cannons, but just not enough units to go toe-to-toe with those natives at this point. Very nice indeed. Very nice. Alright, so let's look at the post game, because now, like I said in like a number of matches ago, we're going to have to look at the military unit count and not the military population. Because if we look at the military unit population, it's going to make Cap look like a hacker, basically, with his performance. So the resource score was actually pretty similar here. I mean, USA kind of went toe-to-toe in macro, so USA here, in general, was doing fairly well. At least for what Cap was trying to do. In terms of fighting, it all came down to micro. Like, USA just microed so horribly there, I think it just costed them the ability to really be able to deal with these units in an optimal way, which really cost them a lot of stuff there. Yeah, I think that's sort of where it went wrong overall, honestly. Yeah. So now basically we will be going into the next game at this point. Actually, no, let's look at, I'll show you the difference between military unit population. So this is military population. It makes Cap look like a hacker basically with like a straight line. But if we go into like military unit count, now you see the real army that Cap was able to assemble there basically. So yeah, and it works out pretty good because Louisiana Tigers are like a one pop unit anyways, so their line in the graph is always going to look the same, whether it's, well, it looks a bit bigger here because of the exponential stuff, but the shape is kind of the same, basically, as you can tell. Yeah. So now let's boot out of that game, and let's go into the next game now. Yeah, so next game, what's it going to be called? It's Well, let me boot Boar's Liberty up first, and then we'll go into that game next, basically. Alright, so record games. What's this game going to be called? It will be called, I go to Rec Games. It will be called, Batalla de Mukden. Batalla de Mukden. How many more games we have exactly either? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 more games to go, so we got a lot of them. A lot more games to go, actually. Actually, we have 8 games because another one's King of the Hill one, which will allow us sync, so we have like 8 more games to go through. Woo! It's quite a lot, but I think I got it in me to do it, so let's go through them. So Batalla de Mukden will be the next one. Do we have it here already? Do I have to download it? Here it is. Batalla de Mukden 1905. So this must be a real historical battle then. Let's boot that up. I don't like this camera angle at all, so I'm just going to pause that. I'm going to get this going. So, yep. What is this map called again? Is this, I forget what this... Let me see if it has it like the Discord. It's called Baja California. Okay, so it's like the peninsula that sticks out of like San Diego and is part of Mexico. Alright, where Tijuana is. Juanita, where they have lots of Juanitas Bonitas in Tijuana, right? And they stick them underneath the donkeys pretty much. If you've ever gone to one of those shows before, which I haven't, but it's probably pretty fun. Yeah. So, yeah, basically Baja California is a map we see as well in Definitive Edition, and we see in a lot of the tournaments. So basically the way it works is you got sort of like 2 sides to the map. You got, and they look pretty much the same on both sides, where you got this kind of open sliver here with your own body of water. So it's almost like Malaysia, where you get your own water that you can fish from, basically. And you get a trade route as well, or at least you get like a trading post. And then you have the mountain pass in the center, right? Like these so-called mountains, basically, with lots of choke points. Your central trading post will be there as well. And then you find your way onto the opposite side, where your opponent is, who has a very similar landmass themselves that they're in control of. And basically in this version, you get Navajo natives on it, so basically just a bunch of skirmishers, pretty much. Yeah, should be a pretty interesting matchup. So we got Cap as Japan, and we got Memekhan as Russians, right? Russians. Very interesting, actually. So this should be a pretty fun one to see how it works. So that's what the historical battle was all about. So this is literally just part of the Sino-Japanese world. The Sino-Japanese War, right? The Russo-Japanese War, whatever it's called. I forget what it's called, but basically when in the early 20th century, late 19th century, both Russia and Japan were competing for the Korean Peninsula as well as Manchuria. And to the world's surprise, the little country of Japan, which started the modernized through the Meiji Restoration, was actually able to completely destroy the Russian military, which completely humiliated Tsar Nicholas and was one of the deciding factors, probably, in the Red Revolution that eventually happened and created the Soviet Union, you know. And basically led to lots of communism, yeah. So thank you, Japan, for totally making the Russians look like a bunch of noobs. We love you. Got lots of communism out of it. Yeah, very interesting. So yeah, and yeah. So basically, with this Russia, because we really haven't seen a Russia yet. Sort of the difference between this Russia and the one in Definitive Edition, for instance, is some slight unit differences, basically. So instead of like a halberdier style unit like the Puluchik, you got just plain old pikemen that get a Royal Guard upgrade into the Opolshenets. So the great thing about that is you can spam the pikemen as early as age 2 out of your blockhouse, which works quite good. They also get an assault unit, like an assault hand unit called the Plastuni, right? The Plastuni. And basically what it is, it's basically a Ukrainian guy with a sword who has hand armor since he's assault. And he gets like a charge attack called the Swashy attack or something. And it does like a little bit more damage plus some splash. And then when it's done, it'll just like be like a coyote runner with like hand armor pretty much in terms of his standard functionality, which is pretty neat, you know. So you don't even really need the stable for Cav. You can just depend on the Bastunis, depending on what your needs are, right? But you still have the Cossack as an option too, basically. Yeah. And also this Russia does not have Cav archers anymore or the Royal Guard upgrade for light Cav. They just get plain old dragoons. And where the Royal Guard upgrades are at is basically the line infantry, so the musket or the rusket. And the Royal Guard upgrade is the Frontovik. So that's where Unstoppable Frontovik comes from, you know. Sort of my Discord alias currently. That's what inspired me to do it, was spamming of Frontoviks by the Russians. Because of what a powerful push it is, you know. And then for the other one, of course, is the Opolshenet with the pikemen, right? Called a partisan. Since Wars of Liberty renamed pikemen to partisans, but generally speaking, they're just pikemen, basically. So I have to remember them as in terms of unit functionality, basically. And one more sort of cool side bonus Russia gets here is something called the Russian Winter. So if you siege a building of Russia, it will leave this little white-blue snowflake under the unit's feet that will make them move slower for a period of time. So that either gives you a chance to slow their advance if they're rushing you, or if they siege one of your buildings, that gives your army a chance to hunt them down now. Like if it's just like a bunch of skirms and you got like Cossacks, you can use that to like chase them down super easily now. Which I think is quite good. Goes up with the artisan. The artisan, for those who are unaware, is basically just quartermaster, so you get about 400 wood basically out of it. And for what Cap's doing in Japan, what is he going for? Is he going sort of the greedy route? Oh, he's going to Shugo Shrine again like he did in the first game today. So he's playing this pretty greedy because I think he feels pretty confident that Mehmed Khan isn't going to do some uber big rush. You know what I mean? Because normally, as you know with Russia, a normal Russian would be attacking you pretty fiercely, right? You'd be dealing with Rusketeers and Unstoppable Stoletzis, yeah? Unstoppable Stoletzis and big blocks. But unfortunately, this mod doesn't have Unstoppable Stoletzi. It has Cantonus, which has exactly the same stats as Unstoppable Stoletzi does, so why not just have Unstoppable Stoletzis? Sounds a lot nicer, honestly. You know? I'd rather have Stoletzi than Cantonus anyways, you know? Because Stoletzi is Stoletzi. Yeah. We need more Unstoppable Stoletzis, honestly. So we do need. I think the walling move by Cap is pretty good because just in case Mehmed Khan does go for a Russian attack, he's going to have a layer of protection to basically give him a bit of a warning to defend. Though I do think Cap is normally pretty good about having some defense usually. The wall is just another added layer that he can use to set up that defense with. Pretty much, yeah. Stefan Jidikov. Any forward blockhouse by Mehmed Khan at all? That I want to see if he's doing that, basically. Oh, so deck-wise. 4 Kozak, 13 Cantonese, 8 of the Plastunis. Alright, so this is basically means if Russia gets like 2 pretty good hand cav cards in like age, actually gets like 3 of them, I believe, because can't he get more Kozak shipments as well? He's only got the 4 Kozak one, then he has like the 8 Plastunis here. Then you got the Cantonese, you got the training cards to make the Russian infantry train instantly in late game. And a lot of like age 3 shipments I notice has Rum Distillery for some odd reason. I wouldn't be getting Frontier Defenses if it's an age 3 card, only if it's an age 2 card. Yeah, basically. The Infinite 300 Wood. I would personally get the Wood Trickle Distributism instead, because I think the Wood Trickle is a lot better, because, you know, the Wood Trickle will help you out throughout the game, basically. 300 Wood is fast acting, but if you want to call that thing again, you gotta waste another shipment for it, and I don't particularly like wasting my shipments too much, really. Now, that was a horrible raid. Once they start going into town fire, you need to get your Cossacks like out of there, because Cossacks, as you know, are like a 1-pop hand cav, so they really don't have a lot of HP. And it doesn't take a town center a whole lot of time to destroy a whole batch of them, like Mehmed Khan basically let him do for free there. Really. Japan just taking over the map with all the shrines, pretty much. Definitely helps with all these natural barriers here, preventing like direct pushes and all that. Blockhouse is down right next to the town center. Pretty defensive, I would say. Well, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't want to be that defensive against Japan, because you know what they're going to do if you let them boom out. It's just going to be a horrible mess. Because I feel like you got that slight edge with Russia in Age 2 with the Cantonese, as it's an early skirmisher where you can actually go toe-to-toe a bit with the Shigumas and play it very carefully and very safely, you know what I mean? And he's not doing that if he's giving him all that time to like really boom up with his shrine economy. Yeah, definitely not. So he's definitely got to be careful, super uber careful with that one, I think. Big time. We'll see though, we'll see if he can make something happen with that. And what else? Oh, so he is going to go for an age 3, it looks like. Does he have enough upgrade cards for that? He's got the Cantonese combat for the pikes and the Cantonese. But, yeah, he doesn't have any of the upgrade cards for, like, the cavalry, right? Like the shock units. Yeah, he should definitely have put Boyars in here, or whatever it's called, to boost up the Pastunis and the Cossacks, I think. I think that's going to kind of weigh against him a little bit there. Japan just focusing on eco, again, the Yotskura lanterns to get really good gather rate on the cherries. And we'll start to get the mining upgrades too, like blanket filters, and then I'm assuming this... Yep, the 600 coin card next. It's always neat that Japan can send a lot of their unit and crate cards twice, basically. As well as some other cards too, you know. There's even a few upgrade cards that Japan can send twice if you didn't know, like Sawmills, I believe, and Fish Market. Those can be sent twice, leading to basically double the fun, basically. Yeah. Double the sending, double the fun. That's the way it is. Yeah. Saguin in vivo? Yeah, I'm still live, Anthony Chacon. Watching one of your games right now against Cap, where you played Russia. Yep. Saguin in vivo, Juanito. See? Yep. Basically, Saguin in vivo in English basically means, are you are you still alive, basically, because Sengu is the verb that means to continue, and in vivo means live, like in live stream. In vivo means that you're live. So to say Sengu in vivo basically means in Gringo tongue that are you still live, like you're still streaming, basically. So yeah, if you ever have like a Juanito Bonito when you're live stream and you speak only Gringo in the language of hot dogs and hamburgers and not of tacos and burritos, then just know that Sengoin in vivo means, are you still streaming, basically. Yeah. We see line infantry join the siege as well to take an attack on some of these shrines here. Which is pretty neat. Let's see what happens here. Goes for Japanese isolationism on the Japan side. Goes for Bushido principles, so he can train units in blocks of 10 instead of 5. And it's going to make some of the Onabushi here. Basically, these Onabushi are the same as the Yamabushi. You know, the Yamabushi in Definitive Edition that has the club, you know, the samurai with the club, basically. These Onabushi are sort of the same thing, but it's a Japanese woman, not an anime girl, basically fighting with the Naginata, basically, but has the same stats, pretty much. Yeah. What's a wonder, by the way? It's going to be Golden Pavilion. That's usually the one you always go with, I think, when you're Japan. Right? Start out with either Teshugu Shrine or the Torii Gate, and then you go with the Golden Pavilion for like age 3, usually. Yeah, most of the time. It's going to start taking out these shrines, which is really good. That's one of the best ways to hurt Japan without risking your army. Just go around the map and grab shrines and start burning them to the ground. Yep, force that explorer to go into smoke bomb. That's a great thing. But now you have to deal with the Japanese army. These Onabushi, of course, like basically pikemen of their own with the same multipliers, right? And then the Shigumas being a very speedy musketeer unit you're going to have to deal with here. These line infantry, you know, if they get chased, they're surely going to be chased all the way to their base and still get attacked a little bit because these Shigumas can run faster than they do. Going for the 1,000 coin, it looks like. I don't know if he's going to be pushing in right away or is he just going to go for age 4 and get... Yeah, that's the thing you can do with Japan. You can go age 4 with the Shogunate, get your Gensui or your Daimyo, and then right out of the gate start shipping in these artillery upgrades out of him, and that could be your win condition. Because I can see right here a really good food economy off of these cherry orchards, and indeed has the shrines configured to food trickle. It's going to lead to a really good food gather rate on that side of it, pretty much, yeah. Here's that Russian winter effect. See the pretty little snowflakes? That basically means they're going to move slower for a period of time. And probably so slow, in fact, that maybe this shrine indeed will go down. Yes, it looks like it might. Might go down. Might go down. Imagine if he saved one. Oh, he's 7 hit points. He almost got that one, too. Wow, that was a close shave there for Cap. Very close one. Gonna start getting the discipline upgrade on the Kies as well, which is the Japanese skirmisher, replaced in the Yumi Archer. Yep, how many is those? That's already like 11 of them, so that's a pretty good investment at this point, honestly. And how many Shigumas? About 17. No, yep, here's the Shogunate right now. He's gonna probably hang back, get the Gensui with the super long mustache, basically, and then just ship a lot of artillery out of him at that point. So let's see here. Wonder is going up. Another town center is going up as well here. Yeah. Alright, so putting a town center outside of the wall, that's pretty interesting. I don't think town center placement's really going to matter at this point, because I can envision as soon as Japan gets like shipment number 1 and probably 2, it's going to be over. It's going to be over at that point, because you're going to see those artillery shipments just roll outside that daimyo at that point, right on top of Russia's army. Now, Russia adds in Cantonists with veteran upgrade. Also, the line infantry are also veteran upgraded now. Yep, see, here comes the artillery shipment, and as you'll see, this the wonderful man with the very long, super long mustache is gonna ship it right to himself. Right into the front lines. Nagorka Gaishi. And what can Russia ship? So, probably add in some Pashtunis at this point, maybe. Might be the only thing that survives the barrage of cannons, probably. I'm guessing. Guessing at this point, that'd probably be what you want to do, really. We'll see, though. We'll see. See if that's what happens exactly. Yep, as I predicted, 10 Pashtunis are coming in. Wonder if he'll get veteran upgrade for those in time, though. That'll be the next question at this point. It's going to take some time as well to take out some of these shrines over here and just hurt Japan's economy slightly, ever more slightly, you know, probably not enough to win, but you can try, right? Try your best, do your best, do your best, do it every day. Just like that clown said in that weird YouTube kid song or whatever. Yeah, don't trust clowns, man. Got funny face paints on. Definitely don't trust the clowns, you know. You know, if it's a good clown or a bad clown, basically. Yeah. Could be, you know, your everyday birthday clown, or could be the Joker. Who knows? Yeah. So, Cossacks run upgraded. I think he's not going to wait for that army to come either. He's going to try sieging these shrines, and then he's going to get caught with his Juanito Pantalones down. And he's going to just take a direct barrage from these cannons. Yep, he is. He's losing units left and right there. He's going to have to retreat now. Go back to his casa, which is all the way over here. See if he'll make it to casa or not. Yeah, I definitely want to at least get like the veteran upgrade on those Cossacks, I would say. If you don't do that, I think you're kind of going to have some problems. Whoa, 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 whoa. Did he actually have units? He actually threw units over here? Man's gotta watch his pathing, because that's like a waste of resources. Better not be the Cossacks. I mean, he was trying to mass this up. Okay, so the Cossacks are at home. Alright. Now he's gonna try, mayhaps, get like a veteran upgrade on him or something. I don't know. Yeah, try to get like a veteran upgrade at least. So you have like a little bit of protection from like the artillery spam if you can target a bit. We'll see, though. We'll see if we can pull it off. From this point, it looks like you will be taking out one Cossack. Try to siege as much as you can on that cast. You should have just shot one of those vills at least. Here's the Morotaros as well. These are the mortars, so these things are going to be crushing these blockhouses. Especially with the honored upgrades. These are like guard level artillery at this point. Things are going to be hitting very hard indeed. Cossacks, but then see, he's not using control groups to separate them from the line infantry, so now they're literally sitting ducks for these Anabushi. They're just slicing and dicing them with the Naganatas. Absolute destruction over there. I was going to make a push onto the base at this point. Start showing away at those buildings. Yep, put my balls in and start sneaking through. What's this? So basically Russia's sort of doing like their own full attack here. Going after the shrines, it looks like. Will we try to fight this though? Let's see. I think if he took his Cossacks up here honestly and tried to like get more of them at least and get this up to veteran, maybe he could have done like a more of a substantial push here, but now he's just sort of hanging tight and he's microing really weird. Like he's like taking abuse from these like spearmen to his like skirms. It really just did not make any sense at all. Now I'm starting to see the stats really ramp up. The thing you gotta know is with like consulate units like the Anabushi or anything that comes out of the consulate, it's shadow text with each age up, so those Anabushi are basically at the level of like guard pikemen and thus have like 14 hand attack instead of the usual like 10. So yeah, that's definitely something to keep in mind. Huge difference. Like how much res to cap? Yeah, like all this sushi. Look at all this sushi and Tokyo treat that he had. Wow. That's a lot. Night and day with the resources. That seems to be the theme of the night with Cap. Had the biggest army, but only 23 kills. Like, how does one person mess up their micro this bad, even with Russia? I don't know. It's one for the birds, I guess, to figure out. And this is why military unit population graphs can be good, because if you looked at like military count, you might have a very different perspective of how the army was done. But when you look at like this, and you look at like a one pop unit like the Cossack, basically the way the graph looks for Mehmet Khan is much more reflective of the actual army value, basically, because it's accounting for the fact that the Cossack is only like a one pop unit versus it being like, you know, this big giant two pop unit basically. And this is really where Mehmet's army was in terms of size. It certainly was pretty good for Russia, but Japan just does way better here overall. And then when you go to like res, yeah, Japan's shrine economy just doing really well again, like exceptionally well there. Way too well, actually. Yeah. So we will be going on to the next game now. I will be restarting into it right now. Let's restart. Here we go, here we go, here we go. On to the next one. So what's this one going to be called? We'll have to see right now. It will be called Auto versus Japan. So Cap is Japanese versus Gostoso, aka Deuce Bal the Legend, as the Ottomans on Adirondacks. This should be pretty interesting, so let's go check that one out right now. I don't think we've seen that player play tonight, right? So maybe it might be a whole different challenge for Autos to deal with. We'll see, though. Actually, looks like Cap is playing Japan this one, and Gostoso is doing the Ottomans, so this should be pretty fun. Alright, so it looks like we got Adirondacks here again. We probably don't need a huge introduction for this map because this is probably like game number 3 or 4 we've seen it on here. So we'll just get started right away and sort of see what Gostoso's going to do, because I'm mostly going to be interested in what Gostoso's going to offer to this fight, you know. He's playing a very powerful civ indeed. I think, honestly, Ottomans are probably going to be one of the stronger civs to use against Japan. Because, namely, what Cap usually does is he just masses up like a bunch of Kie and Shigumas, both of the barracks ranged infantry. And one way you can get around that is go Abyss Janissary. Use the Abyss to actually cut way through those... No, basically use those Abyss guns to kind of shred your way through the Japanese infantry. Because it doesn't matter that the Japanese infantry are going to be a little bit quicker, you know. The Abyss guards are just going to melt through their armor, including that of the skirmishers, and gain a really sizable edge there. And then they can just match that up in AH3 with really powerful shipments like the Mamluk shipment, the Safahi shipment, the cannon shipment. And that's sort of how you snowball it against Japan, you know. And the thing is, guess what? You have all these fancy shrines around the map gathering you resources over time as Japan. Ottomans, through their pillage bonus, will actually gather coin while sieging with torches or arrows with their infantry and cav. So those are big dangling coin mines for the Ottomans to be having shrines everywhere. So what they might want to do is make sure that their shrines are closer to the town center, because if they don't do that, what can happen is you can allow the Ottoman to go full food and wood and just get all their coin from the sieges on the shrines, you know? All the while hurting Japan's economy. So I think if Ottomans know what they're doing, they have a really sizable advantage for this. We'll see, though. We'll see if they can pull it off or not. Yeah, I'm going to be paying attention to their deck quite a bit here. So, this is Ottoman's deck. So, they got Threeville, Eco Theory. How did the man forgot to put the cannons in, which is a little cringe, honestly. The man also has Hospital in his deck, so this might be a really old deck. This is probably a very, very old and senile Joe Biden deck right here. Big time. Yeah, big time on this one, you know. Because the hospital hasn't been a good building for a very, very, very long time. I can't even count how long ago that the hospital used to be like a good building. It all started when they removed all the technologies from it. So if people are still running hospital in their deck, I mean, they need some help, really. Or they're just running a really old cruddy deck that belongs in like a previous version, you know. So, number one, get your cannons here. Like, get rid of one of these. Like, either the honestly, if he's going to be going siege against Japan, he could have just taken out Royal Mint and put the cannons there, because he's going to get a lot of coin eco just out of sieging buildings. And, yep, get the cans there and then find something better than this hospital. Like, ideally, Darnell's guns and the 2 great bombard shipment would be much better here than having the hospital there, honestly. Yeah, because I feel like once they got rid of the text from the hospital basically became a useless building. Because all it really does is it trains surgeons. I think it has like a big button which is like a bell, like an alarm. It goes ding 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 ding. They'll just put out like a bunch of surgeons very quickly for a quick heal, whatever a quick heal is, and yeah, and then with the surgeons, you can obviously expand your healing by building the field hospitals, of course. Yeah, and basically what the hospital itself does, it's like a big, giant field hospital that heals within a larger radius, basically. But since you only get one and you can't rebuild it, is it really worth it? Probably not, you know. If they let the surgeons build the hospital, if the card let you like build it with like your explorer or something, I think hospitals might be a little bit more valuable. I think that's sort of where the hospital loses favor, I think. It's one building, it doesn't do a whole lot, and you only get one. You know, if it was like castrumentation for the forts, basically, where it lets the explorer build them, you let the explorer build the hospital wherever you want to, you know? And if it gets burned down, you build another hospital, basically. And then maybe it would be a decent forward-facing building that could heal up a bunch of stuff very quickly, you know. But because you can't rebuild it, it's just not good, you know. Or at the very least, let the surgeons rebuild it. So if you did want to get a quick heal, yeah, you could basically get those surgeons doing what they have to do, basically. So we finally see an aggressive Japan out of Cap tonight with the Torii Gate. Right, and how's the deck compared to... So, yep, this is called Standard. And is this the deck he's been running all night? I think it is, yeah. Uses Heavenly Kami first and then just, yep, okay. So, it is the normal deck. Yeah. Where's Gustoso in his strat? So, he's actually going to go FF. Is that right? Yeah, I can see him going for the coin now, unless he's... We don't know if he's going FF exactly. He might just get a foundry out in the barracks somehow and start working on that. We'll see. We'll see what the final verdict is in terms of the build or the macro of Gustoso here. Yeah. 700 coin. It's enough to get like 5 Abyss. It's still enough to get some Jans out if he wants to. Otherwise, it's going to be used to go up to H3 most definitely. Native Scout. Shrines up here. I like always throwing them to like the edge of the... like off the cliffs almost. Because you really don't want almonds finding those shrines and start getting coin off them through their pillage bonus. So that's a pretty good move, I think. Oh, yep. So Cap basically said, yeah, it's a very old deck, like maybe 3 to 4 years ago, maybe. But he knows what he's doing. He was like PR 27 in old ESO. Maybe I can convince him to play more often to get good level matches. He was trying a Isafahi semi-FI, a classical play from Deuce. Ooh, very interesting. Good bit of information. Good bit of information. But I will say one thing: he's gotta stop idling his vills though, because this does not look cool, man. Do you know how many villager seconds you're wasting by not like sticking that on to a mine or something? That is kind of harmful to your eco there. Yeah, I better not see your villagers still stand there when I get back, mister. Yeah, so he definitely took care of that. PR 27 is not bad in ESO at all. But yeah, I think Cap needs some like stronger opponents at this point, you know, because I feel like if he's just going up against Shakam Khan and, you know, Pablo and these low-level players, it's a great way to show what the Civs do, but, you know, you kind of want to see more like competitive tournament level play, honestly, you know what I mean? Or at least somebody that's like a notch up, like maybe an Aladdin Topak or a Rommel or something. Yeah, it's nothing wrong with having lower level players going up against you, but you kind of just want to see more of a challenge, I guess. Just to see how competitive your decks really are. Because I feel like what happens with me is if I'm going against like a player I know that I can beat normally with a normal deck, I'll try to go for a wacky build order to see if it actually is feasible to do, you know. Like how I invented the Romanian Age 2 mobile armor for Panzer strategy, where I tried to make 4 Panzers in Age 2 and just make just that against Lars, and it actually did work because if I knew that Lars was slow enough that I could actually get the crates out I needed for it and make it work. But then I went up a notch again and tried it against someone like Hishay, who's, you know, he's a lot better. And that because he likes the big map size, I was able to actually pull it off, you know. And I think I tried it in a 2v2 as well against some other players, and I somehow was able to pull it off, you know, just getting a bunch of heavy artillery and just making that in like Age 2 was like the build. Yeah. So what's going to happen against these skirms? Because it looks like the man is still going up to Age 3 with what politician? The Cornet. The Cornet is the same as the Scout, so it will actually grant you hand cavalry of some kind. So for the Ottomans, that would be like 4 delis, basically. So we'll see those delis come out pretty shortly. Based on what Cap gave us a hint about the matches, it's basically he will probably just ship out a bunch of Safahis probably here. Yep, so here... Oh, he's going to start out with 5 Safahis, and then probably the delis right after that, or the Mamluks. We'll see. Yeah, if he can catch these infantry off guard, that would be pretty good, I think. Yep, that'll take some time to queue up. He's going to want to get some more houses down, though, to get shipment number 2 out after the Safahis. Perhaps get the delis out. Yep, so where's that gonna go? It's gonna go. Yep, good plot, good spot there. Gonna get a wild wax out of that. It's gonna want to make sure he targets down the skirmishers in particular, but try to get everything if possible. Zelly's also coming in to help. Does he get away with all these Safahis living? Yes, that's great. The good thing about the Safahis is the same bonus they have from the Legacy game is they auto heal when they're idle. So if you can let all the Safahis survive, they will be very useful when they fight again, basically. Yeah, because as you can see, this thing will start to auto heal now as soon as it stands idle. If it idles, I mean, I would probably just leave it there for a little bit and let it heal back a bit. Just sort of get that back, basically. But he's might be going out onto the map to look to get some coin by sieging some of these shrines, which, you know, I think is a pretty good move at this point. Because he wants to get to like Age 5. No, not Age 5, but Age 4, because once he gets to Age 4, the Safahis will get a shadow upgrade to the guard level, basically. So he really wants to do that here. Why is he not getting a coin? Did they like remove that bonus or something? Yeah, it just seems a little bit strange because normally these units would get some coin by like sieging something with a torch. Maybe they got rid of that bonus, who knows? I hope they didn't get rid of that bonus because these Ottomans really need all the bonuses they can get, I think, once they get into like mid to late game. So they hope they're not stripping away certain bonuses that they probably need to do well. Yeah, and that coin is coming from the crates, obviously, over here. Yeah, I think you should still be able to get to Industrial Age even without that advantage, though. Let's see if we can catch him off guard. Oh, no, he's walking right into him. Man, pay attention. You could have gotten a really good snipe there, man. Oh, jeez. Now he's going to lose Safahis or something. He's got to bear his pathing a little bit there. It's going to cost him. So what does he get now? Where does he go with? He goes up with the socialite for coin. Okay. He'll have enough food to get more Safahi shipments then. Yeah. Yeah, I just wish he had like that bombard shipment there, because that would be a pretty fair move, I think, for him to do. Yeah. You know who used to always run the Safahi build was Toledo. Because you're used to Toledo doing the Ole Santiago España stuff, but he would play Ottomans as well and really abuse Safahis really well. Those unwilling to fight against them, basically, properly. I mean, I do like that he's taken out shrines, but still he's going to have to come back here at some point to deal with this mess. Might have overplayed his hand a little bit too much there. Yeah, probably. We'll see. Does the town center get the age up, or does he cancel before that? We'll see. Also, where's Japan in terms of aging up and stuff? Well, they're not aging up. They're just getting their daimyo at this point. Jinsui Siago Takamori, basically. So now, basically, this agent. Oh, no. Yeah, that's over. That's absolutely over at that point. Didn't even get the age up. Didn't even get the age up. If he got the age up, he could have try again the tower there and start shipping in more of the Safai, but he just didn't get that. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's the last thing you want to have happen, really. Absolutely. Definitely on that one. Yeah, now your villager's a bunch of sitting ducks at that point. GG. Yep, he tried. I will admit that was a good build order though for Gustoso to try, you know, because that's something Toledo would have done, and then for Toledo it worked really well. So very good indeed on his part. And let's see. So he did get better kills there, but just didn't get to that age 4 that he really wanted. If he made it to age 4, I think we'd be looking at a different match at this point. Yeah, just not the numbers you're looking for there. I think eco really didn't matter since it was a pretty strict build order trying to get the age ups at that point. Yeah, he's out of form, learning the new tags and stuff from new patches. He defended very well that battle. I could read the play and went directly for the TPs, so no shipments was going to be allowed for him. Yeah, that was very close. I knew I couldn't age up because I was going to lose giving him time. That is actually a really good statement there from you, because that is exactly right. Because if you went for age 3, he would have gone guard Safahis in larger numbers, and that alone probably would have just dismantled your army, you know. And he probably would have had time to get bombards out of the factories, even without the shipments. So, I mean, I think that is a very good assessment there. So yeah, now we'll be going on to the next game now, basically. So what will this game be called exactly? Let me check the Discord. It will be called Auto versus Auto. So we see Cap playing Ottomans, and we see Spell the Legend playing the Ottomans. So Ottoman Mirror on Eastlock, Arizona. So we will track that one right now and pop that baby in. So this one right here. Perfect. Alright, so basically this is Arizona. This is probably like the most important part of the map that you could think of. Of course, you got two sectors of the trade route, one over here, one over here. This is kind of important because the spacing of these trade sockets could make it difficult for both players to get the whole trade route, right? Because as you know, basically Ottomans love trade routes and getting all the TPs pretty much. And when you get two Ottomans, that turns into a very interesting fight. So I want to see here, basically, who's going to get the trade route in the end, and how does it impact the win condition, basically. Yeah. So this will be a pretty big one, I think. A pretty big battle overall for the trade route. And then the difference of the build orders. Like if Gustoso goes with a more or less similar build order that he did the last game, maybe he'll do well, maybe not. We'll have to see, basically. Because these both look like very capable players to do an Ottoman, so we'll have to see how they pull it off here. And let me see too where the explorers are going. Yep, so explorer number 1 here on Cap side is getting the TP. Dual trading posts is being built on this side by the Gustoso explorer. So looks like Gustoso's probably going to get this side, and Cap is going to get this side here. And I think that's going to be like where a lot of the early competition is going to be, really. Going after those TP lines. So this will be the Mexicapi deck here. So, yeah, basically your everyday Ottoman deck, I think. Mamluks, Safahis, Bombards, Falks, Jans. Lots of crate shipments. All the upgrades for like the artillery, the Cav, and the Janissary. So, quite an average Ottoman deck there. Again, Gustoso, he's running the Safahi deck again. So we'll see if this Safahi deck does indeed do wonders or if it falls behind. Yeah, so we're going to have to pay attention to this one, see how this one actually turns out, really. So, yep, getting the 3 settlers right now, just like Cap does. Pretty much, yeah. So this should be a pretty interesting setup, really. The treasure resist, by the way, this will be some... Oh, wood. This could be pretty big too, so you have to watch for this stuff. If one of these Juanitos gets some wood, this means one of them's going to build a trading post faster than the other one does. So an 80 wood treasure is pretty good here for getting another TP at some point. Because as you know, as you're transitioning to age 2, that's the perfect time to chop wood. This will just mean that Gustoso will get his TP up faster than Cap does. And perhaps catch up in like XP, because we did notice Cap got his first TP up quicker. Now we're going to basically probably see Gustoso get his second TP up quicker to even the playing field out a little bit more. Really. Yeah, that's what at least seems like here. wait a minute. No, it looks like Cap's already getting started. What is this Juanito doing? How is he getting all this wood from? Maybe part. I wasn't looking at the treasures. Did he get like a bunch of wood treasures there or something? Or was he like shopping? Yeah, that's a good question actually. So what is Cap going? He's going the Statesman. And Gustoso is going the Artisan. So a bit of a different philosophy. So basically, Cap is going like Governor General, you know, the tower, the coin. Whereas Gustoso is going for the 400 wood quartermaster type politician. So a little bit of a different set of age-up options, actually, which is pretty interesting, you know. Yep, and now Gustoso is actually behind in his trading post here, so he's going to fall a little bit behind Cap probably getting his shipment timing that he wants. So he's going to have to kind of be aware of that when he's playing this. Yep, so basically that's TP number 2. This really ended up a lot more messed up than I thought, because I thought both players were going to stick to sort of closer trading posts to each other, but it looks like it's like a yellow, red, you know. And I don't know if that was done because that means that somebody's coming to attack in that direction, then you're only going to lose like one trading post. If you have them on like have both of them on one side. Does that mean they'll actually go against both of those trading posts and take the whole route? So maybe spraying it out forces them to divide their army to take them both out or something like that. I don't know. Something strange. Yeah. Basically, yep. 700 wood coming out from Gustoso, whereas Cappy is going 700 wood as well. So this is like a mirror match right away in terms of the card choices. And then 700 coin, in fact. So what does Cap do? Does he follow him into age? I don't think he does, because he's already got really enough coin to go up without the... Oh, he did the opposite. He went 700 coin followed by 700 wood. So he decided, I'm going to go for that naked FF, get the quicker age up time, and then just send the wood afterwards. Whereas Gustoso wanted to have the wood first, maybe, probably to get that temple down to that mosque. Because one thing you get with well, number one, you need the mosque to play the Ottomans properly, right? Because that's how you get your basically faster training upgrades on the villagers, right? And as well as your build limit stuff, right? Yeah, pretty much. And in addition, your mosque will also trickle you experience as well, just like it does in Definitive Edition, you know. That was sort of what the Wars of Liberty devs did. They got rid of all that religion stuff and they just turned it into like a Definitive Edition church that trickles XP. So yeah, you'll be able to get your shipments ever more quickly by just having that temple there trickling you the XP pretty much. Yep, Cap doesn't even have his mosque down yet. Only Gustoso does. Is getting a barracks though. And what is Gustoso gonna do now? Is he gonna... He might be going straight up industrial. Maybe. Yeah, he totally could be doing that here. We'll have to wait and see. Still getting market text, placer mines followed by steel traps for the hunt. I think it all depends on timing, what they do. Goes full Abyss out of the foundry. Very interesting indeed. So if Capco starts out with Jam, right? And Gustoso goes Abyss, that's going to give Gustoso a leg up in the initial skirmish, basically. Because that's skirmisher beating musketeer pretty much. We'll have to see how that one turns out. Does Gustoso have a barracks as well? I see him getting a lot of food. As if he wants to get Janissaries out as well. I'll have to pay attention to that one too. So he's got 4 Abbas, 5 Jans. Okay. So you want to know where these Abbas come from. Basically they came from the gunsmith politician, which is Wars of Liberty's version of the marksman. So grants you skirmisher units. So basically Cap used that to get himself a nice 4 free Abbascars to align with his massive Janissaries pretty much. And is going to start to engage somewhat with the Abbascars. We'll see Fog of War wise if he can surprise him. Perhaps maybe Cap will get surprised here. We'll see. Ooh, good shot. Ooh, good shot. Ooh, good shot. This is a good fight for Gustoso. He just micro that really well. And now he's staying out of range. Up. Oh, he got shot by the Abbas. Alright, so he took out the other Abbas. And now he was basically able to stop that advance there. But now he's going to have to do the same thing on this side now. Yeah. Going the full Abbas route here is paying off right now. Losing the trading post is not good because that means he loses that line of sight now. Trying to snare with the Explorer too, basically to make him more susceptible to the Janissaries. One more volley and you should be able to kill this Explorer. Yep, there you go. Alright. So now he's got to try to get away here. Oh no, the Explorer just ruined that whole batch. This is getting really tight right now. Janissary Abbas have to go in the enemy's direction, which is never good, but that's all I can do at this point. He's going to try to take down as many of these Jans as possible. Try to do as much damage into them as potentially can. Yeah. Not taking down any of them, I believe. It's kind of unfortunate. We'll start to ship in 5 Janissaries and continue to queue in more Abbascars at this point. Alright, so how were the Janissaries coming along at this point? So those will almost be out. What will we see with Gustoso? Will he continue to fight this out in Age 3, or will he decide to go for a quick Industrial Age? We'll have to wait and see. Next Abbas is queuing out right now. Oh, so what shipments does he have left? So he has Mamluk and Safahi, right? Alright. And Delhi as well, I believe. Oh, you really don't want to go Delhi against Janissary. That's kind of the worst thing out there you could probably do for that. Oh, Cap is going Safahi, so that's going to be something to consider too. I guarantee you Safahi shipment wins Cap this match. Really. That's the way I see it playing out anyways. I also got the Mamluk. Oh no, this is already over. He can already take this with the Mamluks. You can already take this with the Mamluks. This is the old Mamluk shipping where you get 5 of them. You know, in Definitive Edition, they end up nerfing it down to 4 Mamluks. But here in good old Legacy, 5 Mamluks is still a reality. Yeah, they're glorious 1.450k HP. One thing to note here, though, is that they don't have pierce armor, but they have hand armor, so they can actually hold on quite a while against musketeers, which is pretty scary, you know. It definitely is. Trying to get that out. Ooh, Sipahi and Mamluks. The double death of the armies. Yeah, once you see both of those things together, that's a sign that you need to leave the game and start up a new match. Absolutely on that one. Ooh, yep. Big time. Like, not even the delis are going to be able to last against that. Total wash at that point. Yeah, I'm starting to think that they removed the pillage bonus from the almonds because I'm not seeing a coin generate. At least not enough that's proportional to the, yeah. Like, I would expect to have, like, a lot more coin by now with this almond. Siege here. But it doesn't seem like he's getting it, so I think they removed that bonus. If they didn't, it's probably bugged by something. These out of the bag. I'll just shake it out. There we go. Perfect. Just having something on the side. Trying to stream. Yeah. Yep, here it comes to Falx as well. Seal the deal. Yeah, seal the deal. Villages would rather die getting slashed by scimitars and maces than hide in their town center till the very end. That's true patriotism for Evet. Good match, though, honestly. I like that. That was a good game. Absolutely, in that case, yeah. So, in terms of resources, pretty close. I mean, definitely a lot closer than we're seeing with the other opponents, I think. Kills, I mean, he had some great potential, I think, but the Explorer just ruined that for him, you know. At least ruined a large portion of that for him. I think he still might have been tripped up once the Assault Cav came into play, but yeah. Definitely tried his best, though, so that's good. I mean, what more can you hope for at this point, honestly, you know? I mean, the Vil raid was basically neck and neck until he actually got completely chomped at the end. Yeah, numbers. It was a numbers game. Albus is technically the good counter, but if you're masked out by Jans, they'll just beat you. Hand over fist, really. So that's the thing you gotta watch out for, really, with that whole sort of thing, really. I will now be restarting into the next game now. Oh, that was a little hard. Having some gummy candy thing and it didn't bite all the way through. That doesn't make a lot of sense. It'd be like a gelatin or something. So what's this record game going to be called? Let's go to Rec Games. It will be called Playing versus the Legendary Deuce Ball. So this is probably like the first one that they did. Alright, so we'll do that one now. Legendary, but Cap still caps on him. I bet he'll be a real beast once he gets to the hang of how Wars of Liberty works and all that. Looks like he played 3 or 4 years ago, but yeah, he'll do quite good then. So what do we got here? Okay, so different map this time than we've seen all night. So we're seeing Esoc, Iowa. Yeah, this is Iowa. And basically how Iowa works is you get this big weird thing in the center, this big mass, where you got all these little pawns here that forms like a little oval. And you only get these little crossings to get through. Where the mill trading post is. And then you got trading posts off to the side as well as natives. You got Lakota natives and you got Inca natives. Which, I don't know. Incas in Iowa? Why did they think of that? They should have put Cree in here or something. Why the Inca? What are the Inca doing in Iowa? You know where Iowa is? I think it's right next to, like, what, Wisconsin? Almost in the direction of Canada, really. You know, it's right out in the Midwest. There's no Incas up there. I don't know, though. They probably should have just did Cree natives for that, or Comanche or something. I don't know. Yeah, basically this is a pretty fun map, so we'll just get started with that now. It's like Cap is playing his main Civ Germany, and Gustoso was actually playing Japan. Very interesting, you know. We've seen 2 games with him doing the Ottomans. Now he's doing a Japan game. So we'll see what Gustoso's Japan really looks like, you know, compared to what Cap did, compared to what Mehmet Khan did. We'll have to see firsthand what sort of build he's got in mind for him. Yep, so right now he's basically just gonna try to get some treasures, get some about 90 coin there, which is pretty good. He's gonna be scouting with one of the orchard rickshaws, which is normally what you do with Japan. Too bad they don't have an auto scout button, you know, then it would feel a little bit, yeah. Actually, I think it's good that they don't have an auto scout button, because if you're one of the newer players, you'd probably forget to check on it, and then someone would probably just snipe that orchard wagon, that rickshaw, basically. Because it really is such a valuable wagon for your survival, because every one of these orchards has like 4.5k or like 5,000 food in them. You know, that's a lot of food. It's like as much coin as you get out of like a gold mine, basically, but it's all food, basically. So yeah, and you can't eat these bison, right? You can't eat these pronghorns, you know. You're unfortunately a pescatarian when you play as Japan. So yeah, you can eat fish, you can eat clams and crabs and whales and whatever, but you can't eat these, you know. You can only build little shrines to capture them where they stick their heads down in front of them and engraves in front of them, basically. So what's the deck look like for Japan? This is going to be the big one. 1 versus 1 Tierra, Team Chico tier, Team Gran tier. So probably a 4v4 deck, probably like a 2v2 deck, and this is a 1v1, I would assume. So I'd probably be going with this one, I would assume. Yeah. What's up with the Sword Saint? He's got the speed card for the Samurai? Alright. I mean, if he does end up going Samurai spam and winning, I'll definitely commend him for that. It's not an easy feat. Really isn't. Also has the late game Ronin shipment of like 15 Ronin Samurai. That's a pretty nasty shipment if it works, you know. 15 Ronin. They got like a really insane amount of damage. If you know them from the Fan Edition, really. Yeah, see, this is sort of the problem here. Germany is going to try to go after this orchard rickshaw with his revolver, basically, and try to shoot this thing down. The Explorer actually moves faster than the orchard, so he might be able to shoot it. Yep, he got it's another bullet in, another bullet in, another bullet in. But now he's going to just barely miss it because this crazy Japanese lady is basically on his back stopping him from doing it. You know. Fully poking him with the katana. That must really tickle, you know, getting poked by a katana. Big time. And now he's going to die to the Japanese anime girl explorer just like any simp would, basically. Going up with Golden Pavilion is the first wonder. I wonder where that came from. I indeed wonder where that came from. I have never seen anybody start with Golden Pavilion before. Very interesting indeed. This match is the cherry on the cake. He's basically playing his main Civ, doing his most famous strat. And when he's in a good streak, he's basically unstoppable with Japan. I lost my Explorer, so basically I played blind. Oh, very interesting, Cap. So basically because Cap lost his Explorer in this game, he basically was playing at a very severe disadvantage. And then he also claims this is probably Gustoso's best Civ, so we're going to be in for a real treat here in terms of combat. Yeah, we'll see how this one turns out. It should be pretty interesting, actually. Yeah. Ugh, had to stretch my back there a little bit. Good now, though. Yeah. And what is the deck that Germany's doing? Are they doing 1v1 boom? Just plain old 1v1. Definitely a bit different than the one we saw earlier today. There's no Harbrecht plan. There is Eco Theory, though, with 3 settlers. There is 5 settlers, about 3 crates, line infantry, hussar. It's got Jägerbusch. Yep, you got Jägerbusch here. This is always an interesting card to see. This basically gives you skirmisher more multipliers against the dragoons, essentially the maneuver units. So think of like counter infantry rifling, making your skirmishers better against musketeers. This will also allow your skirmishers to be much better against dragoon units too, really. Yeah, kind of interesting the way that works out. Also, this is always a pretty powerful card when you play in Germany, West Prussian Uhlans. It gives you about 10 Uhlans and it upgrades them to veteran for only a cost of like 500 food, which is not too bad actually. You know, it's a pretty big shipment, I think, for a Civ that can no longer train Uhlans, of course, right? They got the whole Hussar thing going on. Yeah. Still has needle guns, still has all the line infantry upgrades. Has long range combat for the skirms too, which is pretty interesting. And the 3 culisses right over there. So here comes the Kies, probably to... Alright. So he has Siago Takamori, and probably, yep, going for a push. Shipping 5 Shigumas right onto him, and probably is looking to train more right now. So where's this one coming? So where's this queuing up from? How is he queuing up 2 sets of Shigumas at the same time? It's showing him queuing up here and showing him queuing up here. Why is it showing it twice in the UI? That's just so bugged. I don't get that at all. Doesn't look right. Also shipping on 5 Kies to himself as well. It's going to gain those 5 Kies while moving. Got a pretty sizable mass here. This will definitely be enough to handle German line infantry, I think, in this case. Yeah. This also kind of makes me think what would have happened in the other games if Gustoso was playing Japan as well instead of the Ottomans. Could have been a clean sweep, like 3-0 maybe. We'll have to see if he can win this one though, and maybe at least get it to like 1-2 in terms of performance. Still adding in more Shiguma. Probably can get another shipment of either Shiguma or Kies. Also can ship in some Samurai, potentially, or the Suai as well, the Soye. These can be very good. So here comes all the Japanese infantry here. Taking out a villager, that's quite good. Any villagers you can snipe off of Germany is always great because, as you know, they got the manor house functionality in this, so they're popping out a lot of free villagers. The more you can take out a simple raid like that, makes it a little bit more fair and balanced for you to deal with, you know? As long as you have enough Kies, I think Japan can handle this. One thing that messes up the Germany micro-line is just the fact that the Shigumas move faster and they hunt them down a bit easier to get their shots in. Putting the monk in the front to distract their targeting, very smart move. Because that basically forces Cap to re-micro and right-click with his mouse, which is going to mess up his targeting and everything, so that's a really smart move by basically Gustoso to mess up Cap's micro in there. And now he's basically able to decimate that army to the point that now Japan has the larger force to go in and attack now. I will say that we've seen like a lot of legacy civs today. You know, I'm very surprised that we haven't seen any African civs and no Juanito civs all day. Quite surprised, you know. We've seen Native Americans, we've seen Asians, we've seen Europeans, we've seen Anglophone civs, but really nothing outside of that sphere, I think, right? Yeah, definitely not. I'm pretty surprised by it. You know, normally you see some like Brazils or Argentinas or something, but haven't quite seen that yet. Probably will change once we start getting into some of the Rommel games, maybe, which I think there's about 2 of them. Maybe some other ones after that. We'll see some Juanito civs, mayhaps. Hopefully we do. I like Juanito civs. Me gusta las Juanitos bonitos civs. Yeah. So Cap is basically making more line infantry. He probably wanted to add in Hussar as well, but I don't think he's found quite a use case for it yet with all these Shigumas running around, basically. I think Japan at this point is just looking for an angle to attack. If they can attack over here maybe, catch him at this point, that could be quite painful. Yeah, so we'll see if he can do that. So Cap will indeed queue up a Hussar and maybe add more in potentially. Adds in 2, 3. So 3 hussars are being added in now. And where is Gustoso in shipments? He would now have to ship in only hand infantry, either samurai or the Sue natives from the Zen. Taking out villagers, this is big. Hurting German economy quite good here. And is going to take down a manor house as well for some XP, but has to retreat because Germany is hot on the tail with the line infantry pretty much. This is a very tight skirmish here overall, I would say. Hussars are also going to look for an angle potentially. Has a very big mass of like 9 hussars here, so that's quite a big army. But then you see Japan is also going to start queuing up cavalry as well from the Seigo Takamori Gensui here. Yep, starting to queue up some of the Gunto riders. Same stats as the Naginata riders from the Definitive Edition game. So both sides are now playing some sort of hand cav into the mix, which should make it a pretty interesting fight. Though we don't see any skirmish type units on the Germany side yet, so I don't know if Gunto riders are going to have as much fun as the Hussars will going after the Japanese Kies at this point. I think it does make it interesting though that Germany is pushing out for the Huns. Like if this army of Germany was somewhat taken out, that would mean the villagers would potentially be subject to being sniped on the spot there, potentially. So where is Japan's army? So right over here, basically. Is approaching a new shipment pretty soon at this point. He's going to want to get some wood going from these shrines so he can start getting some more for pop reasons. And to slightly boost eco as well through the trickle that the shrines will give. Hussars were in 2 groups, the one that went forward and the delay group. Guntos in the wrong. The Guntos need to be fighting the Hussars here. Otherwise, they're gonna see. Okay, so I sort of see what he was trying to do. He was trying to put the Guntos in the front to tank a lot of the bullets for the infantry, which I guess you kind of have to do here. Gotta get the katanas out though and start slashing through those hussars. If you don't, it's kind of a done deal. Because he's just getting surrounded by infantry now. Total British experience. The British invasion. It's not the Beatles and not the Rolling Stones, it's the German line infantry. And German hussars, basically. Last hussar going down. Now Seigo Takamori can take off and go find some more anime girls to simp about so he can get another army raised and start attacking again. Still queuing up more line infantry, but really doesn't have enough res to add in. It has 3 hussars that he queued up, but doesn't really have enough res to get any more hussar in at this point. Problem is he doesn't have any production builds at home, so he has to really queue everything out of Seigo himself. Can be a little bit obnoxious, I guess. Goes for more villagers. Okay. Yep, starts queuing up more of the Shigumas now. It's got home field advantage, though. That's good. Nice. Got at least got the home field advantage here. Looks like Cap actually sent out the Landwehr infantry from his tower. So he's got some emergency units here that are going to start to die. Go down to like 1 HP now. Does that mean the villagers are also going to come out of Siago Takamori at this point and end up in some weird spot like right here? Seems like it. Going for the consulate. So what is he going to get out of the consulate? He can go USA. He can go with the... He's got options. We'll see which one he goes for here. Oh, Japanese isolationism for the stats. I think he can tank off this town center for a little bit here. He's gonna have to get some, like, I think some Yakuzas out of this consulate next. Yep, sends out the emergency units. Beep, beep, beep. And, where are those Yakuzas? Or where's he gonna make some of the, Onabushis, maybe? It actually looks like he's getting overrun here now, so I don't know. Well, Siago Takamori is now under melee attack from his Hussars, so hopefully some Shigumas will come in and lend them their katanas and defend. Their great mighty general. Ooh, my big mighty general falls off his horse. It's no longer mighty. Therefore, Japan loses the match. Quite effectively, yep. Total dismantling there, honestly. Yep, pretty much. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, so let's look at the post game here and see what they got. The British difference, the German difference. Yeah, big villager cap there. Capping on the villager cap, yeah. Big time. He was controlling my hunts, the infamous Daimyo Rush. Yeah, that's something I'm all too used to from people like Senor Vilingo from Peru. The Juanita Peruana. Vilingo does that. He used to always do those Daimyo Rushes, and they could be very painful to deal with, you know. Because unless you take out the Daimyo, you really have a lot of trouble with it, because they're literally spamming the units right on top of your base at times. You know, they could literally stick the units under the... They could start shipping and train units under your TC if they want to. They don't apply to the same rules of like barracks where, oh no, you can't build the barracks within a mortar's area of the starting TC. No. With the Daimyo, they can stick it like right under there, and it can mess up a lot of things, really. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of where things went wrong, even with shrines. Having a Vil advantage like this can definitely give a Civ a lot of strength if you can knock enough of them out. Japan did pretty good and actually took out a lot of the Vils, because you do see these divots here where it's like, yeah, I took out one over here, took one out over here, took a lot of them out over here, and he just wasn't able to keep doing those divots, and it just ate away at him at that point, you know. Yeah, pretty much. You know, and there was a lot of conflict here too, so it was pretty evenly matched. Yeah, because see how those areas where it's taking the villages out. Notice how the graph starts to move more horizontally rather than vertically, and that's why taking out the German/British villagers is very key in Wars of Liberty because I call it German/British because it's really like the British mechanic from DE, but I guess you could call it just Wars of Liberty Germany. I guess in general, if you don't take out enough of their villagers, this graph just goes way up, and you see the reflection in the army and stuff. And it becomes quite hard for the Germany to even get completely stomped at that point because they just have such a huge advantage and that's quite sizable and large at that point. Yeah. So now we're gonna go into the next game now. We're gonna be doing some games from Rommel. All the games we've seen up until now tonight have all been cap games, so we'll get to see a few recordings done by Rommel. Rommel McDonald, basically. Rommel McDonald. Rommel plus McDonald's equals Rommel McDonald. So, what are these recordings called exactly here in the record game? So, first one we have here is called Guerra Civil Otaku. So it's Otakus, China, and Tokyo, Isak, Alaska. So it's a 2 versus 2 game, and then there's another 2 versus 2 game from Rommel as well. And then after that, we got about 2 more 2v2s by Cap. So we got 4 2v2 games to go for the rest of the stream. So get your seatbelts on. We're going to be in for a rough ride, it looks like. Yeah, so let's do the first one first. Guerra Civil Otaku. So under G for Guerra, which is basically war. Civil, Guerra Civil basically means civil war, basically. Otaku. I don't know what otaku is. Sounds Japanese. Almost. I don't know what that is. Alright, so looks like we got who is this? We got a Japan here. Rommel's playing Japan. And we got Mehmed Khan playing Chinese. And on the other side, we got Cap playing as Japan as well. And Gustosu playing as Yamans. So Gustosu and Cappy join forces here to completely stomp on poor little Rommel McDonald and Mehmed Khan, it looks like. Yeah, this is going to be a interesting bath of sorts. Yeah, definitely will be. So let's get started. Alright, so basically at this point we're going to be seeing Rommel's Japan at this point. We've seen so many different Japans today, it's kind of insane actually. You know, I think in general though, Cap's Japan is going to do a little bit better with whatever Rommel's doing here because Cap is just really good at capping on that eco and just really sticking to the head basically. But we'll see. I mean, I know Rommel's a pretty capable fighter as well, so I'm going to give him credit where credit's due, and I think he might be able to pull something off here. He's going to start scouting with his orchard rickshaw. You got a bit of an advantage on this map because you do get starting berry bushes near you, so you get 2 cherry orchards instead of 3, which you would get on other maps where you don't get any berry bushes pretty much, since apparently your villagers don't like to eat meat, I guess. I don't know. Like to eat a lot of sugary fruits, pretty much, yeah. Essentially. Yeah, but now basically, let me actually start looking at these decks because I'm kind of curious what Gustoso and Rommel are gonna do in particular. Because I think we kind of know already what Mehmed Khan does with China. It's kind of a little bit creative. It's not bad. I mean, he did actually do a pretty good fight there against Cap at one point, so it's getting there basically. Yeah, that's all I'll say. So now basically, let's see what Rommel's doing. Rommel McDonald is cooking up with the Hamburglar. Basically, these monks, Tazunde and Asuka start to take this treasure. What is this treasure? 150 wood? That is actually a really big treasure for Japan because that means more shrines. You know, normally if you don't have any like wood treasures, it kind of stalls how many shrines you're actually able to get early on before the transition to Age 2. But with that much wood, Rommel can basically wait for Heavenly Kami to come out and start to get lots of shrines right away on the map. It's things like that that might actually push Rommel over the edge to the point that he can actually start getting ahead of Cap in terms of eco, almost. I kind of doubt it, that Rommel's going to basically get any shrines until that Heavenly Kami comes out, because it's going to make the shrine cheaper as well as more effective in the gather rate as well. Yep, so Heavenly Kami is in, and I'm guaranteeing shrines will be coming up any second here. And wow, that scared me a lot. Recall there wasn't too long, right? Hopefully not, so let's just keep continuing. So Rommel, alright, so he's building the shrine there. Where's he going to put the other shrines though? Well, I'm assuming he's going to put them in one of these lower, yep, right down here. You can have up to 4 animals per shrine, so why not cap on that, really? Yep, pretty much. And let me see. Yep, so Gustoso's deck. So what is Gustoso running? So he will be going with the Safahi deck, pretty much, yeah. He really likes this deck, I guess. Yeah, so he's going Safahi. So he'll probably be looking to go FI into Safahi. And support with Mamluks, perhaps, from the looks of it. Whereas Rommel, what is Rommel running? Rommel is running Heavenly Kami and Chonido team card. In terms of Age 2, he has the Missionary play in here. This is a very strong play because, as we've seen with Spain earlier today, Missionaries start out with function active on them now, basically. For those who don't know, Steletsy has a phone line he runs. That's the reason he constantly picks up the phone. He speaks like anime girl. Oh yeah, that is right. You expose me, man. That's exactly what I do. I have a voice modulator that makes me sound like a cute anime girl. And I got men that simp for me and send me donation money. It's really huge, you know.
I talk, hey, send me super chat. I'm cute anime girl. Send me super chat right now, you cute little boy. Send me super chat for $150.
Yeah, that's what I do all day. I don't make any money from Wars of Liberty. It's just from simping off of poor American boys that are single and virgin into their 30s and 40s. Yeah, millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, doesn't matter if they're into, I don't know, Super Mario Brothers or Skibbity Toilets. I get them all to simp for me. It's super duper easy business. Yeah. Oh, God. How did you like that one? Am I a cute anime girl now? Will you send me super chats? Send me super chats. Pretty anime girl. Pink and blue hair and cat ears and bunny ears. Yeah. Sadly enough, I think there's certain people that create AI generated VTubers now. So technically, some people are literally sending super chats to an AI now. It's like, do you know that that's an AI, man? Like, yeah, it's one thing if you send it to like a real human entertainer, but if it's an AI, it's like you're only sending it to some guy that looks like me that just happened to program a robot to make cute anime girl gestures to you for like 2 to 3 hours a day while showing some random gameplay of Wars of Liberty or whatever. Yeah. Imagine if they had a VTuber that plays Wars of Liberty. That would be a good way to generate a lot of income from the Juanitos, you know. I know Cap and Rommel, as well as a bunch of the other Juanitos, would be sending super chats to her all day and all night, you know. Cap in particular would be sending super chats as much as $500 a whack to that AI anime girl playing Wars of Liberty. 100%, I guarantee it. Yep, and if it plays Japan, plays Ottomans, plays Spain. Oh, and if it plays Germany, forget about it. Cap will send $1,000 super chats to the AI VTuber, guaranteed. Then his heart will be captured by it, and its super duper OP algorithms of simpingness. Big time. So, getting back to gameplay, somebody actually built Temple of Heaven as their first wonder, and I'm wondering what this man was thinking, because this is probably like the worst wonder you could go for in age 2. Yeah, I mean, at least with like, I don't know, like what would your other options be? Going with the Porcelain Tower, going with White Pagoda, Summer Palace, and Confucian Academy, right? This just heals your troops. You get like a free villager or two, right? I don't even know how many free villagers you get from this. How many free villagers do you get from it when you get an age 2? Probably like only like 2 vills, right? Not even worth it. Yeah. I think either White Pagoda or Summer Palace is usually the way to go, depending on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to just go Disciples, then go with the White Pagoda. If you're trying to go with anything else, Summer Palace is the way to go usually. But definitely don't do Temple of Heaven. You definitely won't be going to heaven doing that. Definitely not. Going to a very different place in terms of how the game's going to go. Yeah. So Rommel gets Japanese isolationism. He's going to make some of those cute Japanese anime girls with the naginatas to defend them. Oh, yep, this is expected. Gustoso is cooking a nice FI with Safahis. Where is he in all that? So, he shipped about this for about, I believe, like 500 food or something. And then he's got, what else has he got? He's got a deli. He made one, he shipped about, did he ship those guys? No, he got that through the Coronet, right? So that's through the age up, plus that, so okay. People are just bouncing around with their units. I think they're just going to look for it as a group. Now, Rommel McDonald is coming after Shigumas now, basically. Yep. Yep. Oh, nice take over there. Big time. Oh, nice take out there. Boom, boom, boom. So where are these Safahis gonna go now? Are they gonna look for a soft spot on China? Shipping the Mamluks now, so this is running into that death ball situation again with the Safahi and Mamluk combo. Yeah, this is gonna get really bad really fast for China and Japan if they can't mount some sort of defense against this sort of thing. Definitely it's gonna be a huge problem on their doorstep, really. Yeah, I just can't believe how high-pitched that Japanese anime girl imitation was that I just did. Like, I didn't know I would be that high of a pitch. I guess that's what happens when you try it. Yeah, maybe I can get some super chats after all. Get some splash damage in there. Ooh, nice. Building the Summer Palace. How much food do you get in age? So you get 1,000 food. Not bad. Alright. But you could have done that with the White Pagoda. I think it did a little bit there. Tigerman singling out that single Safaki, doing quite good. Now, Gustoso is kind of letting himself lose all his hand cab at this point, which I think that's the only way you kind of mess this up here. But here comes the Mamluks though, so here comes the cavalry. The other cavalry. He's already had cavalry, now he's got more cavalry to it. Kind of just drew all that, so I don't know what his plan is. But the Mamluks are a little bit more safe to work with because they have so much hit points and armor here. 40% hack armor with that much HP. It's kind of hard to mess that one up. Boxers are going to be added in as well. Right. Luckily you got Cap supporting you with a bunch of Shigumas now. Basically, yeah. Tigerman playing the single Safahi here. Here comes the Onabushi now to fight that last cab there. We'll be going into now or something, yeah. Okay, so it's looking like a partially successful defense. We'll go after these arm and cab now since they're a bit of a target here. Emergency units being called in from Japan at that point. Actually, China. Picking up the last Mammoth there. So now Kie is coming in to support Cap's Shiguma army to basically allow for maximum blasting, potentially get through all of them at that point. Another standard army comes out of the Summer Palace. They do some okay damage here for a bit at least. Takes out some Shigumas, which is not bad. So probably get another Shiguma out at this. Yep. Might get another one even. Up makes out. I think they probably can defend at this point. Yeah. Between the Rommel Japanese army and the Zangu shipment, should be able to handle that at this point. Yeah. Absolutely. Face cam needed first with the good low cut blouse. Oh god. Oh jeez. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm also gonna need that blue and pink and purple hair, right, with the bunny ears or the cat ears to get the men the simp for me. and the nice makeup and all that. Yeah, that's where you get the Juanito Simps to send you super chats, people. There you go, right there, spoken by an expert. Yeah. Yep. I wonder if I ever could get like a VTuber model as like a cute anime girl, but with my normal voice and get super chats doing that. That would just be so wrong, probably. I bet you could. I bet there would be men that would actually be into that sort of thing because of the way our politics is now. Maybe like, I don't know, like 30, 40 years ago, nobody would admit to that, but nowadays, who knows? Maybe just having a cute anime girl with the Stiletzi's voice behind it is enough to get a super chat or two from a really special simp of some kind. Well, something curious happened here. Deuce has his own establishment business, so he stopped playing because a customer was there. He sent me all his resources he had? Really? So where's that happen? Are we almost at that point now where he just, like, slings you all the resources? Kind of interested to see how that one fans out, really. I mean, I think you're totally capable of handling yourself here, but, yeah, very interesting. Kind of what I go through with the phone calls during my stream. You know, somebody will come calling, go ding 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 ding. You have to pick it up and basically pause it or whatever. Yeah, as long as it doesn't happen too many times and it's not too lengthy, it's not a horrible thing. But clearly, if you got like the stream paused for like 10 plus minutes, then it's kind of like, you know, the Juanitos' minds start drifting over to Juanitas Bonitas, and they start looking them up like crazy, and you're wondering, where did all the Juanitos go? They're looking at Juanita Muy Bonita over on Juanita Bonita website. And they try to type in the chat to get their very own Juanita Bonita. And, yep, and most of them probably aren't even Juanitas Bonitas. Probably 30-year-old men with beards who found really pretty photos online and made a profile. Yeah. That is true, by the way. That happens to a lot of older men, especially in America and countries like England, France, you know, a lot of the wealthier countries. You'll have a bunch of old men that have a lot of money. You'll get some nice guy from Indonesia or Nigeria or something who takes a pretty girl's face, sticks it on a profile, creates like the perfect profile, and has a voice modulator. And they basically give him like $100,000, sign their will over to him. It's kind of morbid, actually, what these old guys are willing to give them, even though it's not even a real woman. And it's just like a figment of their imagination, pretty much. Like, oh yeah, man, you're 70 years old, and there's this 20-year-old blonde with red lipstick that totally wants to marry you. That's totally right, and sending them that $250,000 will indeed get you married. 100%. No money back guaranteed. Yeah. Oh, he just swung him the resources. I just saw that. So, about 22.2k food, 1.5k coin, and then some wood. Alright. Fair enough. How much res has he got? So yeah, I mean, and he's in age 4, so I mean, he's got like the upgrade to really make a difference there. And I guarantee you this is enough for Cap to win this at this point, because he's already got them. He also got the Japanese isolationism tech, the Bushido principles too, so he's able to get blocks of 10 Shigumas at the same time instead of just merely 5. So those units are going to be coming out pretty quick there. Shigumas swinging their katanas in all sorts of different directions. Take out the War Academy. Doesn't even need to, just needs to chase Japan here. And then it's going to ship the Moratoros right onto himself and start sieging away at Rommel's base. Probably sniping the Golden Pavilion first here. We'll see. Start blasting away at him at this point. Rommel trying his best to cut away at those cans. Oh, well, that's how powerful Cap is. He can handle a 2v1 basically. Yeah. What's China even doing there? Is he had... No, the China just resigned at that point. Yeah. China's not sticking around anymore. Then 4 more Morataru now. Is that the way it's gonna be? Just shell the base to smithereens. Looks like it. Boom, boom, boom. Looks like a successful win there. Alright, so post game. Yeah. Looking good, Gustoso. Busy with your customer there. Cap it as much as possible, but to be fair, I mean, Japan was pretty close too. I mean, yeah. It's pretty bad when you have less resources at the end of the game than Mehmed Khan, though. That just shows you how AFK he really was. And, in terms of kills here, Cap basically beasting the 2v1 quite well, actually. Oh, wait a second, I got some messages to read, but let me just go through this real quick. Graph and graph. Just like I do during the ESOC streams with production, I just randomly click through a bunch of graphs to entertain people. Like, ooh, look at that graph. I like that graph, you know. And just so I use up additional seconds for ESOC TV so their stream goes longer and they get more chat, basically. Kind of a business practice sort of thing. Yeah. So, reading here from Cap. He said, I know him physically. He is a good friend of mine, lives like 3 to 4 hours from my city. Sometimes he comes to my home and we play as kids, AoE3, bro. It's a cool experience. So basically, Cap and Gustoso were married at one point. Is that right? So you're basically saying you were married to AoE3? You were like his AoE3 wife and he was your AoE3 husband, perhaps? Maybe. Yeah, that's cool. It's nice to have friends that'll play AoE3 with you. Yeah, I did that with a friend of mine once. You know, I got him to get AoE3, and he played with me a couple of times. So yeah, it's a fun experience when you can have someone to play on LAN with. But I think he was the only one though. You know. Yeah, and then there was this French foreign exchange student I knew at some point. They'd go like, oh, you playing AoE3? And he actually knew it. And they're like, oh, yeah. Yep, I'm playing AoE3. So that was pretty neat. Yeah, it's nice to find people on the street that know what AoE 3 actually is and appreciate it, because most people know, everybody knows what AoE 2 is, but nobody knows what AoE 3 is. I think everybody knows what AoE 2 and Age of Mythology are from their childhood, but it's kind of hard to find people that really recall AoE 3 a lot. As well as AoE 1, too. AoE 1, AoE 3, those ones are a bit harder to find super solid memories of in a lot of people. I'm pretty surprised by it because of how good AoE 3 is designed. That situation. Have you ever seen Brokeback Mountain? Something like... Really? So you had a Brokeback Mountain experience with Gustoso? Oh wow, jeez. You don't go into that tent. You're not gonna want to see what happens in that tent up there in the good old Rockies of Colorado. That's the way it is in Colorado too, by the way, in America. Everybody's like that. It's like living in a whole state of Brokeback Mountain, really. So, if you don't like Brokeback Mountain, don't go to Colorado. Don't go to Denver. You won't like it there very much. But if you do have to go there, just make sure you stay out of the tent. The guy takes off his cowboy hat. It's time to run. Yeah, basically. So now we're on Ploma Tilapia, a base de Artilia, China, Ethiopia, Romania, and Korea. So our First Nation State Civ of the day and our first African Civ of the day. Very interesting, so I'm definitely going to like this one, and I think you will too. So let's boot that one up right now and see how that one turns out, basically. Alright, so let's do that right now. PPP for Plomotelepia. What does that even mean exactly? Plomotelepia? Never heard that word before. Oh, so we're on, what's this map called? Indonesia. So it's really a struggle of Indonesia today. We're going to have a struggle on Indonesia without playing Struggle of Indonesia. And did you know if you play this Indonesia map on Struggle of Indonesia that it will actually crash the game or out of sync in multiplayer, which is pretty interesting? Yeah. You can't even play multiplayer Indonesia on Struggle of Indonesia, which is totally messed up. But yeah, that's the thing, Things happen, basically. Yeah, so who do we got here? We got Rommel as Romania and Cap as Koreans going up against Szechuan as the Ethiopians and Mehmed Khan as the Chinese yet again. So pretty interesting setup there. The map is Indonesia. You start on this big island here. It has natives on it. You got Sufi natives on it. And is there any other types of natives on this map? Yep, you got the Jesuit ones on it. It's really good for fishing because, you're in Indonesia. You're surrounded by, water since you're on an island. There are some islands around the main island, though. Like these little ones with berries and trees on them. And then you got these bigger-ish islands up here and down here, basically, that have actual hunts and mines on them. So if you want to take these, go for it. I doubt nobody's going to come and chase you for it, really. So resources are there for yours to grab, basically. Yeah. Alright, so let's get started now. Yep, let's go. Alright, so where do we start? Probably start with Romania, because I think Romania could definitely do something pretty crazy here. I was reading the description in the Discord, and I think I sort of know what Rommel's going to do. He's probably going to do a similar build that I do with the Romanian Civ. He's going to go for a lot of modernization sort of techs here to get his artillery up sooner. Basically, just spam that. Because Romania is actually a really strong artillery civ in Wars of Liberty. And they got multiple avenues to get some good artillery. So, like I mentioned earlier today, if you want to get a lot of wooden coin crates and plan your eco a certain way, you actually can get your Rage 4 heavy artillery unit, the Farpanzer, in Age 2, but for like a lot of resources to unlock it, basically. But if you get that far and you can like keep the eco up and get slung resources, it can be pretty hard for opponents who are mostly going infantry to keep up with that. You know what I mean? They literally got move all the way over on the hand cav and hope that nobody's protecting your arty, because if they are, well, looks like a GG, because you'll take out all their infantry, all their artillery probably, and you'll blast your way through their buildings. Yeah, so it can be pretty powerful. There's another way too that Romania can be an OP artillery civ, and it's through a card they get that actually allows them to replace their mule artillery, which is the normal sort of weakish early game artillery Romania, the nation state civs can do, and it replaces it with foot artillery, basically, so like actual falconets. Is that what Rommel's running here? He is running that card. It's called Rosita Works. It gives you one falconet, and mule artilleries are substituted with falconets at the artillery foundry. So yeah, quite an interesting card that just puts Romania on a very different level playing field when it comes to their artillery gameplay, pretty much. Yeah. And they get a lot of other powerful cards too, like, let me see if he's got it here. He doesn't actually have the card that I was looking for here. There's a card that Romania gets too for like their hand cav, that if they hand cav defeats a unit, it might also turn into that same hand cav unit for you as well, pretty much. But I don't see that one there. It's got a bunch of other upgrade cards though. As you'll see here, you see this Verdun, which is basically a gypsy wagon, and basically Romania gets two different villagers. They get the normal villagers, and then they get the gypsy villagers here. And the main difference between the two is basically these gypsy villagers actually trickle experience points while they work, but they get a negative bonus where if they work too close to the main town, they get a lesser gather rate, but if they stay nice and far away, they gather at a normal rate, basically, you know. And you can tell if you're dealing with that negative aura, if you sort of see like a black squiggly line ring around the unit, that means that you're too close to the TC and you should move out a bit. And pretty much that. You can actually train additional gypsy villagers from these Verdun wagons, but they do have a pretty small build limit. If you want to have more of these gypsy villagers, you basically got to send more of these sort of gypsy wagons from the home city, with more villagers included, basically. And what happens is, every time you send one of these gypsy valet cards, the amount of gypsies that the card comes with will increase their build limit by that amount, but also reduce the build limit of your normal villagers by that amount. So if you wanted to, you could just turn into full-blown Mapuche and have like all gypsies, pretty much, but they'd have to stay within a very far radius from the town center to actually gather on the same playing field and really get to benefit from all that XP trickling that you'd probably try to be doing there. Yeah, big time. Plomo means bullets. It's Rodri Marty. Hello, let's see. I haven't played War in a while. A question. Is the Middle East update out? No, it's not. The Wars of Liberty team is working very hard on the Middle East update. And we'll probably see it, I don't know, at this point probably sometime next year. They released the Great War Age update this year, and since they tried to do like a major update every year, I would assume it would come out sometime next year. But you'll sort of have an idea of when the Middle East update comes out, because I'll probably start to do some basically some Civ previews for all those Middle Eastern Civs on my channel, so be on the lookout for that whenever that happens. I don't know when, because they haven't given me anything, so I don't know when that process will begin, but when it does, and they give me the green light, I will do Civ previews on my channel of all those Civs, explaining what they do, how the Middle East works, and all that, because it'll be a totally new culture. So we'll probably need to do a lot of teaching and learning for that, for the other players. Bullet therapy based on artillery, something like that. Bullet therapy? What's that? Bullet therapy? Never heard of that before. Cannon therapy or something? I don't know. Imagine if there was like a cannon therapy. Like instead of getting like, you know, a massaging machine, just having a falconet pound cannonballs into your back or something to relieve your arthritis or something. Yeah, kind of what it sounds like to me in that case, you know. Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of when I think of like cannon therapy or something. Like shooting really soft cannonballs into your back to stop arthritis or whatever's going on with that spine of yours, basically. Yep, so we got some spearmen here from Cap. Yep, Cap's going to provide some sort of defense for the team, pretty much. And we do see Cap starting out with the Grand Palace Wonder. And this is normally the best wonder to start out with his career, because this wonder does wonderful things, actually. So the first thing it does that's very wonderful as a wonder is it will produce villagers for free over time. So it's almost like an arm and town center working on the side, basically. But it will also allow you to research all the level 1 market technologies that Europe gets at double the price. So you'll be able to get placer mines, gang saw, hunting dogs, the Great Coat, and blunderbuss from it. So, you know, if you're willing to sell out those resources, you can end up having a slightly better natural resource economy than your opponents. And certainly having gang saw is going to be helpful throughout the game for gathering wood, so it definitely helps you out very good. As well as having the extra stats on your villagers too for defense purposes. Yeah, pretty much. See Romania going for a barracks now. Going for the H3 with Ion Hiladi Radovsku. And one thing I'll note here is when you age up as Romania, as part of their modernization bonus, all the technologies that you currently have and that are normal to that age will actually become cheaper as you age up, basically. And also, basically, as the opposite side of modernization, you can research other technologies and gain access to stuff early, but at a more expensive price. And that price will begin to go down with the more age ups you get, basically. And it's vice versa for things that are available within the normal age, right? If you age up and you don't research that tech, it does become a bit cheaper as you go on through the game. So keep that in mind. And there's also another relationship between age ups and technologies. Basically, the more technologies you research, the more cheaper your current age up will be. So if you're in age 3, right, and you want to go to industrial age, if you research a bunch of like market and military building techs like, I don't know, veteran Scytheman, veteran Dorabant, you will basically have a much cheaper industrial age politician at that point. But once you go to like industrial age, then the imperial politicians would start to be the same cost all over again. So if you're looking to do like a faster imperial time, definitely wait off on doing unnecessary techs until you get to age 4, and then just start spamming tech after tech after tech after tech at that point, and really start to get it from like a 4K food and coin down to like a 300, 3,000 food and coin, and so forth at that point. Yeah. Looks like Romania did switch over to the Falconet card, so Falcons will start to come out at that foundry now to support the Dorabants. These Dorabants have a pretty low HP, and what they end up doing is they trade off some of their range attack for better armor values. So as you can see, you know, the HP is pretty weak, but they get really good armor, so like 40% of hand armor, which is very big actually, quite big. Yeah. So really good for tanking a lot of melee damage in general. I just wish they had like 50% hand armor or something, because when you have that low HP, it's really not going to make a huge difference, I think. Unless, of course, units are getting mixed up and targeting different stuff or something. I don't know. It's going up with Danubian combat, which will get additional stats to these Durabantes as well. Cap putting the Hwasong Fortress in a really strategic position here, basically, as well. I think that's a really good spot, actually, because it's protected by the cliff sides, you know. It's going to be really hard for Ethiopia or China to directly siege that Hwasong Fortress without coming through here or through here, which is very defensible, basically. That means a lot of forward-facing artillery can come out of this building, pretty much. Yep. And let's see what's going on in the opposing team as well, because we haven't been watching Ethiopia that much. I want to sort of see what Ethiopia is running here. So they got a bunch of weird cards. So they sent grain economy. This basically gives Ethiopia food trickle. They sent land reparation. Basically, your farms will build instantly. Bowmen, so they sent archers, sent some crates. So, okay, so what else are they running? They're running Crown Council, basically like the relations card for the Asians, but instead of like doing anything with the consulate, since Africans don't have the consulate, it basically allows cards to arrive faster, basically. Which might make a difference, but I don't think it makes a huge difference because Ethiopia doesn't get any real infinite shipments except for like these crates of wood and like age 1 basically. It's just like nothing really. Yeah, unfortunately. So we got like some mining upgrades here I can see, like glass blowing as well as the Verde Antico. This tech here, gold standard, actually makes your units and techs cost less coin. You got Prazo here, which ships a town center, porter, and basically allows villagers to gather faster from farms, pretty much. This is the same as Refridge. This allows your tradesmen to trickle coin and export, so yeah, some interesting stuff. And we get right to our first battle here. Falconets completely shredding through what appears to be unupgraded Naftanias, basically. I'm assuming they're unupgraded. As well as bowmen. I don't see any shields on the bowmen, so I think they're basically unupgraded at this point. That's like a really powerful push there. Hopefully China can send some help. If they don't, I think they're kind of a goner at this point. Just waste. That's like a lot of falconets from Rommel there. That's just gonna blast through like a lot of building structures at this point. Yeah. Look at that thing take all that down. Wow, look at that. Quite a lot, actually. Quite a lot. Take that building out. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. Muy bueno. Yeah, I think at this point, though, they're going to have to come up with some way to deal with this Falconet Death Ball here. China's in, like, age 3, right? So, what you need to do is China. You have a castle. Get a castle, get some hand mortars, and start cranking those things out. Or just ship this. Just ship in 7 hand mortars in. Hand mortars would really be the best way to deal with these cannons. And we don't... Yep, he is shipping the hand mortars, so he does know about that. Alright. That's pretty huge there. And now just... Other than that, though, he's just got like a bunch of random infantry, which is not going to do too good here. You know, those Youngs are just a great archer overall. The Falcons are going to be blasting. China really needs to back up and just let the hand mortars do the work against the cannons before he even attempts to do any sort of push into them. he doesn't, well, there's going to be some problems, you know what I mean? Because you do have the advantage, right? By the fact the Dorabants are such a low HP musketeer. If you can get shave the Falcons off, right? That should be the easy part, you know? But you got to get rid of those Falcons, because if you try to engage the Dorabants while the Falcons are right behind them, you're going to be the one that's going to be taking heavy losses there. You just need to make sure you aim that properly, basically. And get those cannons. It's a lot of work, because it's like, what, like uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, basically 6 cannons. So it's going to be a pretty tough job. So you're going to have to do some stuff here. I see Ethiopia helping out with some camel riders. These are basically just African Cossacks, so like the one top tank have. I guess that sort of camel charge thing did force Rommel to back off his Falcons, so they wouldn't get targeted by 2 different things at the same time. Is Second Khan going to pay attention to his hand mortar targeting? Because he's not. Yeah, they're falling into the meat grinder now. This is the last thing you want to do here. Hand mortars not even targeting. Yep, that one targeted one. Alright, so now he's starting to target. Right? So I'm gonna start taking. Probably want to target around here now. He's just targeting the infantry, which I don't. You definitely can't afford to keep doing. Hand cap and taking another cannon, I believe. Yep, that one. If he loses those hand mortars before all the Falcons are out, we're looking at like a real dire situation there for Mehmet Khan and Szechuan. What's this? Cap's barracks, so he's moving in hard here. So they better come up with some sort of like counteroffensive here, otherwise this is looking really poor for him right now. Really poor. Very, very poor indeed. Yeah. Sends in some of the righteous fighters, which is basically like a Korean coyote runner that they get from their wonder. In like little groups, and they die after like 30 seconds. Getting completely dismantled by the boxers. Also some targeting going after the infantry there. Looks like they're defending a little bit now. But yeah, I think they got the almost sense like another batch of like the Falcons. They should be able to push their way through that line of units pretty well. I guess this is the one time that the Dorabants are doing good, is the fact that they're tanking all those hits from the boxers, like 40% of it. So making those 2 Juanitas work for it to get their base liberated. Yep, start taking out those barracks. I don't know how much time they got though. Like, let's look at like Rommel team. So Rommel McDonald has about 4 cannons and 1 more coming out. So he's already recovering those numbers pretty quickly. You can add another one in, which you probably should. Yep, right in time. But where's Cap at? I guarantee Cap is like capping his eco right now. Kneecapping it. Yeah, really, really good setup there. Taking out these buildings. Ah, very big indeed. Korea is going to be getting refridged now as well as the circular saw. Circular saw is just a really important technology to get as Korea because, of course, they're used the Myeongyungs, which are a longbowman, so they cost like food and wood and not coins. So you really need to make sure that you're getting enough wood all the time as Korea, just so you can get that, as well as your artillery units like the Hwatches, which are your main source of like really good anti-infantry. Really. Rommel defending pretty good there with the camel eyes, but some of them are sliding through though. But unfortunately, the capping is just so bad that Dorabants are enough to cut through those ones. Really. Here comes the samurai here. I wish these guys had some splash attack at the consulate because that would make them feel a little bit more like the samurai we don't love, basically. Goat malaria. It seems like Rommel likes to invent new words. Yes, it kind of seems like it. He's always inventing new bonito palabras. Todo el tiempo, pretty much. Yeah. Exactly. It's about what it seems like. Another maneuver by the camel riders. See if they can. They might get this Hwatch, but I don't think they're gonna hit pretty hard. Dorabants are being a pretty nice mass there to stall them off. So the cans can kind of send them flying off their stinky camels. And yes, indeed, camels are a very stinky animal. Quite stinky, actually. Has anyone ever smelled a camel before? It's got a pretty rancid smell, you know. Something like you'll never smell for the rest of your life. Hwatches sending lots of fiery bolts their way. I do admire their attempt at like a defense here. I just think he needs to definitely pay attention to his long dragons. Like, that was a good shot, but he could have like hit multiple ones at the same time if he just microed a little bit quicker there. Yeah, because now they're just going to go under the weight of the fiery barrage at that point of the Hwatches. Did you get flaming barrage yet on those? Yes, he did. He did get flaming barrage. That adds like another multiplier of anti-infantry to these Hwatches, so they're doing like 2x against units then, which is pretty brutal. Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. GG. GG on that one. So it looks like Korea once again are capping general, super high score. What else is new on that one? Rommel got some really good kills out of this Falconet play, though. You can see it right here. Got even more kills than his buddy Cap over there. So really good. Also got really good siege as well. So if you're looking for a way to do better with Romania, doing the foot artillery build with the Rosita works is definitely something worth trying, as you can see there. And if we go to like this graph here, Cap, this is caused by the wonder, the Korean Palace wonder. This will basically give you like double the villager queue, pretty much, and you'll go up like this pretty quickly. In terms of military unit population, yeah, a lot of value here from Rommel's cannons, basically. Because if we look at it from a military unit count standpoint, you see Rommel sort of go down in value, but as soon as we add military unit population, now it just shows you how valuable having that many cannons or foot artilleries really is. In terms of statistics, really. Yep, Cap is always has this exponential growth in the line of his graph that protrudes out of it like crazy. Yep, pretty much. So now we're going to go into the next game. We got 2 more 2v2s to go, I think. Go into the next one now. So, what is this one called exactly? I'll look it up in the Discord right now. Whoop, not land. Let's do this. 4 games. So, where is it? Here. Go to Rec Games channel. It is called 2v2 High Plains. It's Germany and Uruguay versus Austria, Hungary, and Russia. I like the way that sounds. I mean, we probably should check that one out right now. Yeah. So let's do that one right now. It's definitely not the first High Plains 2v2 we've seen today, but it's definitely going to be a pretty memorable one, I think. Here we go, this one. Alright, so we should be ready to start this one right now, I think. Alright, let's get going. Boom, boom, boom. Alright. So here we go. We got Russia on this team with Cappy, teamed up with Mehmet Khan, who is going Austria-Hungary this time. On the opposing side, we got Lucas Fiello playing as Germany, and his ally Mandalore playing as Uruguay. So kind of a different set of civs this time from our players. You know, we haven't seen Mehmet Khan do Austria-Hungary at all today. I think we've seen him do Austria-Hungary in previous weeks, but definitely now it's going to be a very different experience seeing it. Uruguay, this is the first time we have seen a Juanito Bonito Latin American civ being played on stream all day, so this is definitely going to be a very fun experience, I think, because it's going to be the first one, and Uruguay is certainly one of the wackier Latin American civs. They're not really strong per se, but they do have some very powerful builds. If you got time to do them, that is, you know. If you try to play them sort of like the standard H2 way, they can kind of fall behind pretty quickly, but if you can get a decent FF going with Uruguay, then you can do some okay military builds using the home city to your advantage, really. So I'm kind of curious to see what Mandalore is actually going to do here with Uruguay to make him strong. We'll have to see. Because what makes Uruguay different over other Latin American civs is that they can get many different immigrant options throughout the age ups. Normally a Latin American civ will have up to 3 immigrant options to choose for their age ups, which will determine if they get that immigrant colony in said units and technologies and so forth. The way it works for Uruguay is if they don't pick a immigrant option the age it becomes available in, right, then it gets canceled out and replaced with another immigrant option in the following age. So in a way you can get many different combinations of your immigrants. Like if you go Arabs on turn 1, or in not turn 1 but rather age 1 to age 2, your options for Polish and Germans will go away, in fact. Yeah, and then those will be replaced with, I think, either French or, I believe French and maybe Chinese or something like that. I know you get French, but I don't forget the other one. Might be Scandinavians, who knows. But yeah, basically, and so forth. Which means, basically, if you like having a different set of immigrant units, then Uruguay will give you the most diversity for that, really. Yeah, pretty much. Another thing you'll notice with Uruguay, which sets their immigrant system apart from the other civs, is they don't have immigrant battalions that cost XP pretty much. So instead of sending immigrant battalions, your immigrants as Uruguay will be trained like normal units. So you will spend resources and train them like you do with regular units, basically. So your Danube Legion would have a relative cost similar to that of Grenadiers. Your Legion Diabos of like the German immigrants would have a cost similar to that of the Uhlans, and so forth, basically. So if you want to be able to train your immigrant units for like normal resources instead of the whole shipment costing battalion thing, you're gonna like Uruguay pretty much. And in that sense, they kind of work kind of the opposite of other Latin American civs. They will use their home city mainly to send infinite shipments of like their normal roster units, since they're using the resources to train like the immigrant units which will still get shadow tech, by the way. You don't have to upgrade those, thankfully. Those will still get shadow teched when you age up, pretty much. And what is Uruguay getting exactly anyways here? Going up with the first German wave, so they'll get access to the German units for the rest of the game, it looks like, as long as that colony doesn't fall, pretty much. And they have at least like one worker to rebuild it if it does fall, pretty much. Yeah. Basically what German immigrants will give you in terms of unit selection is the Legion Diabo, I believe, the Battalion Diabo. Basically like a German immigrant Ulan, so low HP, high attack. They will also grant you access to their Brummer, which is a German skirmisher unit. And they'll also give you access to their Krupp steel guns, which are basically just German culverins, pretty much, yeah. German culverins that also have multipliers against buildings. So kind of like a mortar and culverin hybrid, if you will. Basically based off of the culverin gun that the nation-state civs get. Yeah, pretty much. And from there, Mandalore can either decide to stay with German immigrants the whole game and eventually get 2 factory wagons as his Imperial Age improvement, or he can go off onto other immigrants and gain access to their units and the 2 technologies that they get for that relevant age, pretty much. I think with Uruguay, you're generally rewarded for picking different immigrants each age up, because it just expands your roster further, Your native roster as Uruguay is actually kind of weak. Or it's kind of limited. It's rather limited, You don't have Escoltas. You don't have Vivanderas. All you get is like Escopateros without Royal Guard, which means no Guard or Imperial upgrades. You get Pardos, which is one of their Royal Guard units, as well as their Conscripto, which it turns into the Florida, or the Florido, which is their second Royal Guard unit. And then they get Lancero and the Blondingue, which is their only unique unit, basically, that isn't an ultimate unit. And what that is, it's basically a Dragoon that deals splash damage with the blunderbuss, you know. Fires a blunderbuss or a shotgun instead of a normal gun, and thus it deals splash damage, shooting bullets in many directions, basically. So we see right away this Uruguay start to make the Batallo di Diabo here, which are basically those German immigrant Uhlans. One thing you'll notice about Uhlans in Wars of Liberty that you don't see in Definitive Edition, Uhlans in Wars of Liberty are 1-pop units instead of 2-pop units. And the reasoning behind that is that Uhlans have such low HP that they kind of fall within the category of 1-pop infantry, pretty much. Because there are indeed musketeers that are slightly stronger that do have 200 HP as their base attack and they're 1-pop. So the team felt it was basically only fair for this to be classed into the 1-pop category, pretty much. And does actually give them their own sort of personality then, because not only do they have like a certain profile of like HP and attack, but they are indeed spammable and double the numbers that you can with like a Hussar or really any 2-pop hand unit, pretty much. Cap is just going hard aggro here with the Cossacks, and also providing some support in the back with some line infantry, pretty much. Yep. Gonna have to back off though, because it looks like Lucafio does have some line infantry in the works there. Looks like Mehmet Khan will support with Hussars, because this is one of the strongest units for Austria-Hungary is the Hussar, mainly because they not only get Royal Guard, the Radetzky's Hussar basically, but they also get about 4 combat cards, I think, that improve them. They get Magyar Combat, which, you know, they get an HP one, an attack one, and a combat one. But they also get Cavalry Combat too. So these Hussars for Austria-Hungary can do a lot of damage, and they have a lot of HP compared to your everyday Hussar. I think they're sort of on par with the Swedish Hussars, which is sort of the same thing, really. So yeah. If you like really good Hussars, play Sweden or Austria-Hungary in general. I think it's kind of the rule of thumb you want to be going for, really. Looks like Germany's base is kind of just getting overrun at this point. I don't think he got a lot of manor houses out, so Germany's score is actually pretty low at this point. And it kind of just comes to show you that Germany is not an OP city. You know, if you can really pressure Germany well, like this, keep them in their little German soft pretzel shell or whatever, they will not be able to really hurt you too badly, really. So you just gotta keep them into this defensive posture, and they really won't be that much of an issue, really. Yeah. If I was just seeing all those green speckles on the map and was wondering if he was doing more of the manor houses or the Mainz-Cairns, it's actually doing some down here, looks like. Yeah. It's like Mandalore's just going to stick to doing the good old German immigrant Ulan unit, seeing how much damage you can dish out with that, really. I don't know, I mean, I think you could get some reasonable damage out with that, honestly, at this point. We'll see, though, we'll see. Good use of the Escopeteros there to get good splash. See, what sets these sort of Escopeteros apart from like the crossbowmen of like Europe is these guys have a shotgun. And they deal about one splash, which means they will fire bullets that will go into like multiple directions and hit multiple opponents if you're lucky. So yeah, and then you can actually get a arsenal tech for them in age 3 called the buckshot that gives them about 2 splash, so even more bullet spread really. Which is pretty neat. Where is Mandalore in terms of his like res count? He's getting up there. Does he have any more resource crates? No, he doesn't. Does have like the infinite food. He can get some like units out. So yeah. Yeah, we just see Cap just massing up on the infantry at this point. And where is he in terms of... I don't even know what his deck looks like. So Cap's deck definitely has those shock unit cards that the other rushes didn't have today. So Cav combat plus the Cossack combat. Still has the one for the Cantonist combat as well. So yeah, some pretty decent stuff there. Yuan's successfully taken out some villagers there. These things are moving pretty quickly along, and they're going to try to do as much damage as possible. See if we can get a off of Austro-Hungary as well. Looks like he will actually go for a bit of a yeah, a bit of attack there. I think at this point Austro-Hungary is simply going to try to catch them as best as they can and try to combat with them, because one thing these Hussars have over the Batallo de Diablos is basically that they have more HP and they can tank more, really. Looks like Russia is actually going to age 3 now under the Cornet, which will grant them some free Cossacks. And what is everybody else doing? Uruguay is still making some Escopetero. They try to go for an H3 at all? That's a good question. They could. And try to get maybe these Horse Grenadiers, maybe some of these Blendigus. They do have the upgrade card Trabuco Naranjero. This is a really important one to get for your Blendigus, because it actually does similar to what Buckshot does for an Escopetero. It gives them about 2 splash instead of just 1 splash, really. So they can get more and more bullets out. And at that point, the Blendigus can actually turn into a really nice anti-infantry unit, because the amount of splashing of bullets that the Blendigus gets is enough to actually take out groups and pockets of infantry, especially the lower HP infantry like some skirms as well as some of the musketeers. Really, in general, will do pretty well. You know. One thing it's really not good against in the infantry department is like really high hit point infantry, like the Rum Corps, basically. Yeah. It does look like they're getting overrun though by the Russian mass of line infantry here. Also, that little bit of Austro-Hungarian support is always welcome, I can imagine, but those Hussars. You mainly don't want Austro-Hungary again until like age 3, because that's when they get their Royal Guard upgrade, the Radetzky, and then Cav combat and Magyar combat. Yeah. firemen coming out to fight the fire, basically. That is the firing of the infantry. They'll be stopping their tracks pretty quickly there. Yeah, just way too much Russian stuff there to be able to stop that at this point. Made him resign at that point. Yep. Yeah, looks like a clean sweep there. Somebody's saying, Unstoppable Frontovic, hey blah, I need ESOC map for FFA. Because actually map, it's very small and ugly like Rommel. Oh, good compliment, man. Good compliment. Hurting on Rommel McDonald's. So, what we have here from YGO Gold Malaria. Everybody must check this game. That's how you must play versus a German player. Raiding, denying, resources, starving, being aggro. You need to be active in this match. That's exactly the point me and Cap keep making is, you get all these Juanitos that don't understand that, and they're like, oh, this sim is too OP, you need to nerf it, senor, to the devs, and it's like, even they know that, Maston and Maxi, they're decent players, they understand that, the whole concept of Wars of Liberty Germany is just the 5th edition British. I mean, they got a little bit more of the taste of it doesn't. They get sort of like more properties of legacy British over DE British, but still, I mean, it's a pretty fair concept, It's not a godly, OP, broken concept, really. Yeah. Yeah. So, this is always Cap. Cap is almost certainly always going to have the most resources, no matter what. In terms of units killed, Cap did really good there with just big masses. Everybody's favorite unit is line infantry, except for poor Mandalore. They can't make them. Everybody just went musket, musket, musket. Musket, musket, musket. Very interesting. In terms of unit count, it's kind of the unit count. How about military population? Clear distinct advantage there to Cap. And the resource amount. Let's see how the resource graph looked here. This is what it looked like. Surprisingly, Mehmet Khan was pretty close to his ally there, and then it just sort of tapered off. Yeah. It's like Mandalore was doing alright for a while, and they just got stamped towards the end. Really. Because of all that stuff Russia was massing into them. Alright, so now we're going to go on to our last record game that we have for this week. I'm going to load it in now. So let's load up the game and get going over there. Alright, so let's get into it now. So it's right over here. And it is called, let's go to the Discord and find out what it's called. Rec Games. It is called Kamchatka 2v2. Kamchatka 2v2. And that one has Russia and China versus Yano Unido and Germany. So United States, Germany versus China, Russia, basically. Sounds like actually the world right now going towards World War III after all this stuff in Israel and Iran today and yesterday, you know? So that might be a dream come true scenario. Who knows? In terms of history. So yeah, we'll see. See if it happens or not. But hopefully it doesn't happen in our lifetime. 2v2 Kamchatka. This one right here. Pause this super briefly. I need to get myself a bottle of water. I'm a bit thirsty. I'll cast this thing for like, I think like 3 or 4 minutes, then I gotta go do something real brief, and then I'll come back and cast the rest of it. Alright, so let's get started here. We got China. Right here is Cap. Cap is playing China, and Pablo was playing the Russians, going up against Mehmet Khan, who is doing the British. The Brits, the fish and chip Civ. And Lucas Fierro was playing as the Germans. Alright. So, first time tonight we've actually seen the actual British. The actual British Civ. You know, we've seen Germany all night. The Civ that stole their thunder, really, and took all their abilities. But now we see the actual British Civ. You know, and this British Civ is very different than the British Civ you're probably used to. You know? They certainly work a lot differently. Yeah, it's all about, you know, they play a lot like America, like modern 21st century America almost, you know, because what happens is for every age up, instead of like a normal politician, you get a marriage, right? You have to marry somebody who belongs to another European state, basically. Yeah. And just like in America, you're only married for like 2 or 3 minutes, and then you're already divorced, marrying somebody else again. Just like America, you know? That's how it is in the United States. Marriages do not last very long when they happen, you know? It's not surprising to see somebody married for like a month or 2 and they're already divorced, trying to marry somebody else. And that's the way this British Civ works. And the way it works gameplay wise is when you marry the person from that country, you adopt a property of that Civ or something related to them, right? So let's say you marry the Belgian princess or whatever. You'll be able to get a native embassy and start to train the Belgian African native from it. If you marry the Russian lady, you will be able to build forts with your redcoats. If you get marry the Swedish guy, because apparently marriages for the British go in both directions. You can be marrying a guy at one time and then marry a woman the next age. Wherever that goes, I guess. And if you marry the Swedish guy, he'll give you 2 sawmills that you can build. You know, whereas marrying the Swiss lady will give you 2 banks, you know, so it keeps going on, I guess, you know. Different bonuses, really. So, yeah. So, it looks like British will be going with Colbertism as their first shipment. Just so you're aware, the reason why he's got this, and this is because British don't actually get any villager shipments. They get Colbertism, capitalism, and distributivism. Because this is sort of to emulate the British economy and all their factories and the fact that they started the Industrial Revolution. So they don't really have a lot of villager shipments. They simply like to trickle their stuff in like an industrial state. And just also to apply their Industrial Revolution sort of setup, they get a early factory in age 3. But they still have to wait till age 4 to get the robber barons, pretty much. So they're the only civ that has a factory in age 3, pretty much. Yeah. Which gives you a nice eco edge, pretty much. Yeah. And British, I think they get more infinite unit shipments than other civs do. Because if you look right here, they get like infinite green jacket, infinite red coat, infinite cherry bum, infinite household blue, infinite Scott Gray, infinite Highlander, infinite rockets. They get infinite artist rifle. That's the other thing about the British. Their whole roster is full of unique units at the barracks and stable, and they are all associated with a color. So for their assault unit, they get the household blue, which is, you know, blue. Or azul. Green jacket is verde, right? Red coat is rojo. The Scots Grey is, you know, gris. The cherry bum is, well, a cherry color, I guess. I don't know what that is. And then, I don't know. They gotta work on the rest of them, I guess, for the artillery. Like, they're gonna have Chestnut Troop and Whitworth, which is white, and everything like that. So, you know how most kids go to kindergarten school to learn how to do colors and stuff? Well, in Wars of Liberty, you just play the British and you learn what different colors are by looking at the fancy units with different properties, basically. So, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna pause super briefly here and go do something. I'm gonna let somebody in, basically, and I'll be back in 1 second. discussing this match right now. Alright, so who is Bryn again married to exactly? So, some lady from Denmark, the Princess of Denmark, of the Danes. And basically, with this politician, you will get some XP crates, and every shipment you send after that will grant you, I believe you get a golden age with your shipments after this. I know the age up will give you a golden age, but I don't know. We'll see. I don't see this option being used very much because, honestly, the either the Portuguese or not the Portuguese, but the Dutch, either the Dutch or the French marriages are a lot better, mainly because the French age up will turn your villagers into CBDs in terms of their gather rate, so they'll gather 10% faster but be 10% more expensive. Whereas the Dutch will basically give you their full economic system. Instead of just having settlers, your system will be replaced with like wood costing villagers, coin costing villagers, and then I believe your food costing villagers will gain the additional property to be better at farming as well. So that's sort of like how the new Dutch economic system is. You don't have banks. You get 3 different vills that each one costs a certain resource, and they gather 10% better at the resource that they cost, basically. So you gain that system pretty much. I think in general, we're probably going to see a lot of Age 2 gameplay here if they don't get the coin they need to age up. But ideally, this British would want to get to like Age 3 and really start popping out all these infinite shipments, really. I think that's really going to benefit them the most here. Whereas Fiero, going as Germany, is mostly playing like a treaty-style deck. Goes for Hobreich Plan, which is a great card, but then gets capitalism. So, a 2 Age 1 shipment... A 2 Age 1 shipment basically here, which you normally only see with civs like Spain and sometimes when somebody's lucky enough to get a trading post. So this is pretty surprising actually that they were able to, Lucas Fiero was able to handle this, and now is starting to get the wood as well. So I don't know what he's planned exactly. He is starting to queue up line infantry though, it looks like. What's going on the Cap side? Cap is getting a consulate, getting a war academy. He does not have the diplomatic intrigue though, so he will not be able to boost into a direct battalion out of his consulate depending on what he picks. So he will have to wait a little bit for that. I always include diplomatic intrigue in my China decks just so I can get out a quick batch of something. Whether that's German line infantry or the Russian pikemen, maybe the British grasshoppers, or the Portuguese academicos, basically, so the volunteers. Looks like Cap's actually going for an Age 3 with the porcelain tower to get trickle of multiple resources. And from there, he'll probably go... I'm assuming he's going to go hand mortars, maybe... intervention perhaps, depending on what he's doing. So what is he going for with the consulate? Let's see, actually. Getting a stable here. So he's gonna go line infantry hussar, a lot like Cap does for the most part. Oh, goat malaria, red coat equal casaca roja, green jacket equal chaquetas verdes. Yep, that is indeed true. I definitely know that one for sure. Yep, definitely. Up, that monkey is gone, officially. Looks like Pablo's just gonna spam out line infantry out of his blockhouse. Shipped in the Canton is shipping as well. Just got a decent mass of infantry, it looks like. Where is he in terms of aging? So, doesn't look like he's quite ready to age up. He's just massing up a bunch of stuff, really. Probably to back up Cap at this point. Yeah. So what is Britain going to do exactly in terms of units? I see they're sort of setting up a really forward-facing wall here. Look at how forward this wall is. This is literally in their base. Imagine walling somebody out of their own base, basically. This is like a troll move almost. I mean, look. He's got a wall that goes right across here, and if he puts one like right here, I mean... That is like a really bold wall to put down. Especially if you want it to stay up, because I doubt he's going to let that stay up, you know. I mean, if Pablo was on his toes, I think he would have already attacked that villager and taken it out, but... whatever, you know, whatever floats your boat, I guess. China is now industrial age, and thus they'll be able to get... Oh, so they're going to go red banner reforms. Boy, is this going to be powerful. Basically, it improves all of these Tigerman and Chukunus by 30%. Essentially gives them another guard upgrade. Really on top of what they already get. And the Banner Army will become 15% more expensive. That's right. As well as... Well, I think mainly the Banner Army... The old Han Army one becomes the most expensive, but also both the Standard Army and the Yellow Army will become more expensive as well, because they also contain those said units. Basically, it's like a trade-off card, you know. The unit gets a free guard upgrade, but it becomes a little bit more expensive. Only about 15%, really. Really, the old Han Army would be 30% more expensive, whereas the ones that only contain one of the units would only be like 50% more expensive-ish, really. Yeah, it's kind of interesting the way they set that one up. Alright, so now basically we're gonna see if we can get a fight at some point here between these two teams. Yeah, now Russia finds where that wall is, and he's gonna get slapped by a bunch of monkeys. Plus Hurt getting slapped by a monkey. Fiero's line infantry is really in the wrong place here, because they're gonna get totally destroyed by the skirm units of China. Yeah, like, look at their stats right now. They're already at, like, 7 range attack, even without the guard upgrade. And then when he gets barrage, right, they're going to have a rather repelling volley. They're going to have an additional multiplier against heavy infantry, which is going to make them even more dangerous to deal with, really. picking up Honor Chukunu right now. So British have red coats, green jackets, and household blues right now. The thing about these assault units is I think they have better like overall stats, but they don't get splash, you know. They're not like the culisses of say France or Alemania or so forth, you know. They unfortunately are culisses without being culisses, really. Yeah. Basically, the guys that go around, I believe, the Royal Palace, basically, in London. You see these guys basically patrolling all the time. Basically with their little cuirass costumes, pretty much. Yeah, and they always carry the sword, too. So, yeah. If you go to London sometime, you should check them out. Just don't get too close to them, or they'll do some interesting stuff to you. Yeah. Won't tickle, though. Getting the guard upgrade on the Honored Tigerman now. It's gonna start to get the trickle text from the German Allied Consulate now, which you can get. Russia gets a fort. And Mehmed Khan goes up to age 4 now. Getting married to Fleur Escher, who is the Swiss princess or whatever. That'll grant him 2 banks that he can put down. It's currently one of the only ways left in the game that you even get banks anymore, now that the Dutch don't have it, basically. And what unit did he get? Veteran on the red coats, and on the green jackets. Yeah, it's kind of funny how this wall that was really out of place kind of stalled Russia for that long to focus on it. It's literally got a cannon literally shooting at this wall piece right here. It's like, it's just a little piece of wall, man. You should just ignore it at this point. You've already broken through it. Yeah, but I guess it's good to get rid of it because that does give, I believe it gives some sort of line of sight to your opponent that you're attacking it or whatever, or when its idles nears it and starts attacking it, basically. So yeah, it's kind of important that he takes that out. Looks like we're getting on the verge of a skirmish here. So what is Fierro doing? Fierro has veteran on the line infantry. He's got skirmishers. Again, now 2 Krupp factories worth of foot artillery. What else is he going to get in the short amount of time? I don't know. This bothers me and disturbs me. Oh, wait a minute. No, never mind. He does have the road to create. I was looking at that second like, oh, did he get Berlin Conference? No, he's got Berlin Conference and Bismarck Mall. So that way he can get both the upgrades he needs to really mass out the emergency units there. Because as you know, land war infantry and land war cavalry you can levy from your towers basically. They are an emergency unit, so they will lose HP over time. But if you send Bismarck model, they will not lose HP over time anymore. And then if you send, well, Politic from the Berlin Conference Royal Decree, you can actually not only upgrade your emergency units, but you'll be able to train them as well. So you'll be able to train land war infantry at barracks and land war cavalry at the stable, basically, you know. Which can be pretty good, since land war like the whole Minutemen unit concept is being trained is not a horrible idea, you know. It can be quite powerful considering they don't have a skirmish nor heavy infantry tag, which means a lot of units don't really deal multipliers against them. They can get away with quite a bit, really. Yeah, pretty much. Gonna take out all the Mites Karen houses. Which, you know, could be good, could be bad. You know, obviously when you take down those houses, you give Germany the opportunity to start rebuilding those houses and get more free Wilhelm pretty much. So you gotta have to balance that out, really. Household Blues will start to engage in melee against the Chinese army. Tigermen trying to swarm on them as much as possible and break through their hand armor. Rockets are going to try to target into the mass of the Chukunu, really, 50 British infantry. Germany also has a large number of foot artillers as well, so they might be able to blast their way through, but we'll see. I think Cap now is going to try to micro down those rockets, potentially with this Chukunu. We'll see. But here comes the foot artillery, though, so that might not be the most effective setup. So you have... Ooh, nice. Nice targeting. I'm pretty surprised he was able to take out those rockets. Looks like Russia's attacking British as well. I think British could probably defend against this though, honestly. Seems like they can. Yeah, I think so, most likely. I think Fierro can basically defend his own flank for now. But here comes the Long Dragons. These things have really good range. 36 range, actually. Yeah, and I think British are just going to try to clear out as many of these line infantry as possible here. Fierro, yep, you gotta pay attention to that and not lose your cannons, basically. The Maykop line infantry are moving up to attack the Russian cannons now. Try to clean the Russian army out right now. Here comes all the cannons, though. Where are the cannons? So they're coming right about here. This is going to force China away at this point. Here comes the Ulysses from Germany. Look at these targetmen going right up to the cans and messing them up. Oh, but here comes the shipment of disciplined rattan shields from the home city. This is what China needed to break through. A big army of scout units. Building Chinese swords and shields, basically. So they went through that area. Where's Russia's army? So what's Russia gonna throw in now? Just like a bunch of random infantry here. Cantonists are guard, but the line infantry are not. Frontovics just yet. It's gonna need some coin to get Frontovic. More troop factory cannons coming out. This has to retreat them though, because it's got no like protection for them, really. Still has rattan shields, so I mean, this could still be pretty bad. Adds in some of the disciples as well. Shen Mu Long, Zun Zi Han, Rai Bao Tao, Xiao, and Asian, basically. Here's some more targeting of Chukunu, but here comes the rattan He's not protecting him with the killer says. Use the killer says properly. Oh, he's going right for the Chukunu though. You need the cannons to take out the Chukunu. The killer says are not going to be enough in that small marginal number. And it's not like he even got the Royal Guard upgrade with the Garde du Corps on him, so I don't think he's particularly going to be able to take that out. Not at all. Boom, boom, boom. GGG. That was a pretty fierce one there. I will admit that. That was a pretty close one, you know. Yeah. Yeah, these are actually, Cap's, Koth Hussars and not actually Fieros, because, of course, China can't ally with the Germans at the consulate, basically. Yeah. Let's look at the post-game. Cap is always capping on the eco there, always on top. Nobody could even compete at that point. Yep. What else we got here? We got economy, military. So who got the most kills? So it looks like Mehmed Khan and actually Cap were sort of equal there, which is pretty interesting. Fiero was not too far behind, but Russia didn't do a whole lot in terms of the kill, but they did a lot of sieging though. All unit count. This is where China really gets ahead, is the all unit count. Then if you go like to military unit population, really big. I think it'll be even big if you do military unit count, because, you know, the whole Rattan shield is a native warrior, so it doesn't cost a pop. So yeah, this is a much bigger graph of that. Then resources, yep, another cap. Shoot up the graph, yeah. 100% on that one. Yeah. Yep. Anyone wanna give me some more recordings of casts? Yeah, I'm just joking. I'm joking. What hour are we at? Actually, we're at an 8 hours and 7 minutes. Is that right? 8 hours and 7 minutos. Okay. Very funny, actually. So that was a pretty good stream, you know? Yeah. Very good stream, in fact. Got a lot of games casted overall, I would say. Yep. What were people's favorite games today? You know, if you don't mind asking, which game did you enjoy my casting of the most? Because we did a total of like I don't know, like 18, 19 games, almost 20. Quite a big number. Very big number. Quite a big number, actually. Yeah, quite a huge number. Yeah. Just curious if there was any matches, but that's fine. Yeah. I'm just about ready to end stream myself, unless there's any matches. Been in the lobby. Yeah, just about. So, yeah, what was your favorite part of the stream today? Was there any particular matches, any sort of stuff I did that you really liked? You'd like to see again? Always looking for suggestions. Yeah, well, I think the stream was pretty good. I like the number of recordings that we got to today. This is what I want every Wars of Liberty stream to be like, is like at least 8 hours of content, maybe even 9 to 10, you know. Try to max out as much as you possibly can, basically, you know, because this is the most we're going to get for, like, casted Wars of Liberty content without the Ligas going on right now, so as much of these we can get going, that'd probably be best. Yeah, 100%. 100% on that one. Yeah. Alright, so if everybody's cool, everything's good, no questions about any of the stuff you saw today, let's, I guess it's time to end stream, I guess. So, I guess I'm signing off now from this one. See you on, actually Saturday, because, on Saturday I will be casting a series for House of the Trading Post, again, that we were supposed to do last week, and then somebody magically didn't show up, and now we're going to have to do it on this Saturday. So, yeah. You can enjoy that, and if you don't like House of the Train Post stuff, I will be sticking to the normal schedule for next week. So on Tuesday we will be doing DE, and Thursday we'll be doing Wars of Liberty casting, you know. I have a lot of castings to do for this Tuesday, so if you think that the past few weeks have been a little bit skimpy on the DE side, this one I think you'll be pretty satisfied with, and I think we'll probably even get even more recordings as well, so... Yeah, hopefully we will, you know. I mean, I definitely enjoyed playing games like Risk and Coliseum and some 1v1s and less in this Tuesday's stream on DE, but it's always good to get the castings in, since that's sort of like the heart of what the stream's supposed to be about, is just like casting a bunch of stuff. Really, and I can of course do like gameplays separately if people want that for D, right? Like different Coliseum and Wolfseum playthroughs, right? So yeah, definitely on that one. Yep, so if that's about it and everybody's happy with the way the stream went and all that, see you next Thursday if you're here for just Wool, and if you like DE, see you Saturday for HOTP, and Tuesday see you for more casted games from HV&I. And maybe somebody else, you know. If people are willing to give me recordings, they'll happily do them for you, even if you're not from the usual supply, right? Yeah. So, there you go. GG. Well played, everyone. Especially Cap. Cap did really good today, definitely.